What's up, people? What's up? What's up? Literally just woke up 30 minutes ago. Flintstones gummies had me out, okay? Hopping on the stream. So give me a second, getting set up. Getting set up. What's up, Jura? Jura the Juby. I almost read that Jura the Jura. I was like, okay, I rock with it. I rock with it. Okay. So apparently, let me cut this down a bit. So Udi has further information about the multiverse, another angle, a new take. He says it bolsters my position, so I'm interested in hearing him out either way. I always prefer if someone presents something that goes against my position. That way I can eliminate any possible contention or update my take. But if he has something that strengthens the take, I'll take that as well. So we're just waiting for him to pop up. I'm gonna do a reaction to this Sonic the Hedgehog 3 trailer. We're definitely gonna check this out. I saw the thumbnail with Shadow, bruh. Listen, man, bruh. Listen, bruh. Let's go. That looked amazing. Oh, hold up. Hello?
Yo.
Howdy.
Yo.
What's up?
I was only gonna be a minute, I promise. I was gonna be gone for like an hour.
Alright, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me cut this music down.
You're good. I thought it was funny. I was like, I'll be right back. You're like, in all caps with a period at the end, punctuation, let me know when. Oh, no.
Alright, my bad. Okay, what's up? Do I need to show something on screen, or you're just visualizing it?
Here I can. Yeah, let me do that. Let me.
Have you seen the new Sonic trailer?
The what now?
Have you seen the new Sonic trailer?
Oh, no. I heard it was out. It came out, I think, today. That's crazy.
That's the first thumbnail I saw when I woke up and logged in. So we were about to do a reaction.
Yeah, Shadow's my favorite Sonic character. I love it. I don't know if you ever played the Shadow video game, but that
with
was
the guns
crazy.
And shit. Yeah, that shit was.
Yes, bro. I love it. I'm in the low percentage of people that like that game. I love that game.
I never had it, but my friend did, and he never let me play. But I did watch him play.
I love it, bro. No, that's the original Two Blue Vortex 10 Directions multiverse right there. It's got everything.
Well, I don't even think this is PG. This is crazy. Sonic, I mean,
Bro,
Shadow
it's
is cool
crazy,
as fuck.
bro. They say like damn and everything, and it's just straight up the lowest rating imaginable. I can't believe it. Like they kill a little girl in the game.
It was so damn edgy. Like it's so damn edgy.
Crazy, bro. It's a good game. I love it. So many good concepts in there. The music's incredible. I'm just gonna gush all stream if I don't move on. So.
Sure wish I could have played.
Okay. So a couple of things that I wanted to go over with the thing. So I'm sharing my screen. Shadow my chat. So I'm streaming now too, by the way. So welcome to the Walkie Talkie channel. It's just me today. No copy, just me and Mello. Just talking about the Boruto multiverse. So okay, we'll start down here. So I got a set of questions for you, and then 3 interpretations, and then like a couple other questions afterwards that aren't pertaining to how we think that they're. So okay, that's the way I think the stream's gonna go. So first question. Beginning of universe, let's just say for now Shibai made it, and Shibai's first choice was the first possible moment where the timeline could have changed. So this is going to be the beginning of universe. How do you think the universe works? At wherever the timeline first deviated, do you think there was one original timeline, or do you think when the timeline first deviated, it split off into every infinite possible timeline all at once?
The latter. It
The
would have to
latter.
it would
Okay,
have to
so
be the
this.
latter. It would have to be because there would have to be an origin before like time and space. Like if you want to go like the Big Bang theory or like and whatever that would be, I don't think like humans can conceptualize it. So I don't even think there's a point in trying to. It might be fun to try to, but I don't know if we can conceptualize it or have a word to describe what comes before time. Or yeah, I just call it God, and then heavenly holy church music plays with light shining down from the sky, and then we're done. But yeah, so I think it would be the latter. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So, okay, so this gets into this, and we'll start over here first. So I got timeline A and timeline B. Just to keep it simple, you can consider this the word multiverse. I'm just trying to, keep it simple. There's just timeline A, timeline B. So the way that it seems, based on Koji's explanation, this is how I'm thinking of it, is that timeline A, whenever there's a decision made, so let's just say at point 3, scene 3, is how he describes it,
Mhm.
a choice is being made to where you can go to timeline B, and that creates the timeline. But that shouldn't be how it works, because regardless if that's the first moment where you can go to the timeline, I agree that based on what you're saying, timeline B should already be in existence. It just hasn't been able to have been gotten to yet. So
Correct.
basically, at the moment where they go to timeline B, it essentially retroactively creates every before moment on the timeline, but it's basically duplicating, copying whatever from timeline A, but it's not like a duplicate, it is timeline A. So what's happening here
Wait,
is
I don't know if I
rather
agree
than
with
this
that,
being like
but
a
yeah, continue.
yeah, rather than this being like a split path for a different timeline, it's almost like here, I guess this is the best way to do it. So it's almost like forget this choice exists.
Mm-hmm.
We're replacing the line with the timeline itself.
Hmm.
So there is no line. It's just timeline A, and then you have point 4A and point 4B. But timeline A and B were points 1, 2, and 3. So this is 1A and B, and 2AB and 3AB. Here's
So
where it splits to where it's a different path of only 4A and then only 4B.
okay, so I kind of get what you're saying. So I think the distinction. So I don't think they were both 1, 2, and 3 points. I think the distinction would be the choices that are made. Because in order for you to make a choice to go to timeline 4B, those will have to be separate choices from the ones made to go to 4A. They like by nature of infinite possibilities and, like I said, law of large numbers. Like if you went left, there has to be a version of you that went right. And I think that's the distinction. They're not the same. They may be similar depending on the timelines, but I don't think they can ever be the same based upon like the destinations you arrive at. Because you have to do something different to even arrive there to begin with.
So the way I was thinking about it, if I'm looking at it with this interpretation,
Mhm.
going back over to here,
Yeah.
so we have a moment where a choice is made and it splits off into every universe. That's going to be the red line where that choice is made. Before that choice is made, so I'll make it blue just for the sake of clarity.
Mhm.
For this line, before the choice is made, this is every timeline combined, intertwined, whatever, before it split off. So this is this timeline, this timeline, this timeline, all of these.
So I
Just hasn't
described
split off.
something similar. It's not in the one that I showed you. So basically, at the very beginning of your blue line, going towards the left, put a point there at the tail end of it. No, at the end of it. Yeah, and then put one at the tail end of it towards the right, just a different color than red because they'll probably So the green represents action. The red dot represents thought. So you got to think before you do a thing. The middle is possibility. So the middle part, there is a time gap there that will be representative of all the multiverse Because in order for you to arrive at a conclusion, you have to make an action. That's what is stated in the chapter. Which choice is taken? That's an action is taken. But before you take, you have to think. So in between, there's like superposition, where it's undetermined. So it's like a state of like it's both. Well, I won't say non-existence because all time always exists in this particular. But the middle is the part where that can get you your multiverse as well. But that was just like a theory that I had. I'm not sure if you were going in a different direction or not, but
so here is an interesting idea. I got the chapter pulled up right here.
Mm-hmm.
The Viz version of the chapter, of course. So if we go down to the image, which is what matters, I'm going to go down to the other one since that's the one I'm looking for. The one where it's more clear. Okay, yeah, here. Let's zoom in. Why do you pick? Okay. So it's a little bit hard to tell based on the background, but if we're taking this as fact, so every line represents choice or a decision which changes between the timelines. These are connected to the scenes, the squares, but not every square has a line connecting to it. What this tells me, and I draw that up here, so we'll just go here. So not every choice has a potential to change the timeline. So, for example, if you're on timeline A, at scene 1, you can change to timeline B. Or at scene, this is going to be 6, just based on number chronology. You can then, again, change it B. But if you miss your opportunity at 1, you cannot change to timeline B at scene 2. Therefore, scene 2 always has to lead to scene 3.
That's interesting. I do agree. There are certain things you have to do in the allotted time, and once you pass that line, you can no longer arrive at that conclusion, which is why they say snuffed out. Not literally, just effectively snuffed out because you haven't done what you needed to do in the amount of time. So I guess that would be getting to point 2. So like the time would be like, hey, before that little line in between 1 and 2, you need to do the prerequisites to arrive at line B2. But because you didn't, you go into line A2.
So hypothetically, if there was no other line connecting to timeline B, this is the only line. If you miss this opportunity, you effectively can never get back to timeline B ever again.
Probably, yeah. That's why it would be like snuffed out from a subjective point of view, yeah. Unless you had an ability to go back in time and reverse it. Yeah.
So here's what I think these scenes are, these squares. I don't think these squares are moments of decision. I think the decisions are the lines themselves, but not every square are decisions. Each square is an event which happens, an action, and those two things are different. So,
correct.
For example,
yes.
Let's just say when Naruto's chasing after Gaara at Konoha Crush, every time he lands on a tree and jumps to a next one, it's not a potential for another timeline. Yes, he has a choice to go left or right or whatever, but the point is whether or not, because this goes back to my car example last night, I'll get to that in a second, but from my opinion, I believe it depends on whether or not there is a choice to be made in the first place. Because Naruto's idea isn't to go left or to go right on the tree. It's just to go after Gaara or to not go after Gaara.
So I think you would probably want to. I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All this, it sounds and I think this is accurate. Not every choice. Basically, there's quality of choice. So you can make a choice to go right, but that's not going to determine ultimately what event occurs. There are more important choices that determine that, but not every single choice determines that. But every single choice is like cumulatively getting you to making the big choices that determine where you go. So in a way, every choice does matter, but there are some bigger choices. They matter because they get you to the bigger choices that get you to these events. But the bigger choices are kind of like the ones you would want to focus more on. I think that's how I would say it. But
yeah. So the way I'm looking at it is it matters based on if you think to make a choice. But if you don't make a choice, then that's just an event, not a decision. So again, so the way I'm looking at it, the choices would be made at the beginning and at the end of Naruto going after Gaara. Naruto's made his choice. He's decided to pursue Gaara, and then once he reaches Gaara, he can then make a new decision of what he wants to do from there.
So something I do want to say though, I think choice is important for determining where you go, but I would also remove choice from there as well. I think it's important, but I think there are actions that occur that get you to certain timelines that don't require you to make choice, or at least conscious choice. These actions could be something that you do, like you said, like I didn't think to do this, but I instinctively did it. That's still an action. And then also things that happen that are out of your control or ability to make choices, external factors that all come together and coalesce to get to making an action that gets you to certain events. So choice has its part, but it's not like the whole thing. It's really actions that are being taken.
Yeah. So going back to my example from last night, I'll just restate the example for stream. So the example is based on what's physically possible or what is conceptually possible. So it's physically possible for me to close my eyes and drive 500 miles to Florida without opening my eyes and without crashing once, just through sheer luck alone. That's physically possible. Is it conceptually possible? It's so astronomically low odds. I don't think it's ever possible.
If you had an infinite amount of chances. If you had an infinite amount of chances, you get. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Well, yeah. So the law of big numbers is that if it's possible, then it is inevitable with infinite time or infinite odds.
Correct.
As you know. So I was thinking of, because I agree for the most part, but there was something about that I couldn't quite understand of why at the time. I wasn't fully agreeing. So I think I figured out it comes back to these events versus choices. I have the choice at any moment to turn left or right, but unless I think to make that choice, it's not going to matter. So say at 17 seconds of driving, if I don't turn left or right at that moment, I'm going to crash. Well, if I don't think to either choose to turn left or right, I'm not choosing to go straight. I'm just continuing based off of my previous choice.
I'm not choosing to go straight. I'm continuing based on my previous choice. That's interesting. Although in an infinite a world with infinite possibilities, there's going to be there's going to be something that occurs that regardless of if you choose to make a direction change, something's going to I don't know, another car comes and then bumps you towards the right that sends you in a direction away from like a wall, and then you continue down the road. They crash, but you never do. Like in an infinite possibility, there's going to be something where you don't need to make a conscious choice, and it'll still get you from point A to point B. It'll be some crazy shit, but at a certain point, like because you have literally limitless chances to get this. If it's possible to occur, it will occur. So there is a part in this particular hypothetical multiverse where you actually don't have to make any choices outside of the initial one.
It's done. You want to watch them? I'm gonna hit the shower.
No.
Outside the initial one, and then it'll get you where you want to go.
Yeah. I think to say how you just said it, and sorry, something distracting. I think it's not infinite possibility. It's moments of choice. So a car bumping into you, I don't know if that's a decision someone makes.
Oh, okay.
So I think that'd be an event.
Well, because I was thinking it'll be a choice. Like there were choices made that got that car to bump to you to begin with. It might not be your choices, but do you think like because like I don't think Boruto is some like special golden boy to where it comes down to like what he does. But I do think if he's involved, what he does is going to help determine what happens. So I guess like if you get away from your own subjective, through your subjective lens, if you take into consideration everybody else in existence, at the time, there were choices made at some point that would have led to that car bumping into you and keeping you on the road, I suppose. But it seems like I think you're in a disagreement with me that it's not choice has to play a role all the time. It sounds like for you.
So I'm gonna do my really far for that.
Okay. Let's say this is our new box of what we're working with here. Okay. So here's the way I'm looking at it. So here is your so this is time flowing. Let's just say this is 0 seconds. This is 5 seconds to where you're gonna make a choice. And here's 10 seconds where another choice is possible. Here's where you turn left. Here's where you turn right. Either way, you're gonna do that at 5 seconds. You're just choosing to do that. At 10 seconds, you're gonna choose to do it again. But every time in between that, you're not thinking whether or not to turn left or right. You're just going based off of this. Let's say that you would have crashed before making this choice. Well, here you're crashed. It's already too late. There's a possibility here as well, but you would crash here as well. So either way, you're going to crash regardless if you turn left or right, because you haven't got to the next decision yet where you could have avoided it. This decision isn't capable within your thought process or organically or naturally how it would have gone if you're driving blind. You're just not thinking at this moment to choose to turn, even though it's literally possible.
Hold on, give me a second to think about it. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, like you're driving blind and you're just going straight, and then you just like arbitrarily, just randomly think, let me turn right, and then and then in so doing you avoid like an obstruction. Yeah, I think that's possible.
And that would happen at a moment in time.
Yeah.
And it's possible for at any moment of time for that choice to happen, but you aren't the one that controls that. Well, in conceptually speaking, anyways. My point being that this decision, you could make it at 10 seconds, or you could make it at 8 seconds, you can make it at 4 seconds, but it's about what you do make in terms of all realities at this moment in time. And I don't think that would change. So, but that's the thing, is that would a different version of you think to make it at 4 seconds? Or do all versions of you make the second choice at 10 seconds only?
Is this within this box? Are we including like infinity being confirmed, or we're removing infinity?
It's infinity within the bounds of choices. So what's possible based on choice, not action.
Then, based on.
But because
choice.
there's infinite timelines, there's infinite versions of you. And that's where I get stuck.
Okay. So a few things. The part where you say in between making a choice, like this, like between 5 seconds in that first line that you drew going downwards on your timeline, you're saying like that's not like conscious thought happening. How would that work practically? Because I would imagine like there could be random thoughts that you have that aren't linked to choices that you make regarding the car, but you could be thinking about a show you watched which made you laugh, and then you kind of move your hand down and then turn right as a result of that. It wasn't a choice that you made to turn right. Like I think there are a bunch of choices or things that or actions or events that could occur that makes you make moves. The interesting thing is like the infinity part, because you're removing action, but you're saying like you have an infinite amount of choices, but not an infinite amount of like you can't infinitely act upon the choices that you're making. Is that what you're saying?
Well, technically, in a car, the choice would be a 360-degree rotation. It wouldn't be just left or right. You could turn left 17 degrees or left 11 degrees, or you could turn right 90 degrees, or turn right like 110 degrees. You could go backwards if you wanted to. You could turn any direction. It's going to take time to turn, to be fair. So if there's a wall, you would still hit it regardless of if you turn or not. But
yeah, it's just if I choose
already
to
thought about go ahead.
if I choose to get up and like walk to my kitchen to go bake some cookies, like I don't cease to think in between me the start of my action and then like the conclusion of my action would be like to get up and walk and then to get there at my destination. In between, I'm still thinking about things that will maybe determine how fast I get there, or maybe determine if I veer off and then get distracted and do something. Oh, that's right. I need to go water my plants really quick, and then that kind of deters how quickly I get there as well. But those thoughts still occur. So when you say like you made a choice, but then you don't like the action is a direct result of the original choice, and there's like no thought that's occurring in between. I'm not sure how that works practically. That's the part that's kind of confusing me.
Yeah.
That's fair. That it's a little bit stuck for me too. So I already thought about something of yours saying. So instinct is interesting in this because that's not a decision. If someone throws a ball at you and you weren't like expecting it, that's not a choice to react to it. No matter, in all possibilities, your instinct is going to react to it. That's not you, that's your instinct. You don't have a choice to not react to it. There's a possibility where you don't react to it, but that's an event, not a choice.
There's a possibility. Yeah, so I do think if you're applying infinity, just by nature of it, there has to be a version of you that actually does react. Maybe the conditions are as such to where you have an increased reaction speed. So then something happens. So you react, but you still have enough time in between the reaction and getting hit that you make a choice to move in a certain direction that you wouldn't have made if it was on pure instinct. In that universe, you have like, I don't know, fucking spider sense. So in the instance something's about to hit you, the spider sense like it's a reaction to said thing. So then you decide to jump upwards instead of like, I don't know, left. But then but that universe by nature of infinite possibilities and the law of large numbers must exist. That's one. And then two, I think maybe the reason why you're having an issue is going back to what I said earlier. It's not just choice. The important part are actions taken. Choice is just a prerequisite to that. In some cases, like you said, there are going to be some cases where you just act without thinking or having to make a decision. But there are going to be some cases where you do make decisions and then act. But the conclusion is actions taken. And that's what's stated in the chapter, not choice. Because when he says which path down the multi-fork road that is taken, you can take a path without having made a choice. But you can also make a choice and then take a path. But I think that's the part that might be confusing a little bit, is because you're focusing too much on choice as the thing that has to occur in order for a path to be arrived at. And I think choice is a prerequisite to an action. Prerequisite is not the correct word. Choice is a precursor to an action. You get my point. It comes before. It's a sequential order.
I think I would agree, because hypothetically, assuming Boruto made the choice to go save Sasuke, well, if Ishiki just kills him before he can make his action turn into reality, that choice doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Choice is just a means to an end, but it's not the end. The end is what's going to get you to where you're going. So once you factor that in, I think things will start the clarity will start to kick in a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to this. So going to your example of walking to the kitchen,
mm-hmm.
You can choose to do that, and partway through you can choose to go water your plants or whatever. So hypothetically, ignoring those conscious thoughts, what about subconscious thoughts? So like as you're walking, every step you make, you have the choice of whether or not to put the left leg in front of you and then the right leg in front of you, then the left leg. Or you could just not do that and fall mid-walk.
Mm-hmm. Or you could have a heart attack.
But you aren't choosing. Well, yeah, I think it's an event, but it's possible. Okay.
But that's why I'm saying, like, you're still hung up on choice as like the determining factor. It's actions taken. So like no matter what, like I made a choice, but like because even if you have like something subconscious that halts your progression towards your goal, that's still an action that occurred. You're calling it like an event, but the end result is that something happened that ended up preventing you from moving forwards or taking certain actions that made you get there quicker or slower. The timeline where I water my plants was a result of an errant thought that came into my mind, which resulted in an action of me veering off course and then watering my plants. Or maybe I don't think about those things. I'm like humming a tune and I'm focusing on the melody and not like actually having like scattered thoughts. So then I get to my destination, to the kitchen. As a result, there's something interesting about maybe things like pluses and minuses might play a role. I don't want to like make it even more confusing than it is, but something that is done versus something that isn't done. I'm curious to see if the isn't part actually affects as well. I don't know. I'm going to like a different branch that I don't think is relevant right now. But yeah, so that would be what I would say. I wouldn't think of like moments and like big moments and times of importance to be like when I have the thought to go to the kitchen and then the kitchen itself. The in between stuff is important as well. So the plants are a possible future as well. I'm only using possible future just to make this make sense. In a timeline that has like infinite possibilities, there is no possible future. It's just a thing that will always that's going to always happen. But I'm just trying to make it make sense for people. So when I say possible future, me watering the plants is just as a possible future as me arriving at the kitchen. It's just that when you think about it, the way I've described it, you think the kitchen is the most important part. But the other things that happen in between, even like me lifting my leg or like a neuron firing in my body that tells me to do a certain thing, those are all futures as like the timeline progresses upwards. Every tick is a future from my past point of view, from when I got up and started walking. It's not just the destination. So on that timeline with Ishiki, you see like Baryon mode Naruto. That's just to visualize, well, it's just for illustration. There are things that happen there where like Naruto like raised his eyebrow and brought it back down, and that right there is a future possibility, even though it's not represented on the little line thing. But at the bottom of everything, because I want to like go into much more. I think you have to get away from choice as like the determining factor, and just it's a determining factor. Because when like he says here, many narratives get snuffed out based on which branch of each multi-fork crossroad is taken. But he doesn't say anything about choice. But if he did say something about choice, it would still make sense, because choice is a factor, not the factor. Action is the factor.
Okay. So coming back to this, we can use this for multiple examples. So you're the dot in the middle right now, and your goal, whether it's the kitchen,
wait, what's your
walking to it.
Why is it so blurry? What's happening?
Because I'm extremely
okay, my bad.
Yes, that's okay.
Is this an
pretend it wasn't.
Is this an artistic choice? Okay, my bad. Yeah.
It's the retro feel. Yeah. So whether this is your example or my example, this works for both of them. So this is me in the car, and this is my goal of driving 500 miles.
Right.
Or this is you in your room, and this is your goal of the kitchen. So this outwards line is a circle around me at 1,000 miles, and that's the first obstacle. Everything in between here is clear. No matter which direction I take, even if I do a bunch of loops or whatever, I go straight this direction, any direction, I'm going to inevitably, no matter what, reach my destination. It's impossible for me to fail, no matter which choice I make. I would have to keep going beyond my goal to eventually fail by hitting a wall. Similarly, with your kitchen example, which is when I first thought of it.
That would only be true
the heart attack,
if you take away infinity.
really quick though.
Yeah.
If you take away infinity, so that I'll get to that. So the heart attack, let's say you are going to have a heart attack, but you are never in any possible timeline going to have a heart attack on your way to the kitchen. It's going to be a couple minutes past that, never within this boundary of time. This case would be time rather than direction. But I think, yeah, going to infinity, this works for one timeline and then branching out based on choices, rather than every possible timeline at once, to where you could hypothetically have a heart attack at any moment. But in this one timeline, it's impossible for you to, no matter what you do, you will never have a timeline where you have a heart attack between here and here, based on the fact that you are inevitably here at this moment of time. Maybe like a year ago, you could have led to circumstances that now would lead to you have the possibility of having a heart attack between here and the kitchen. But where you are currently in this moment of time, if you right now chose to go to the kitchen, it's already been determined of whether or not you can have a heart attack on your way. You know, outside of like stalling infinitely until you just do have a heart attack. But I don't think that's like a choice reasonably.
Stalling infinite, Jesus. Yeah. So I'll just say this: if you are factoring in infinity, then you're wrong. If you're taking away infinity, then there's a possibility that you're right. Because when we're talking about possibilities, in infinite possibilities, if there's a one version of you that doesn't have a heart attack, if you're saying it's impossible that doesn't have a heart attack, there has to be a version of you that does. There just has to be. Like, the inverse has to be true. That's the problem with infinity. That's really the thing that kind of breaks the chapter 13, is when they said infinity. Because if they just said all possible futures, will that effectively get you to infinity? Because all and then possibilities. But the fact that he actually said the word, he said the thing, that actually is, yeah. So that's why I say, like, in the timeline that I made, everything that happens in between before and after, it just fixed. It's always going to happen. It always exists. And there's like no deviating from it outside of some mechanic that's introduced to allow you to like just say fuck physics, and then just, yeah. Like, I think his prescience ability is just like, oh, paradoxes. No paradox happens. But that's not even true, because by nature of having a universe with infinite possibilities, there has to be one that's in the inverse. So if there's no possible paradox that can happen, there has to be one where it does. Whatever, like maybe the ability is tweaked slightly to where it doesn't like like paradoxes through some mechanical sense. That's why I say, like, a lot of these descriptions in chapter 13 from Koji to Boruto or whatever, they're based upon like practicality, what's practically available to these characters, and then like their subjective points of view. So that's why I say, like, when you say snuffed out, that's from a subjective point of view. So practically, effectively, to you, it's snuffed out. But to in an objective sense, it's not. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. I would even argue this. There has to be a universe where one universe does get snuffed out in the infinite possibilities, objectively. At very least one. But yeah. But I think maybe you're confusing yourself a little bit, but I don't want to like stifle your creativity, so please continue.
Well, what I'm doing is, with this example, is you're considering all moments of time and every possibility that could change all moments of time, whereas I'm setting the limitation to get to the bounds of this as an example. There is a possibility of a timeline where at this moment of time, you don't have a kitchen. You don't have a room to be in. You don't have legs to walk. And those possibilities just negate the example entirely. You don't have a heart to have been attacked. So
not necessarily.
A lot of possibilities. So
well, there would be one where it negates it, and like it wouldn't even be like applicable, because if it is applicable, there has to be an opposite version where it isn't at some point, in an infinite possibilities. But there will be one where I don't have a room or a kitchen, but I can use my imagination. There's a lot of stories of like kids who don't have anything, grow up in poverty, but they like imagine that they're doing something. So I can like walk from point A to point B, and then just be like deluding myself into thinking, or I could be high on something, or this in this universe I have like a condition to where I don't know, I hallucinate or whatever. It's just a lot of possibilities. Maybe in this earth some kind of like gas is a natural occurrence that makes people have like hallucinations through some external sense. But it's possible that I can get there and do all this without actually physically having a room in the kitchen in the infinite possible multiverse.
Yeah, that's almost taking the inverse stance to where you're saying because infinity, no matter what, there is a version where it's possible. I'm saying that based on what I'm doing, is I'm setting a limitation to where I'm removing all impossibilities to look at only the possibilities.
I guess you would have to validate why the impossibilities aren't relevant or aren't able to come about within this example, unless you're just like setting up the hypothetical to where that's just like never mind why, just I'm saying it's not, and we're going with that.
Yeah, it would be outside of the bounds of this hypothetical because there's a version of you that doesn't have this as a hypothetical in the first place, which would just remove the hypothetical entirely. So this would be going with one hypothetical rather than all possible hypotheticals, I suppose. So this is a timeline where you are in your room and where you do choose to walk to your kitchen.
Okay.
So it's looking at one timeline and the choices that can branch you off to other timelines rather than every timeline itself.
Okay. So if I view it through that lens, give me a question. So what's your question? Even if it's one that you stated before. So I can okay, how about this then? Given what you just said.
I know why this is important.
Yeah.
If you want me to say that.
Okay.
So this is important because from our subjective viewpoint, we can only view one timeline at a time. Koji can see all possible timelines in the future, but Koji can only live in one present moment with his consciousness.
Yes. I would say
Yeah,
there's
so
a
that's why I would limit it to one.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying like the difference between like a lot of these examples are subjective because like they're taking into consideration the effectiveness of these things. Like you're correct. Like the Boruto who's being told this, that Boruto as far as we know, time of recording has no means of seeing other timelines or even going back in time and making changes that can get him to different timelines. He has to walk the one path, even if that path keeps shifting and phasing into different timelines. From his subjective point of view, it's effectively one timeline, even though it's not objectively one timeline, because they're always shifting and changing. Koji even says so in the chapter. But there's a difference between what objectively is real and what is subjectively. I think that's like really important to keep taking note of. So yeah, I agree. Like my position takes the broader, like objective, like the totality of it. But when you want to ground it, you would bring it back down to like subjectivity, because that's the way, that's where you can operate in a practical sense, in the subjective standpoint. My thing is I take it all into consideration, and that could be a little bit, a lot, yeah. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Isolate certain factors.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to finish this thing that just popped in my head. I think the problem people are having, outside of just not like doing the work, but the problem people are having is that they keep wanting to make their subjective definitions and their subjective descriptions objective truths. So they either can't identify that these are subjective descriptions or definitions, or they know that, or they maybe know that they're subjective and they're mistakenly thinking that they're objective truths. And I think that's where the problem is. So not being able to like use like literary analysis and be like, oh, he's saying snuffed out from a subjective point of view. If you think that's literal, like objectively true, that's where you're fucking up. And I think that's really the problem that people are having. In my opinion, I could be wrong too, but. Yeah.
So I think this applies to both the characters and universe and to the audience reading the story. So for Boruto and Koji should know that there is a version of them that succeeds. So knowing that
Yeah.
they're still trying to do things anyways. Why do they care? Why do they even bother? Because they want that version to be their version so that they can experience it.
Yes, they want to so yes, I'll just yes. They have to take actions to get there.
Yeah. So the same is for the audience, to where we only have the one Boruto story that comes out. We can't read the alternate timelines. We only have this one.
Time of recording, yes. There could be something later
Yes,
on in the
yeah.
future where they like, oh, the anime is actually but time of recording, yes.
Actually, that's a podcast topic, but that's the story for another. In fact, I'm pretty confident that that is the case now.
It should be.
Besides what?
Movies too, that'd be fun.
It's
That'd be
ridiculous.
really fun.
It's legit, yeah.
Like, I think it would add like a new value to the movies. I would literally go back and watch like, this is this is nice. I wonder what this
Yeah,
like
I'll
movie
say-
1 Naruto becomes. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
And I'll say that even though the time slip arc, if we're going with the idea that it is a different timeline or whatever, different multiverse, I'm not going to say that, oh, we've seen more than one, because that multiverse is still being shown within the bounds of this one story. There's still only one Boruto being made. And so there would have to be a literal second alternative version of the story being made that isn't this one for that to be the case.
What do you mean by this one? You mean the manga? Because the anime definitively has a different timeline and story than the manga. Like, I think we've been saying this for years.
So I think that would count, yeah.
Yeah, because like there's just shit that like just Urashiki existing or like Deepa existing, but Koji not even taking them into consideration as like people who got Shiba cells transplanted, or like Boruto activating the Jogan multiple times throughout the anime, or even towards the end of Boruto Part 1 anime, he just activates the Jogan. It's like, wait, what? Like I would say, wait, that's a visual thing they showed. It happened. Like, bro just consciously activated the Jogan at the end. So like, what the fuck? Like, somebody, oh, that's just artistic. No, listen, I understand. It's a story, bruh. Like, they showed this shit. Like, it wasn't some fourth wall break. This dude can literally activate the Jogan at will in the anime's continuity, like before the time skip. So what does that do for him post time skip in the anime's continuity? Is that even going to be a factor?
Even in the continuity of the anime itself, they changed things based on like end of episodes, beginning of episodes, credit breaks.
Yes.
For example, when Delta first comes to the village to fight Naruto, at the end of the episode where she does that, she lands and she has some cool one-liner to end the episode.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning of the next episode, where we get the recap, she does that. She lands and she just doesn't say it. So there's one timeline where she says it, another timeline where she just doesn't.
Or
and it just keeps going from there. It's not like they cut over it.
That's funny. Oh, or like the first part of the next episode just excludes that moment in time. So there's like some omnipotent.
It definitely didn't though.
There's some omnipotent entity that just decides what the fuck you see and what you don't see. I don't know. But now I get exactly what you're saying. Like I've seen this before. It's like get that like I'm gonna defeat you, and the episode goes off, and then the episode kicks back up. He just stands there and looks at him. It's the same animation, same background, same everything. He just doesn't say anything, and then the fight starts. Yeah, I saw that with Kashi and Koji, where at the end of the first episode, he's confronting Jigen, and then the next episode comes in, they recap it, but it's like slightly different. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, basically. Okay, so that covers that. This was at least the visual depiction of what we were explaining yesterday, so this isn't adding anything new, but the fact that Timeline A is independent of Timeline B. There are choices made at Timeline A. It's always going to be 1A, 2A, 3A. You can get to 17A. It's all going to be the choice from Timeline A. That's never going to change. What changes is going to Timeline B, where you can have 3B, 4B, etc. But again, timeline B doesn't change no matter what. You can change going to a different timeline, but timeline B and A, it in itself is basically proving Neji right. It's never going to change. The timelines don't change. The people transported between them essentially do.
Yes. It changes from, this is, again, these descriptions or definitions are based upon like subjective practicality. So yes, from a subjective point of view, the timelines change, but the timelines themselves objectively like don't change. Like it's just a course of action. With the grain of salt, I'll have to maybe give a little bit more thought to it. But I will say this though, you said that my explanation, your explanation is gonna fuck people, bro. Like they're not gonna, like this won't get anybody anywhere, bro. Like even if it's like practically right, this is gonna confuse the fuck out of people, man.
Well, I'm not using this to explain it to other people. I'm using it to explain it to you with the context that you already know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
See,
okay,
the thing
fair
is,
enough.
when you come to people, you're like shocking them with like Boruto. Yeah, it's a multiverse. Here's why.
But the funny thing is
Like,
though,
I'm sorry, it's ridiculous.
The funny thing is though, I don't understand why they're shocked by it, because basically to me it's like what the chapter is presenting is 1 + 1, and then I come in, I'm like, okay, 1 + 1, oh that's 2, okay cool, and I'm like, oh yeah, this chapter said that's 2, and they're like, what? I'm like, wait, am I being like revolutionary or like contrarian here? Like it's obviously 2, and then they're like, well, it's not really 2, it's like 3, and here's why. I'm like, oh no, that's literally how I feel, bro. So like when you say like I'm shocking people by saying it's a multiverse, I'm like, how is that shocking to you? Just pay attention and do the work. Like it should be obvious that it's a multiverse. The fact that you would think it's anything other than that is the shocking part to me, bro.
But that's the thing though, is that other people don't realize it. So what you're doing is you're working backwards. You're giving them the answer and then showing them the work to get to it, rather than allowing them to draw the same conclusions based on you presenting the work and then giving the answer.
So you're saying like I'm like poisoning the will? I'm like biasing the outcome?
Kind of. A little bit. Because again, people are going to, once they realize the stance exists, they're going to plant themselves firmly on one side of it. And you're going to now, instead of having to show them something for like an organic way of them to arrive at a conclusion, you're now going to have to convince them otherwise.
But I think that's what like people like Naruto explain, and whoever's covering this is doing. Like they say, okay, so let's make this clear, it's not a multiverse, and then they explain their reasoning for it. I think they're biasing the results. So it's a combination of like their like authority in the community, from like longevity or whatever, or popularity, and then that's biasing the results. And then because like this person says it, then it must be true. I trust this person. And then also like they're doing what you're saying I'm doing, which is presenting the conclusion, their conclusion first, and then providing reasoning throughout. But the thing with me is I'm actually correct. So even if I present my conclusion first and then provide my reasoning is either wrong or right? So it doesn't matter when I provide it. It's going to be open to peer review and scrutiny, which I've done consistently since providing it. I can't say the same for everybody else who have provided their conclusions. I'm the only one doing live streams and talking to multiple content creators about it, but you know, it is what it is. Like,
to be fair, I haven't checked out the other creators. I haven't seen Naruto Explained's video, so I cannot confirm or deny. I'll just have to go based on what you're saying there.
Yeah, like I think that's the issue is if anything, like regardless of if I say, oh, it's a multiverse and here's why, or like, hey, this concept, let me run something by you, and then like I do my reasoning. I'm like, so what do you think this is? You think it's a multiverse? Like regardless of what I do, right? People who are like really smart, they're gonna dissect my position no matter what. And that's what I want them to do, because I want to be correct. I don't want to. Oh, I'm right because I'm mellow. It's like, no, I'm right because I think I'm right. Like, so I need you motherfuckers to like provide like devil's advocate positions to strengthen mine or change my take. So yeah. So like this notion that you said like I'm fucking up, or you're not saying I'm fucking up, but this notion like because I present the conclusion first versus presenting the conclusion last isn't, like, I don't understand that at all, bro. Like I don't think that's how that works practically, personally. But
let me give you an example of where this didn't turn out well for someone. So, another Naruto creator named Noodles, probably heard his name before. So he has this take that Kakuzu beats Pain.
Okay.
This take on its surface level is insane, and he's been memed to hell and back because of this. Everyone laughs at him because of this take. They don't even care to hear his reasoning, regardless if it's right or wrong.
But that's not his problem. It's their problem. They're ignorant and anti-intellectual and children. Like if you just dismiss a person's position without even taking into consideration how they arrived there, it's like sheep mentality. Hey, like everybody else in my group dynamic is laughing at this person. I want to be liked by them. It's just like petulant, like caveman, primitive mind, monkey brain shit. Yeah, just based off how you're describing it. Based off how you're describing
nature.
Yeah, but
that is also human nature, though. So it is his problem, though, because he's trying to convince others of this. So you made your video. Why? It wasn't for you. It was to present these findings to other people.
Yeah, but like it I'm sorry, this shadow looks so fucking sick. Sorry. So I understand what you're saying, right? Because it's just like the same thing like with the whole Kaguya Ishiki thing with me, right? Or if I do like anything ever in this fucking community, like I'll make a tier list or some shit, right? Even if I can have like really good reasoning and rationale for it or blah, 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 right? Like the fix is in no matter what, right? If you don't go with the herd, you're going to be ostracized by like the group, right? That's the role you play as like the person who like deviates from the status quo. It just comes with the thing, the job. It's his problem, sure. Like, hey, I'm trying to do a thing and like I can't do the thing I'm trying to do. But in the long run, it's their problem because they're ignorant and they're going to miss out on certain things as a result of their ignorance. Where this person, it may be a thankless position that he's in this particular example, but at least he can say that he's not them. At the very least, like, hey, at least I'm not the type of person who would just like dismiss somebody's conclusion readily without actually doing the work and then think highly of myself as, from doing so. I don't know. These are like fucking subhuman. Like this is like a stupid. What do you think about that perspective? Like, how would you? What would you describe those types of people? Like, it's so pathetic, actually.
I think it's more common than you're making out to be. Like you're saying that type of person and subhuman. I think that's the majority of people, if I were to guess.
So the majority of people are pathetic?
Any reasoning for that, just intuition, but
so the majority of people are pathetic? I think it's a pathetic position to take. Don't you think? Like it's very anti-intellectualism. I mean, anti-intellectual.
Well, you could argue this is a what's the word? Pessimistic viewpoint, but you could argue humanity as a whole is pathetic in some way, on average, conceptually.
I mean, I maybe disagree with that. I don't think everybody, or like, you're not saying everybody, but I think it might be just anecdotal, because it just circles you run in, right? This is one of the reasons like why I wanted to leave the Boruto like community, because I do think this, like you said, like you're in multiple Discord servers, you've been like around these types of people in this community way more than me. So I think I would take your perspective on it way more than mine. If you're saying that this is the norm, to where a person can like have like, hey guys, I think this character I think Kakuzu beats Pain, and then instead of hearing this person, now they just like dismiss them and laugh at them or whatever, then I think that's pathetic. Yeah. And that's not that. And at the end of the day, it's not on him, right? Because he could be as wrong. You never know if you don't like listen to him. At least listen to him and then make fun of the motherfucker if they're wrong. But like, yeah, like to not even take it into consideration and then just like readily dismiss it. Like you haven't done any work. You haven't. Yeah. Like how does it not bother you that the thing you're laughing at you haven't even confirmed is something that's worth laughing at? That's on you as a person.
I never think it's more human nature than it's being made out to be. So it's more than just this community. Not saying it's everyone, but obviously, but I think it's the majority of people. I will say this, I try to be extremely careful about this, especially when you're praising something, you want to know what you're talking about. But when you're critiquing something, you have to be extra especially careful to know absolutely everything you're talking about. Whenever I have problems with, and not going to spoil anything, but like I often critique Attack on Titan, I recognize, I understand, it's one of the most popular stories of all time in the current day and age. So I have to understand everything in the story so that no one can be like, oh, here's the debunk.
Yeah. And
it's a lot easier to praise something than just critique something.
Yes. So I take that into consideration with my approach as well. So like how many streams, live streams, podcasts, streams with other content creators have I done, debates that I've done about the Kage Ishiki thing. I've done it for like 2 years. Like the goal in doing that is to, hey, I present my stuff, I do it live, it's open to scrutiny, and hopefully I can either update my take or change it, or I can strengthen it through conversation and peer review. That's exactly what I do. It's the same thing with this timeline thing. I didn't just have this in a vacuum or make a video and then like cut my comment section off or didn't talk to other content creators or didn't mention it. Like I literally do this with every single like concept I come up with for years now. And the timeline thing is no differently. I literally made a timeline. Now there's a visual aid. I literally explained it multiple times. I presented it to multiple different content creators. I've done I've done the work live on stream. I had like 4 streams, multiple hours of me figuring out concepts in real time, so you can know how I got there. It's all there. It's all there. And then if presenting the concept and it's like, yeah, but like Naruto explains that it's not, so you're an idiot. Like at there's a certain point, you just got to cut your losses and say, okay, I'm in a room full of children. Like this ain't an conducive environment for creativity and intelligence. Like it's just you just gotta uproot and move the fuck around after a certain point. So
yeah, funny story on that of how I have approached that recently, me and Conway. So on Twitter, me and Conway were arguing with this one guy who this was before the Kishimoto interviews, and he was like, you guys are dumb, Kishimoto's the one writing it. And we're like, here's all the evidence. The interview comes out. We are now just screenshotting that comment. We're just gonna upload it as a community post. So that's our way of dealing with it.
Poor bastard.
Just gonna be a community post now.
See,
for fun.
There's like 3 people who kept repeating when I was having the conversation with Kiddo on the last podcast, like, oh, win Kiddo, quit it, Kiddo's right. I'm like, oh, they don't even understand. Like, so I was gonna like screenshot. I was gonna do exactly what you said, like present my concept, and then like every time like Kiddo like agreed with me or like he contradicted a point he made, like bring that comment up, like, yeah, he right, like that type shit. But then I realized, and I've realized this a few years ago, or at least a year ago, not few, that even if you have like receipts and you can clap back, the fact that you're even investing time and energy in certain types of people, you lose. Even if you like they say some smart shit and then you like correct them and they look embarrassed and stuff, you still lose because you gave them the time of day. Now this isn't always the case, but like especially as a content creator, the engagement is a L. So like just nah, I wouldn't even. But it's definitely funny. It's definitely funny. I feel you. But for me at this point in my life, it's just like,
I think you gotta be willing to lose. It's just about where you cut yourself off. Like I'm not gonna spend 24/7 arguing on Twitter or whatever. I wouldn't even know about it if Kami didn't tell me about it. But just one community post, that's not taking a lot of time. That's more worth it to me than the time it takes that I could have had to do something else otherwise.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you.
So I think it's a win.
I feel you. Definitely a win, but he took your time. You ain't getting that time back. Okay.
Nope.
At least I took some. At least I took some of your time. Head ass. Well, yeah.
Yeah, the time that I wanted again. Even when you're right, people will still say you're wrong, just to die on the hill. So when the interview comes out, people even now are like, "Oh, bro, it's a mistranslation," and they don't know which part. They don't know why. They're just saying it. That's just it. There's no proof or anything.
This is the problem with dealing with like certain kinds of humans. That's why like you have to find humans that create environments that are inducive to like what you're attempting to do. And that's just like the words you don't like, bro. Bubbles. Okay, bubbles. You have to either change the bubble you're in, which is a fucking undertaking. I learned this from personal experience. Don't attempt. Or just leave that bubble and then create your own bubble, your own little sandbox, whatever you want to call it. That is going to be conducive to that. So like that noodles person that you're talking about, he should probably not be in this community. He should probably leave this community and then like start his own version of it if he wants to still talk about these topics or this particular subject matter, and then cultivate that community to be inclusive and like inducive to like this type of what he wants to do. And I think he'll probably just be just mental health wise be better. Well, I don't want to just put things onto the person. I don't know them. But if I imagine that'd be kind of like exhausting. It's exhausting for me. It's like, what? Like all this evidence, all this stuff I put forth and like just want to dismiss it like ignorantly. Okay, yeah, I'm done. That type of shit. So, yeah. But that comes with maturity.
I think it also, a part of it is by doing this, you're giving your perception to people, and because it's public, it's to everyone. So Noodles as an example, if whatever take he comes out with next, it could be, oh, Shiva is the top of the verse. Doesn't matter what it is. People are still going to say Noodles is wrong because it's Noodles. So if he wanted to be in this community, he would honestly just have a better bet if he just restarted from a new account and everything.
He doesn't even have to really do that. If you curate the community, because it always seems large when you're in it, but like when you get out of it, it's not really that many people, right? Like you'll be surprised how many people who like Naruto, they don't even like know who Swag Hage is. Like, believe it or not, like it's a whole thing. Like they watch a bunch of Naruto videos on YouTube, don't even know, they never seen this dude before. So like, yeah, like you don't have to like completely like abandon like your name that you've had or whatever. You're going to be lost to those communities, but those communities aren't inducive to like your way of thinking anyways. Like you shouldn't be there. Like you have to be like bold and mature enough to be like, hey, identify, hey, this is not a place that's like yeah, for me. So I need to go, but I still want to talk about Naruto or whatever. So let me just start my own community. I'll keep my title because I'm not going to let anybody take my name from me. So I'll still be like ramen noodles. Okay. And then I can just do my thing. And then if somebody from that old community like branches over, just kick their ass out, and then you just get new people. Yeah, that's all you got to do.
Yeah. Either way would work. I still think one would be easier than the other, and like that's just in the specific examples. There could be other similar examples to where your way I think would be better.
They'll find you anyways.
It's up to. That's fair. But
yo, this guy calling himself Wasabi. Okay, this guy calling himself Wasabi, like he sounds just like that Noodles guy. No, that's him, bro. Like, especially if you still talking about the same subject matter. At some point, somebody going like, it's not like, even if you still talking about anime, like somebody's like who like Boruto or Naruto, they're gonna like watch your Gundam video and like, oh, that's that motherfucker. Hey, yo, and then they're gonna clip it in Discord. So it's not even a point, like, unless you just want to talk politics. And even then, bro, like somebody pulls up on like a Destiny or Voss stream, oh, that's him. Like, you online, bro. Your voice is heard. Like the best you could change your name, do an AI voice, maybe then. But then like you letting people rob you of the name you chose for yourself online, your voice. Like it's just, you gotta have like strength of character, bro. Like, yeah, nah. You can't run from that, bro. Like you gotta stand on business, bro. You can't let people take your name.
Curating the community part is the hard part.
That's the easy part.
Rather than starting the new community.
No, that's the easy part.
No, I disagree, because that is, rather than you being the bubble hopper, it's forcing your audience, all of them, to be the bubble hopper.
Yes, exactly. That's what a content creator does. They dictate the direction. They steer. Like I determine that. Absolutely. In my community that I build, you have to conduct yourself around me a certain way. Like it's just it's hierarchies. Yeah, 100%. Now the people who don't want to do that, they'll fuck off, or the people who want to like rebel against like what you want to do, they get banned, and that's curating. So that happens enough, right? You have filters for things you don't want people to say. People who want to step out of pocket, you get rid of them, and then the new people who come in and understand what you're trying to do, they're always going to be conducive to like the community that you want to like create. Yeah, like the curation part is super easy. The building the community, that's the difficult part, because you need skill, talent, and charisma to a certain degree to start getting that up. But if you got that and then you curate it properly, then you'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. Like, you'll be in your sphere, in your bubble, in your sandbox, in your own little kingdom. And then all the other like nonsensical shit, you'll be gone, right? Now, people who want to like have constructive criticism, I would recommend not getting rid of them, because that's you don't want to be in a literal bubble to where it's an echo chamber and you're like a feedback loop. You want outside perspectives so that you can grow, but you don't want like people who are just going to like down you and not try to provide a way for you to like be better. Like, criticism is useless. Constructive criticism is invaluable. So you got to just know how to curate your community properly. But that's the easy part, really.
Yeah, fair enough. I think going back to it though, again, I think having people draw a coincidentally same conclusion as you by presenting the same evidence that led you to this conclusion would be the best way to go about it, rather than convincing them, because from their perspective, they could be thinking that you're trying to convincing them, and that leads to them thinking that you're biased, or that they think that they're being manipulated, even if they don't know why. Like, if you're debating someone who's smarter than you, they can be using fallacies and get away with it because you just don't know the fallacy. You might recognize that it is a fallacy, but if you don't know which one, you don't even know the name of it, there's no way to counter it. And so if you're in a scenario like that, if you're the audience member like that, then even if the other guy is right, you're gonna still feel like they're wrong.
I suppose it depends on like the individual types of people, but that's kind of one of the more frustrating parts for me, is like having to deal with certain kinds of people, like the certain kinds of human elements that like raises up. It's just like a lot of it is like ignorance, a lot of it is like groupthink, and it just depends on like what you're willing to like tolerate. Like, for me, like I enjoy the analysis, I enjoy creating, the editing, the narration, all that stuff is like genuinely fun for me. But I'm not really here to like babysit or like teach you how to be intelligent or be smart or whatever. I think in an engagement, a relationship, some kind of event that we all like coalesce towards, you have to come with something. You got to bring something, right? We can't be in like a calculus class and you don't even know how to do like algebra. It's like you didn't come to this class with the right tools. It's not on me to like negate ignore everybody else in the class who knows their shit, who did the work and can operate on this level, to like focus on you. Like, oh, yo, now we gotta do like fucking, yeah, algebra and shit, where we should be doing something more. Like, that's not my job. Like, you gotta come, like, if you're gonna arrive, show up, then you need to come with some tools. And if you don't have those tools, shut the fuck up and acquire them. That's where the problem becomes, when people ignorantly starts to proclaim things when you've done the work. They claim that you're wrong and blah blah blah, but when they're just listening to some other person, and they can't quantify what kind of work they did. They haven't done the work themselves. They're getting stuff from other people, and they're like delusional and thinking that they're correct when they're not. That's the problem. It's not on the content creator. It's not on this noodles person. Now, this noodles person could have been completely wrong, but how would they ever know, right? Like, he could have, like, his take could have been so head ass, it was worth like teasing them for a little bit. That's how your community kind of function. Hey, we'll tease you a little bit, but you know, you cool, bro. Like, it's fine, bro. But we're gonna pack you for a little bit, maybe, right? I think that's fine. You know, you're gonna be like a fucking 100% politically correct community, but you know, it just depends, bro. But you gotta take responsibility as a creator, bro. You can't like, or just a person. Like, you can't just be lingering in inhospitable territories. It just like, that's just like stupid. Like the idea, like, oh, if you like ban somebody, like, oh, you're a pussy, you're a bitch. It's like, no, there are certain people who want to take your community and make it hospitable for them. You're an idiot if you buy into what they're saying. If they're not doing what you want them to do, if things aren't like the way that you want them to be, you need to take responsibility and like either try to change your environment or make your own environment that's hospitable to what you desire. And everything else is just, you know, the work. But that would be my advice to that noodles person, whoever he is.
Fair enough. I think where the common ground isn't here is I think that you're making videos for a specific type of person or people, your bubble, which has a barrier to entry to an extent, like you're saying with the algebra example, bring the tools. Whereas I'm making videos more so for a broader audience, anyone essentially, and with less barrier to entry. Not necessarily for literally anyone, because to an extent, you probably want to be a Naruto fan or a screenwriting fan or whatever. But to an extent, it could be for anyone based on the type of video I'm making at the time.
I don't no, okay. That's not true. So I don't make videos for specific well, obviously I do. I'm not like making Boruto videos for One Piece fans. Like so on like a foundational level, obviously I am. But like I get what you're saying. Like I don't. So basically, I make my video, and if you're able to operate with what I present, I think that's the filter. But the initial spark of creativity, like it's not curated toward, like it's basically like, hey, this is something I would like, and then I put it out there, and then people come to it. But I don't like curate to like a specific person outside myself, really, and like my niche. But like if I'm watching like a very, I don't know, like a quantum mechanics video that really goes into the math, and then it is like for the public, we're gonna dumb it down like the real shit. If I can't comprehend any of this shit, right, that's the filter. So now I leave that video, I'm like, this ain't, I can't even this is not entertaining to me. I can't compute any of this shit. Like this is just like, nah, this is Greek to me. So I gotta go, like, or go find or learn, either way. But yeah, that's the filter. So there's gonna be people who stay. I'm like, you know what? I don't understand a fucking thing they're saying here, but I want to learn. Let me put the time in. There's gonna be people like, yo, I can't. No, I gotta go. So that's the filter. So if I do if I present my content in a way that like is I suppose I would need an example of this type of person you're talking about. Because I can't put myself in their mindset. I don't understand it.
That's the fun thing, though. I think that's what I like doing. I like essentially playing detective. And whenever someone leaves a hate comment or an ignorant comment, I'm not going to block them or anything. Unless it's something like absolutely ridiculous, obviously block worthy, then yeah. But like if it's just disagreeing or whatever, shout out Patrick Torres. 90% of their comments are either in blatant disagreement or blatant hatred of us. But I'm pretty sure they're like a fan because like they comment on like every one of our videos. Clearly they watch. So shout out Patrick Torres. I love it. But like it's like the people that you disagree with or whatever, it's taking bias out of it, taking emotions out of it, and looking at it from a purely logical perspective. Let's assume the benefit of the doubt, this person's not having a bad day, it's not because blah, blah, blah. This person naturally is coming to these conclusions. Let's assume this is reasonable. Why would this be the case? How can I explain this phenomena happening, not of this person, but on a broader scale, this concept, which trickles down applying to this person? And this gets into the essence of what humanity consists of.
Yeah, but you got to understand,
so
like, there are certain people that you, like, just in real life, that you just won't get along with because they just don't vibe with like you. And it's the same thing for online. It translates. So if I ban somebody, like if somebody has like oh man, Mello was so, I'm just making up some shit. Mello, he's so mad, bro. Like he always thinks he has to be right or blah blah blah. Like that. Like I'm so understand. I don't ban you for what you said. I ban you that you're the type of person that would spend time saying it. That's why I'm banning. Like what you said is irrelevant to me. I don't like some toxic bullshit internet shit. Like I got thick skin. It's not a problem for me. So when you get older and you mature, you understand like just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. This is something I had to like grow into. I can argue with you. I can debate you. I can, but should I? Is this a valuable usage of my time? When you get more mature, you start to like value that time a little bit more. That just comes with age, I think, and like maturity, because you can be like, oh, this fucking still immature. But so that's why I ban you. It's not because of necessarily what you said. It's you're it's your character. You're showing your character by your actions and what you say. So you're the type of person who, instead of like looking at my actual positions and arguments, you're attacking me, right? You're the type of person who would do that. I don't want to be around a type of person who would do that. If you're going to attack my arguments, right, that's the type of person I want to be around, right? And then even then, like if you're attacking my position and then you like, this dude's like fucking retarded, like even then that's a character flaw that I don't want to be associated with. So then I'm getting rid of you, right? Now, if you're like, oh man, like, okay, so I understand what you're saying, Mel, but like, your reasoning here is flawed and here's why, and X, Y, Y, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, fuck, that's a useful person. That person serves a utility. He can help me improve potentially, because that motherfucker might be wrong, but at least I can have like a productive back and forth. That person is invaluable to me. Like I can't ban that person because they attacked my position, or if I'm being like stupid or I'm saying some dumb shit, and they're like, yo, Mello, like I'm cool with you and all that stuff, but like that last stream, bro, like you was spazzing, bro, like, and here's why I think you were wrong, bro, right? You're the type of person who is like poised, you got class, respect, like you understand not only like what to say, but how to say it. That's fucking valuable to me. I literally can never ban you, bro. Like I need you because you're gonna make me better as a person and like as a creator. But yeah, and that's just curating.
Still looking at my screen?
Oh, this shit again. You kept this, bro?
Yeah, it comes back to this.
What was it,
always comes back to this.
2 years ago? Jesus Christ.
So here's the way I see.
I can't believe you kept this shit.
So, okay. So
That's
I
crazy.
think even if you disagree with someone, even if you hate someone, regardless if it's worthy to do or not, for whatever reason, I find it fascinating to attempt to understand the person of why they would come to this conclusion. So even if it's someone that like you can't get into the mindset of, how can they form this mindset in the first place? This is productive. This is essential to do. Because, for example, I'm playing detectives, but literal detective psychologists in real life, they want to be able to understand just literal monsters, serial killers.
I agree.
Not to understand why they did it, but to understand why any kind of person would come to the rationality to do this in order to prevent this from happening ever again by minimizing whatever factors could lead to this in anybody.
That's why,
rather than to say this is a specific type of person or whatever, apply this to anyone. Anyone could theoretically potentially do this. So it's important to do this, I think.
That's why I went to college for psychology. I know exactly that
Nice.
urge to like figure out people. And that's what I did when I first started doing content creation. Exactly what you're talking about. I was like, okay, why is this person saying this? Like, why? Like, why? I presented all this information. Like, why are they like, I'm telling you, listen, you do that enough for enough period of time, it becomes, it doesn't stop it. You're not fixing anything. At a certain point, you realize it's just a waste of resources. And yeah. So maybe like you need a little bit more time to get where I'm at. But I think at a certain, I don't know, you're just different personalities. But after a certain point, you're like, yeah, this is not worth my time trying to figure out why this person's doing stupid shit. Because a lot of the times it's not even like logical. It's just like they're the type of people who just want to troll. There are literally those types of people that exist. I don't understand that mindset because I'm not them. Like, why would I want to just troll you? I don't understand. Like, it's weird to me, but to them, it's like as normal as breathing air. It's just different. Yeah. So once you realize, like, some people don't share the same morality as you, they don't share the same beliefs as you, or approach to doing things as you, it becomes almost like it's interesting to a point, but after a while, it becomes like a waste of resources. But yeah.
But that's exactly it. Because it's weird to you and that you don't understand it, that should be the exact reason of why you want to understand it. So yeah, I agree, it's a waste of time to a certain extent, but this is why I was saying that, like, it comes down to whether or not I'm spending 24/7 arguing on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm completely willing to sacrifice a few minutes out of my day for this, let's say, passion, hobby of mine, interest, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I'm not being absorbed, overwhelmed, and having to sacrifice other things in my life, I'm just doing this in my free time, for example, then no harm, no done. It's not bad at all in that case.
In that,
It's only
I
when
can respect
becomes
it.
a thing that's wasting my time.
I can respect it if it's like something you enjoy, right? Like, it is, like I said before, there's different types of people. Like, I couldn't imagine that being something I enjoy, but we're different. So there's something that you enjoy that, like I like Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I love Power Rangers. I'm sure you don't love Power Rangers and like Yu-Gi-Oh. So there's different things that, you know, float your boat. I can respect that.
Yeah. And it's not even a thing of preventing it necessarily in this case, because even if I understand this person, that's not going to stop other people from commenting it. But yeah, that's basically, it's not a thing of trying to prevent it. It's more of a thing of understanding the person in general. And this wouldn't apply necessarily specifically to me. If I go to, let's say, Sasuke Retsuden, Chapter 6, and go to the comments, Sally Susie Lou 69 left a comment of like they hated Tamari in this chapter. Well, why did they hate Tamari in this chapter? That has nothing to do with me. I don't care. It's not insulting to me or anything. It has nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
But why does this person think this way at all?
Well, that's fine, right? I think that's valid. But then they're like, man, this like Udi guy, like I fucking hate his voice, and like he makes everything worse. Like this was unwatchable. Like this is so like, and then trying to figure out, I wonder like, what's the mindset of this person? Like, why would they say that about a person they didn't even know? And like, why did they feel the need to say that to begin with? If they were like maximizing their utility, they wouldn't even waste resources on spending time and energy and effort by posting this comment. And if they genuinely didn't care, they wouldn't care to let me know that they didn't care. Like all that shit, bro. Fuck that. That's a waste of time. Like that dude, like ban that dude and move the fuck along. Because that's not a person that can provide productivity to your content, your channel. Now, hey, you don't like Tamari.
Maximizing their utility, I love it.
Like if you don't, that's how I think, bro. Like if I don't like a video, I don't comment my disdain on the fucking video like some Karen trying to speak to the manager. I just move the fuck around. Like I don't even thumbs it down.
Yeah.
I
And I was
leave.
just playing this last night. This is why I don't like commentary channels or whatever. They just cover negative news usually. But like, why? Did they find it fun
Like
or interesting
moist critical
to talk bad about things? Like, I understand like the need of like holding people accountable or whatever, but I wouldn't do it. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, it's like I understand like because it's like negativity sells, to be frank, but I understand it from a business standpoint. But like even recently, Moist Critical is a good example of that, where he was like I'm burnt out, like I don't want to talk about his stuff anymore. Like I'm like some people were criticizing him or some shit, like, and all of a sudden now he wants to stop making this type. I'm like, you're the reason, bro. Like you created this community, you curated your community to bring in those types of people, and now you're mad at those types of people, and now you want to like stop doing the content. Like it was the same thing for me, right? When like you get this is why I said earlier, you got, as a creator, you have to take responsibility, right? So I can't be doing like toxic debate bro shit when I first like for like 8 months, right? And then be mad because I got toxic debate bro people in my community. That shit don't compute. That's a you problem as a creator, right? So you got to focus on what you want, right? So like cumulatively over the last 2 years, you don't really see that mellow because I want to get away from that guy because that guy attracts certain other types of people that I don't fucking like. I don't like that version of Mello. That version of Mello was a fucking asshole and immature as fuck. Right, I've criticized that version of me for like over 2 years now, and I've actively tried. So it's the same for like critical. Like if he doesn't want people to be critical of critical, he need to stop being critical of other people. Stop talking about that shit. Talk about your fucking comic book. That shit looks cool as fuck. Like that's a really dope thing. Like talk more about that. You got some more stories? That'd be sick, bro. He could do anything he wanted to. He doesn't need to do the toxic shit for business. That dude could sit there and talk about like the composition of his turd that morning and he'll get 1 million fucking views. Like, yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I was talking with, and I'm not showing this on my screen, but I was talking with Cam about this a couple of months ago of why I stopped watching Voice Critical for this exact reason. I forget the exact things I said, but it's just using voice, so I guess the conversation doesn't matter, but
Wait, is she recording her voice and sending it to you?
Yeah, that's
instead of texting.
thing.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I was busy or whatever at the time. I think it's fine. But then, like, a couple months later, Moist Critical makes that video, and I like I heard about that, so I watched it. Then I sent it to her. I was like, "Oh my god, I was so right in literally everything I said." Like I felt so validated. She didn't remember the conversation, which I thought was funny. But now, everything he said was everything that I stand by, which is hilarious. But then there's the other interpretation that he's only doing that so people stop asking him to cover Mr. Beast, of which is a financial incentive for him, and he actually does want to cover dramas. But that's a whole conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy, yeah. But that's on him. I mean, that's something that
it happened right at the same time.
It's something I'm surprised he didn't learn earlier, bro. Yeah, it's like
that's
the thing responsible.
Is he either did learn it earlier and is just financially incentivized to keep doing it, or he's never learned it at all, and this is something someone else told him that he's using as an excuse to not have to talk about the Mr. B stuff.
You know what I think it is? I think Charlie is the type of person that likes gossip, and he likes like the drama stuff. That's genuinely what he enjoys, and I think that's why he trended towards it. Because it's not business, it's not money. Like I said, he could talk about whatever the fuck he wants to. He has built a kind of channel that is like really good business wise. So they're there for him. They're not there for what he's talking about. Like he can literally do whatever the fuck he wants, which is like the way to make a channel. By the way, it's perfect. So like it's not money. So it has to be like it's just him. So like when he says I don't want to talk about this, he does. He just doesn't want the negative stuff that comes with it. I would imagine once things die down a little bit, he'll come back and keep talking about it because that's naturally what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That gets into a really interesting conversation, but we don't have to go there right now. What I wanted to talk on instead, first, going off of that, man, the new thing that came to my mind is just completely diluting whatever I had wanted to say before I don't remember what it was. Talking about the drama, talking about
ADHD is contagious.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this gets into I guess going to the interesting part of this is
survival versus success.
So me and Conway. Wait, what's up?
No, I'm wondering why you brought this up, bro.
Oh well, now I don't remember. I'll go into the interesting part. So going into like character analysis and story, me and Conway were discussing like Kawaki's true character, and then that led into Obito's true character, etc., etc. And like, the whole thing of like the hole in the heart and what plugs the hole, and just what is someone's nature, their core humanity, soul, whatever, what goes into that. And so we're boiling it down to like a couple factors, and one of the factors that I boiled it down to was, well, how is someone like when they're all alone? You remove their comrades, quote unquote, or whatever. What are you left with? If you strip away the thing that fills their heart isn't empty just because you take that away. So what is left there?
Right.
So I think to some extent that could like cover it up. You could be someone else subconsciously without even realizing it.
Is there a question?
Not necessarily, but I guess I'll make it a question. So me and Kami are arguing about Obito. I think Obito's nature is to be how he was as an adult, and when he was a kid, and you've heard me talk about this before, when he's a kid, that's like when he has this mask up, and like people are around him based on culture, society. He's being educated, being raised a certain type of way, and so he's basically being misconstrued into being someone that he doesn't even realize that he isn't. I think the real Obito, quote unquote, when he found his way, quote unquote, is when he is an adult. When he is the evil, quote unquote, evil Obito.
Okay. I think that's an interesting conversation. How do I say this without using myself, damning myself. I think there are people. This is gonna be. I'm trying to pick my topics wisely. How about this? I'm gonna pick something I'm gonna pick a topic that I think is like very controversial, but I think is gonna, because I'm doing to hammer home the point. Okay, cool. So I'm sure there is a father who is attracted to his daughter, but never says so. And I'm sure there's a father who is attracted to his daughter that did say so. Now the reason why I'm bringing this up is like I think there are base underlying like consistent like traits that are associated with humanity. This is why I say like all the really bad stuff, like, you know, grape, murder, thieving, stealing, pillaging, all those things, they're predation. I think these things are natural to humanity because they keep popping up consistently in different eras in different cultures that had nothing to do with each other. You see like depictions of these types of like behaviors. I wouldn't even call them like deviant behaviors. But if we want to apply the appropriate like negativity and stigma to those actions because they are wrong in a civilized world, but they do serve. I don't even want to go down like utility in nature, but we'll get away from that point. So I do think there are like a lot of those types of behaviors, and then people who want to be civilized and like enlightened, so then they try to suppress those behaviors. But I think this is the reason why those things keep popping up in quote unquote civilized and enlightened societies, as we claim ourselves to be, is because you're not fixing the underlying issue, which is like a human problem, right? Like, yeah, like if you have like a desire, like you're horny or whatever, an impulse because of your physical makeup, you can, how do you enact that? Do you go out on dates, or do you go out and assault somebody? Well, no matter what conclusion you arrive at, there's like, it stemmed from the same source. It just depends on like the type of person. So I wouldn't define a person by their impulses or like the surface stuff, the foundational stuff. I would judge a person or determine who a person is based upon what they do with those impulses, right? So if you want to say like Obito was always like, his nature was always to be like aggressive and murderous or whatever, just say deviant personality. And he wasn't that because of his nature and nurture. The conditions altered him to such a degree to where he conformed to society. But once he was out of society and was introduced to different external stimuli, he then manifested like, or he like regressed towards where he would have been naturally. I don't think that natural state is him. I suppose I would say, yeah, just to keep it, yeah.
Okay, interesting. So, yeah, this gets into another conversation based on some stuff that you're saying, going to Kawaki as well,
yep.
Of Anjura, the Shinju as well, since I think instinct is a big thing of this arc. So, the instinct of a person, me and Kyle, we were looking up what this even means in the first place. We have different interpretations of the definition, but anyways. So what you're saying, the impulses, instinct, there's a third word you use. It doesn't necessarily matter. Those two work. Those lead to whether or not a person can choose to do something, and then you judge them based on the actions of what they do. For example, hypothetically, if I had the impulse to kill someone, then I just wouldn't do it. And you would judge me based on that, the fact that I didn't do it. But again, I'm not looking at it from the judging perspective. I'm looking at it from the type of person perspective in the first place. So if someone has the impulse to kill someone else, where does that impulse itself come from? Because that's not something we can blame someone for necessarily. So rather than looking at it from a like blame or evil or hatred or bias perspective or whatever, why do these traits that people consider negative pop up in the first place, and how could we minimize those at all?
Well, pop up is a really good way to, a really good and interesting way of saying it, because it implies or alludes to something that's separate from choice or a conscious thought. So this will get into murder, different types of murder. So like you ran somebody over by mistake. That's you murdered that person, you killed that person. Versus like premeditated murder. We would obviously say, well, I don't know if it's obvious, but I think for people who share like my morality, my moral priors, the person who had malicious intent that planned the shit out is worse than the person who accidentally hit the person because of their own incompetence or negligence. So we see these emotions or triggers that pop up. I think I wouldn't judge a person for feeling fear. I judge a person, or not even judge, or have like a measure of a person for feeling fear. I measure you based upon what you do while you're afraid. Do you cower? Do you fold? Or do you work through it and then I don't know, just work through it. That right there, I think, is the important part, because we can all have impulses. Like I always say, I don't care if you're thinking of some foul shit like, oh, like I want to, because I got some crazy fucking DMs from subscribers. My God, I don't care like if you're fantasizing about whatever the fuck you want to do with Mello. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I shouldn't know that, right? I don't care what you think. You can think bad things, inappropriate things, nasty things. I'm not like the thought police. I don't care about that. I care about what you do. And I think we had this conversation before in your podcast. I think to a certain degree, but
Maybe.
yeah, I don't want to police thought. Like you can think about like sexually assaulting a person, right? But if you don't do it, I'm gonna judge you based upon like the person who made a choice not to do that, not the person who thought it. Number one, I should never know that to begin with, because I can't read your mind. And then number two, those impulses, like I don't care about that. I care about what you manifest. But
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting based on these three concepts: instinct, stimuli, emotion. But yeah, you judge people based on the decisions, the choices that they make. But like, if someone innately has the idea that whatever, not idea, but the addiction to gambling, that's just they're born with it, then they can control whether or not to gamble. Yeah, I would assume so. Let's just assume it is for now.
okay.
They can control whether or not to gamble, but once they like learn about gambling and they're addicted to it or whatever, they can't control thinking about it. They can actively fight against it to minimize how they think about it, how often they think about it, such as like finding some other hobby to keep their mind busy. But they can't control the manifestation of thought of such a thing.
Well, how about I say it like this? Because I think maybe this will help. I'll meet you where you are. If you want to say, maybe I can draw this out. Okay, so there's like a dot at the bottom, a line in the middle, and a dot at top. Okay. The dot at the bottom is like the instincts, that like the thoughts. Hey, I have inappropriate thoughts. Just put a line in the middle of the first two dots. Just in between them. Yeah. No. Going the other way. The long one.
Yeah. What? Okay.
Yeah, like that. Okay. So the bottom dot is what you're talking about. So this would be the bottom dot, and the top dot is what I'm talking about. Just above that first line, that line there.
Okay.
The bottom dot is if you want to say what's your true self, then I would say number one, you have multiple selves. That'll be you have multiple selves, but getting away from that point, just keeping it simple, I would say yes, you're right. If you want to say the bottom dot, which is like your like more base instincts or like your natural inclination, and then the top one, I would say would be what you manifest. This would become through like what you do with what you feel or think. So you can say, I would say in totality, there are multiple versions of you. But if you want to get rid of that complication and just say that is just which one's the real you, then yeah, I would say like the one who thinks about like the inappropriate shit is probably the real you, yeah. But which one matters, you want to assign value to, I would say the top one. Because that line there is you making that choice to manifest that top dot, which would be what you do with your thoughts. Do you suppress them for the betterment of society and your role in it? Or do you enact upon them and then become a criminal or whatever the hell, depending on what the thought was initially? Yeah. So if you want to say who's right, then who is who, like who's the real you, then yeah, I would say you're right. But which version of you is more important, or what is the more important aspect in this equation? I would say the top dot for sure. But there you go.
Well, if we're going with like the idea of identity, then I think someone's true self encompasses their whole self. And so in this case, it would just include literally everything. I think so. Who you are by yourself and then who you are with other people, those are both you, and you can't suppress or mask or hide one of those because that's unhealthy to bottle up emotions in that way. So I'm told. And so I'm not saying to embrace killing someone, but to understand those emotions and to deal with them in a healthy way would be the best way to go about it. But like all that I'm saying, I don't think you disagree. I think that's just obvious stuff. So
Yeah, I agree with that.
don't know if there's much to add there.
Outside of the thing where like you can't hide or suppress, you absolutely can. But I get what you're saying. Like the understanding it and then dealing with it. That's the dealing with it part is the manifestation of what you're the underline. The dealing with it is the top dot. That's it. But I think a lot of people.
It's important to understand that it is you. Like, for example, if you have the urge to kill someone, you can't say, oh, well, that wasn't me who thought about it, regardless if you do it or not. You can't say, well, that was someone else. It was a fake thought. I didn't think that. No, you did think it, and you have to come to terms with it.
Yeah, you. So I think a lot of people don't. This is introspection. So I think a lot of people don't do this, especially like the pandemic. I heard a lot of stories where people were like by themselves. They like started freaking out. I'm like, that was me my whole life. Like the pandemic functionally did nothing for me. Like it changed nothing. Like I stayed by myself before, I stayed by myself during, I stayed by myself after. Like my life literally just got in a very fucked up way. It got better in terms of like how I dealt with society, because I got like, fucking deliveries to curbside. That was better than me going inside. Those types of things obviously is an awful, right? I got sick with the shit. I almost died. Okay, fuck. Trust me. But from like an introvert's standpoint, the world was like catching up with us. So I think that's the problem, is that people aren't willing to accept that they're not the shining beacon on the hill or like the hero of the story. Yeah, you're going to have some pretty nasty impulses and some pretty nasty desires. And that is an aspect of you, but it doesn't have to be the totality of you. And I think what really matters is what you do with those impulses. Do you understand them, know that they're there, know that is you, and try to find a healthy and productive and positive way of dealing with them, so that what you manifest into the world, the top dot, is something that is morally intact? Or do you not even understand and not put the work in to understand yourself through introspection, and then you manifest some kind of negativity into the world, and then you start going out and assaulting people and hurting people? That's kind of the issue. And I think this is a part of mental health education that should be a required curriculum in the educational system. Understanding like the mind. I don't think they teach that shit. At least, I don't know, when I was skipping classes, to be fair, I don't fucking know, but fighting in the fucking backwoods with the other deviant students. But yeah, I can't really say, but I assume that's something that they would want to teach to fucking kids alongside business. For whatever reason, it's not required curriculum. But yeah.
And again, I had a larger conversation with Compi about this where we were able to type things, so like the prose is probably a lot better anyways. And I'll probably turn this into a video at some point anyways, but just to go over this one part, I'm interested in what you think about this in terms of like Obito's true character. So I'll just read this out loud. Okay. Hypothetically, if Obito flip-flopped back to Obito's side afterwards, I think that's supposed to say Naruto's. So yeah. So like, we know that Obito started as Kid Obito, the good guy side, then he flopped to Madara's side, and then he flopped back to Naruto's side, and then he died. So, but like, yeah. So let's say this is after he loses the Ten Tails. He's already talked to Naruto, and he's gonna like betray Madara again. He's back to Naruto's side. I'm talking about this timeline, this version of Obito at that moment. So, hypothetically, if that just didn't happen, if Obito just was back on Madara's side, Madara could say the exact same thing of "you finally found yourself," because that's what Kakashi tells him once he comes back to his side. If Madara says this about Obito, is Madara correct? Because what makes Kakashi correct? Because Madara can be genuine when he says this. Madara spent enough time with Obito to know what he is actually like. Who's to say Madara wouldn't be correct? Who's to say Kakashi and Minato know the true Obito better than Madara? They know two different versions of Obito. The point is Obito changed. I personally believe when he changed, he became more like his true self, whereas you think he became less like his true self in reference to comic.
I think it depends on what do you think human beings' true self is? Do you think human beings are entities that trend towards negativity and destruction more so than positivity and creation, which is what I think. The former rather than the latter. So if you think human beings are inherently more negative than positive in a simple sense, then Obito trending towards a negative disposition would be more of him trending towards quote unquote his true self. I guess it just depends on what you think like the baseline for humans are.
Just as an example, just to make it as simple as I possibly can, to the point that it's almost utterly useless. It might even be just blatantly wrong, but like just to make it as simple as possible, as basic as I can. Sasuke is like generally a loner. He's like not good with socializing or talking to girls or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the series, Sasuke admits that he lost to Naruto. He admits that Naruto's side is correct or whatever. Naruto wins, and Sasuke changes. Sasuke, after changing, is still, his true character is still the loner who's bad at socializing, as we see through the rest of the timeline. That hasn't changed.
Okay. So let's dive a little deeper into this. So I think you have to make some distinctions, some categories. So when we say like true self, I think that's a little bit too all-encompassing, or it invokes that at least. So I would say like aspects of oneself, because I think there are multiple different facets of a person, multiple different aspects of a person. So Sasuke being a loner is not his true self. It's just an aspect of himself that manifests. And I think once you like do it that way, it'll be a little bit better, because these are like, it seems like we're doing like very broad sweeping like claims that I don't think kind of work when we're trying to talk about this. So like Obito maybe as a human has a negative disposition, because humans trend towards negativity because it's like more efficient for the body. It's like, hey, why would I do this thing that maybe your nature doesn't take into consideration morality. It just wants to do things in the most efficient way to save energy, and typically those things manifest themselves in like negative ways. Why date you when I can just take you and then I can reproduce? That's a more efficient energy way of reproducing. Or why grow my own food when I can let you do it and then I can like pillage? That's more efficient, but it manifests itself negatively in a negative sense from a moral standpoint. Okay, so there's like the baseline human inclinations, right? Negativity over positivity, and that's an aspect of Obito as a human. And then as a result of his nature and nurture, he starts to develop a certain kind of personality and character traits, which manifests into like Kid Obito in the many different variants. So there's a version of Kid Obito who's like insecure, but then he gets more confidence through lived experiences. Then now he becomes like 13-year-old Obito from his 10-year-old self, so now he's a little bit more confident. So there's that version of Obito, which is an aspect of him. And then there's the version of that boy who went through like devastating losses and trauma. And then that spawned a different version of him. So that's an aspect of him. And then it's like the boy who had to embody another person's persona and then do all these other acts on other people. The one who had his ideology changed. There's just different versions of that character throughout his timeline that are all aspects of him, but they are all indeed him. So when you get to like, Mado was saying, you've arrived at your true self, it's not incorrect, but it's also not absolutely correct. It's like I think it would be more accurate to say, you've arrived at a version of yourself, but this doesn't work in back and forth in like a typical conversational. It's too structured and rigid and cold and calculating, but you've arrived at an aspect of yourself that I'm familiar with versus your true self. because this will be from Madara's subjective point of view, not objectively the case, because no one ever gives you everything. There's always aspects of a person that they keep to themselves. I think they call in Japanese, I learned about this in the recent Shogun adaptation, the newest one. There's like masks that you wear, and there's mask for the people, and there's your own mask that you keep for yourself. So Madara is incapable of ever knowing the true Obito. So even when he says your true self, it's a subjective truth from Madara's perspective, and not an objective truth. So number one, he's wrong objectively, but correct subjectively, and correct about an aspect of Obito that he presented to Madara, but not the totality of Obito himself. If that all made sense, but yeah.
Okay.
So this gets interesting into what even a true self is, because I think we might have different definitions of it. I don't have a definition written out here, and I would like to think about it off stream, just so that I can have like a lot of time to actually do it with my own thoughts or whatever. But thoughts on a true self. Well, I have a lot written out here. A lot of this goes over Kawaki, a lot of this goes over Obito, and I'll get to this in a minute. So I believe that when you're backed into a corner, your true self emerges. Therefore, I think you can present your true self outwardly, and therefore others can determine what your true self is. You just need the scenario to do so.
So this would be either the reaction. So it'll be like external elements are going to determine like who you are and who you become. So how you react to those, if you're talking about like instinctual reactions, being your true self, versus actions made from like conscious decision making and choices, from those external factors being your true self. I would say that only really works if you think like you can only embody true self in so whatever version of yourself that you embody at any given moment, in that moment is you, your true self, quote unquote. So then you would factor in like time. So like whatever mind state I was in, or whatever I was putting out into the world 5 minutes ago, would be like my true self 5 minutes ago, specifically then. But like now, 5 minutes in forwards, my true self could be completely different. I could be like more jovial, more happy. So that's like the true me that I'm portraying, because it's true to my emotions or feelings or whatever the case may be. And I think you want to spend some more time defining true self, and I think that's where the key to this ingredient is going to be. Once you figure that out, what that truly is, then I think you'll have maybe your answer there. But I think it's kind of baked into like the word, the true self. So hey,
okay,
am I sad internally and I'm portraying something happy externally? Then that's not my true self. My true self would be I'm sad internally. That's the truth, and I put that out into the world, and that's the true self that's being demonstrated. But I'm not always sad, so I might be happy 5 minutes from now. So then that would be my true self. It's a shifting thing. It's not cemented, and there's like multiple variants of you, given stimulus and how you react to it. But yeah.
Would you say true nature is another way to say true self, or is that something else?
True nature, I think it's distinct. I think it's different.
Interesting. Okay, so based on that, would you say the difference is the true self can change, whereas the true nature cannot?
I think I would like a little bit more time to think on it, but just to answer the question now,
That's fine.
I think your nature can change, but it's extremely difficult for it to change. And a lot of people don't have enough like knowledge of themselves to even get to the point where they can even make that happen. I think like for me, I'm still the same like kid that I was when I was a kid, but I just like kind of grew older and had like more responsibilities. But I still like, there's a reason why I talk about cartoons and anime and like still collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards and shit like that. I'm just like a kid that got older. I'm still me at the core of it all. Like I'm still like a little sassy and a little spunky and like a little overconfident. I'm a little arrogant at times, ego, right? Even if I try to manage all of that, like there's still like a core to me that's like unshakable, right? All of those things are aspects of me. Yeah. So it's interesting though, like defining like nature and self. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, for now, I think I'm gonna go with that idea to make it as simple as possible. I would, if I had more time to think about it, I could probably say more specific things, but I think true self can change, true nature can't. That was gonna be one of the questions: is do you think your true self can change? But it seems like you've already indicated yes, you think so. Going based off of that, so something I was saying earlier is I think your true self emerges when you're backed into a corner. I think it's important to explain why rather than just to say that. What happens when you're backed into a corner? This is what I was getting at with those examples the other day, the Kakashi versus Endeavor example. I was saying a Demon Slayer thing, but you haven't seen it yet, so I can't lay that as an example. I think I used another example as well. Then there was also one we actually never got to, which was going to be JJK. You also haven't seen that. Okay, so 2 examples you haven't seen yet, but watch more series and then you'll get it. So the Kakashi and Endeavor one, at the very least, I know we covered those. That's when a person's being backed into a corner. They don't have any other excuses, anything to turn to, any way they can run away. They're being forced to confront themselves, which is something they don't want to do. Their mask is being lowered, fight or flight response, instinct, and they're being forced to make a choice.
Is that true though?
One that they would never make unless they had to. In this case, they're being forced to by being forced into the corner.
But
Another example of this is Naruto confronting Pain when he says that he has no answer. That's the final example of someone being like this in anime that I can reference off the top of my head.
So I think maybe you should view it from 2 perspectives. One would be the practical mind or the logical mind, and then the one would be like the impractical or illogical mind. Because I think human beings encompass both at any given moment. So like I think it would be like practical to think or logical to think like, hey, a person is confronted with a certain like situation, and as a result they have a certain like they're going to do this. But a lot of people, when confronted by certain like stimulation, you would think like, oh, this would show their true selves. They go inwards instead of expressing outwards. They break, or they'll go to their happy place, or they'll delude themselves. Like, hey, I'm a content creator and I think my stuff is really good, but like you can't even get like 100 subs and you've been doing it for a year, right? Like you're confronted with like, I don't know, like I mean, your mom's like, you get a job. Like you're confronted with like who are you? Like, do you acknowledge, you know what, this ain't working, I gotta try something different? Or do you say, no, I have to go again, like maybe for another month, and then like surely if I upload more. Sometimes I think it's important to take into consideration the impracticality of the human mind. It just seems like you're going based upon like logical 1-to-1. But you see, like when you're confronted, you do X, Y, and I like no. When you're confronted, sometimes you don't do X, Y, and Z. Sometimes you do fucking A, B, and C, and that shit don't even make no sense why you did that, but you still did it anyways. I think that's important too.
Well, what you're saying there is interesting, particularly when you say the word deluded. That goes along with the writing element you were discussing earlier of the mask. It's a shield that they put up around themselves to protect themselves, their vulnerabilities, from pain that they've experienced in the past so that they never have to experience it again.
Mm-hmm.
A really common example of this that's very simple to understand is Shrek. At the beginning of Shrek 1, he's embracing his ogre side to scare away all of humans because humans have hurt him in the past. But humans are also able to help him. But he doesn't want to risk even bothering the possibility of them helping him because of the possibility that they'll just hurt him again. He's been hurt once. It can happen again. He doesn't want to have to deal with that. So he puts the mask up so that he can never even get to the point that he can be hurt. He's not going to allow himself the possibility to be helped so that he can prevent the possibility of him being hurt. That's his delusion, the mask, shield, wound, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Bringing that to anime, you can apply this to Obito. This is what Kamui usually does. And he says that Obito's like adult self or whatever, and this is presented in the narrative through shenanigans or whatever, which I think are safeguards of the series.
that don't necessarily make sense and are limitations of the author, but that's a whole bigger discussion. But he's saying that Obito's true self is always his kid self, and that the adult self is the delusion. He's lying to himself. It's the mask that he puts up. His second mask that Naruto says he's going to take off when he's talking to Tintel's Obito.
Mm-hmm.
Narrative
So I would say
aside.
for Kamui, how I would say for if I was had Kamui's perspective, I would say Obito's nature is his kid self, but his true self is whatever he's portraying at any given time. That's how I would say it.
Interesting. Okay.
And even then, I might not agree with that. But,
yeah. If we're looking at nature, so the thing that, and we're going with my interpretation, that true self can change and that nature can't change. If we're going with Obito's nature, I think his adult self is his nature and his kid self is not. So it's the exact opposite of Kamui in that regard. I think when he's a kid, he's hiding himself. Basically, his mask, wound, shield, whatever. It's basically Rin and the rest of his comrades, as well as everything else I was saying earlier, like the way he was raised or whatever he was raised a certain type of way to think certain types of things.
right.
And so because he has hope through things such as Rin that he doesn't want to let go, he's allowing himself to live in this delusion of what he thinks the world is.
And what do you think he thinks the world is?
What he thinks, well, what adult Obito thinks the world is. It's just hell, basically.
So you think kid Obito is living in the delusion? Hold on,
because he
rephrase that again.
has attachments that allows him to. Yeah, Kid Obito would prefer to not feel the pain of this world of hell, and he's able to hide away from that because he has things surrounding him that he can, or that can latch onto him, that he can latch onto, that prevent him from having to confront himself in that regard.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to get to. Okay, so you're saying Kid Obito thinks that the world is hell. Like, this is a thought that crossed his mind. Like,
No, it's... Okay, what I should say is that it's not something he believes in, but it's something he knows is true.
Okay, you have an example of
that? Sounds contradictory, but it's not.
Can you give me an example of him, like just anything like that got you to that conclusion? Like just a moment in the series?
Well, just as an example, Obito wants to change the world, implying that he knows it's bad because why change it if it's good?
Which version of Obito?
And
Kid, adult?
Open the world. Kid Obito.
Kid Obito wants to change the world. Through what means?
Yeah.
Like how?
Becoming Hokage, ending war, etc.
Okay.
Yeah.
So start over. So he wants to change the world to what again?
To be his ideal, better version of the world because he has hope in the world.
Yes, I think everybody. Well, not everybody, but even sadistic people still they want to live in a world where they get to do their sadistic shit. So yeah.
Well, once you strip away the things that allowed Obito to not confront himself, such as Rin, you take that away from Obito, he now is forced to confront himself, and all that goes away, and his true nature comes out.
Okay, so we take away the things
there, adding on top of them.
So when you take away the things,
you're stripping him down to his bare bones.
You take away things that force him to confront himself. So those things that were forcing him to not confront himself would be Rin?
Well, the opposite of that. Yeah. So Rin was something that meant Obito did not have to confront himself. If you take away things such as Rin, Obito has nothing left to turn to, no excuses left. He's forced to confront himself when you take all that away.
So just based upon what you're saying, from Kid Obito's point of view, the world is not what he wants it to be. So he has a desire to change it into an ideal version for him. But this part is kind of weird. But I feel like this would have to be the distraction. I guess I don't really, because you're saying like so basically like Reen, society, like they're all acting as a distraction that is well, they're acting as something that's distracting Obito from like his true nature, which would be to want a world that conform to his desires. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Let me just use an example, and then we can get back to this point. So going to Naruto versus Pain, the entire time Naruto had no answer. That wasn't something that changed. That's just something that Naruto had to eventually admit. Something he knew all along, but didn't want to believe in. Taking that back to Obito, it's not that killing Reen changed something. It's taking away the things that allowed Naruto to just believe or not believe in that.
Obito?
For Obito, yeah.
So Reen effectively is an umbrella stopping the rain from hitting Obito. Once you remove the umbrella, then this true state of reality happens and it's raining and you're wet. Or she can, in another example...
Yes, that's a good analogy because
yeah.
Obito can see the rain. He knows it's raining.
Mm-hmm.
But the umbrella is something to shield himself away from the rain that he knows is happening. Once you take away the umbrella, it's still raining. It always was. Obito always knew it was. But now, he has to confront the rain. It's raining on him.
Okay. I think then you would maybe... So there's a few things. First, I guess the rain in this case would be like the external world, and obviously, and so basically like degrees of severity. So like when Obito experiences the external world, is his experience bad enough that would make him want to like make a change, or that would prompt the desire to change it? So basically, if you're going from like the world is hell, or like, man, this world is inconvenient, I want to change it, or like this world is hell, I want to change it. Those are two very different extremes. Like one's very extreme, one's the other. It's like, where does Kid Obito, like from like his origin, along like his analysis of the external world, like where is that? Is that like the same as adult Obito, to where like he thinks everything's like hell? That's pretty extreme. Versus, man, like the ninja world's kind of like fucked up. I don't really like it that much, but like, you know, Rin's cool and Kakashi's cool, but I don't want to tell him he's fucking cool. But, you know, I really want to become a Hokage so that, like, Rin can, like, acknowledge me and all this stuff. Like even what he wants to do is, like, it stems from a very innocent mind. Like, just, even for Naruto, it's like, hey, I want to become a Hokage. Why? So that they can, like, acknowledge me. It's like, yeah, it's very, like, childlike. Then it evolved into something more later on, but his initial rationale or, like, reason why. But, yeah.
I don't think that's the case, because... there's one scene when Rin gets captured. Kakashi doesn't want to go after Rin. Obito does. They get into the argument. And at one point in time, before Obito goes off to save Rin by himself, and then Kakashi joins later on, Obito looks back at Kakashi, and he says that he wants to eradicate this current shinobi system, the current system of the world. He wants to eradicate it. He has this very fierce look on his face. Nothing's changed. This wasn't a realization. This is something Obito always thought. It's just not coming out to a surface level.
Okay, so let me shave this down to its core then. Obito is a person. Obito's true nature is that he's a person who wants to change the world in his image, and that manifests itself consistently over his timeline. He just does it in different ways, or has like a way or a desire to do it in a different way. Kid Obito wants to become Hokage to fulfill that base desire. Adult Obito wants to put everyone in like an infinite Tsukuyomi to fulfill that base desire, but that base desire is consistent. Just the manifestation of it is different. So his character trait would be he's the type of person who wants to mold the world in his image. And Rin in society, these are aspects that are masking that, because there may be good positive moments that he has with Rin that distracts him from the actual material reality of the world. So like he can live in a positive, happy moment with Rin on a bench somewhere, but the world is still intolerable to him. It's like a an oasis in a desert, but it's still a desert.
It allows something like Rin allows Obito to not care that the world is bad and he knows it. Kind of like in the same way, it's a comfort almost. Billionaires are comfortable despite knowing that the world is bad and that they could change it.
So that was my first point. Not the billionaire thing, but what I just said. And I get what you're saying.
Sure,
So the second point that I think is that might apply to everybody and not just Obito. But that doesn't mean like your conclusion is incorrect. It would just be like, Obito is this, but then like, so is everybody else. Because I think, yeah, there's like multiple people with that storyline, or like there's multiple people right now like who's working a 9-to-5 job that's like fucking miserable as fuck. Like everybody wants to make a change in the world. Like even the people who don't want to, like, there's something that you don't want to do that you have to do. But yeah, so if you could, you would change it. But like maybe you get suppressed by like, I don't know, a Netflix TV show. So you get distracted from like that desire. But I think that's everybody.
That's okay, because I think Obito's more of the example rather than specifying Obito. He's just the best example in my opinion. Because this applies to Sasuke as well. This is the reason Sasuke leaves the village, because he knows if he stays in the village, he's gonna be content. He knows Itachi's bad, but if he stays in the village, he's worried. Not worried. He knows if he stays in the village, his love bond family of Team 7, it's going to prevent Sasuke from getting stronger to go after Itachi, which is something he wants to dedicate his focus to.
So what would you say is Sasuke's nature?
It's an interesting question. So I don't know if I would use the word Avenger. I wrote this in podcast topics, so I want to talk about this with Kami as well. But something I would point at is in Naruto the novels, whichever novel it is, Sasuke Guide, and I don't even think that's an actual novel, whatever, one of the Sasuke novels.
Can I guess real quick where you're going with this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sasuke, his true nature is that he's the type of person who wants to, I guess like avenge. So like it manifests itself consistently, like with his clan. The stuff what happens with like Kaguya, that's why he's gone, because he's trying to, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, well, but whatever, continue please.
Maybe that's the end goal, but I think that's interesting. So like hypothetically, let's just say I'll go away from my example, I'll come back to it in a minute. Let's just go with this. So his true nature, let's just assume right now it is to avenge. What this means is that,
or to be a loner.
I'm gonna go with avenge just for this. Yeah. So Itachi didn't change anything for Sasuke. Itachi awakened something that was always dormant within Sasuke. Sasuke always wanted to avenge. He just didn't realize it, because so up until that point, he never had anything to avenge. Whether Itachi killing his clan happened when Sasuke was 2 years old or 18 years old, the same conclusion is going to come about, not because of Sasuke's anguish over his clan, but because he's always been an avenger, whether or not he's carried that out or even realized that or not. Again, just like in the same way of the gambling addiction example from earlier. Assuming it's even right, I'm assuming it is for now. That 4-year-old, if you show them gambling, they're going to get addicted. If they're 92 when you show it, they'll get addicted. If you never show it to them, they're never going to know that they're addicted, but they are addicted to gambling. That just is their true nature.
Yeah, I think a lot of this stuff, the Avenger thing is funny. He was born an Avenger. I was born an Avenger. Jeez. Like, you didn't give me my breast milk when I asked for it. I will avenge this fucking this affront to my personhood. Yeah. That's some Stewie shit right there, boy. I just think like at the core of this, there are like consistent traits, like consistent human traits, or consistent traits that humans manifest, and at the foundation, that's what we're talking about with Obito, or even as Sasuke, because there's a lot of different ways you can go about it with Sasuke. Yeah.
This is why I don't prop up Naruto. This is why Kamui hates me for it.
Well,
I do want to get back to my Sasuke example from earlier, because this does go along that line. Well, if you have something to say first, it's fine.
I know, I'm just curious about the propping up of Naruto. Like, why would you need to prop up Naruto?
Yeah, because he's such a good guy.
Oh, okay.
It's no darkness.
I think the more interesting aspect of Naruto is when he like
Oh, you're right.
the masks he wears, like who is actually Naruto? Because like
Yeah.
I was finding it interesting, like when he was
Yeah.
about to go up against Neji, bro was like he couldn't even sleep. He was so scared and nervous. So is the Naruto the one that like takes the blood with the fist and puts the fist out to Neji and puts up his like front, or is the Naruto like the scared, like insecure little boy who's like anxiety ridden and really nervous and like who's really Naruto at that point?
I think that is
The real Naruto as well. And
I agree.
Naruto's willing to overcome any obstacle. He's very strong, let's just say yang energy, physical energy, which is why he's better at battlefield stamina than he is logical work such as becoming Hokage or studying to become Jonin or taking the written test of the Chunin exams or following orders or rules or memorizing a code in the Forest of Death. It's consistent throughout the whole series. Even training with Jiraiya, he's doing the physical training, but when it comes to the philosophy Jiraiya is trying to teach him, that doesn't sink in back then. So it's a consistent thing with Naruto's character. He's always been the stamina fighter guy, physical energy guy, but never been the mental energy guy. Also just canonically the dunce Ashura's reincarnation or whatever. But then other aspects of Naruto character are, for example, his like it's ironic because I think Naruto's character just straight up changes. I'm not going to use the word retcon or contradiction, but like part 1 feels more consistent than part 2 of Naruto's emotional understanding. He has very in-depth understanding. Like when he talks to Haku or Neji, he's able to resonate with them on a way that no one else can. That's the whole point of Talk no Jutsu being so effective, especially in that first arc. He's fighting through his words, not through his fists. The fact that he's able to do that, going back to that conversation, the fact that he's able to say the things he can say, to think to say those things, is incredible for Naruto's character. And I feel like he kind of loses that later on. But getting to my point, though, is that, for example, so another example of this is the fact that Naruto says to Sasuke, even though we've never said it, you and I are friends. So to Naruto, I think that's Naruto's true nature, even though that's something he's never acted upon until he was forced into a corner of which he's using his tone, diction, whatever, a very emotional outburst. He's crying as he looks to Sasuke and he's screaming, because we're friends. And he like tries to break his bones, but yeah. The fact that he had to be forced to that point in order to say it, he couldn't just come right out and say it, I think is important. That goes to the like backed into a corner thing I was describing earlier. And it's something you were saying earlier. It's the way people say things to an extent that does and doesn't matter based on this. Because it's an idea they've already had. Going back to the Obito thing. He was fierce when he told Kakashi that he'll eradicate the system because he was forced into a corner to where he had to say it out loud. That's something he was always thinking, just like on the day-to-day, he's hanging out with Rin, oh yeah, I'm going to eradicate this system, but he's never going to come right out and say it. In the same way, Naruto can hang out with Sasuke and think they're friends, but he's never going to admit that out loud until he's forced into a corner.
Yeah, I think your conversation, because like there's even a layer deeper than that, but I think it kind of ends your conversation. It's just like just start from like the beginning. Just human being, like humans are entities that have a certain kind of disposition, just based upon like what we're made of and like the environments we find ourselves into, and that would be at a foundational level. Like even if you want to say like Obito's the type of person who was always always wanted to change, well, like, that's like everybody to varying different degrees. But like, where does that come from? That desire to like manipulate one's environment, to curate it, and then like where does that come from? And then where does that come from? Like it just the origin of all of it is just like our genetics, the chemicals in our brain, the just the thing that we are, right, and how we came about in nature leads us to these conclusions. It's a human element at play, which is why I would find it interesting this conversation was had with a character that wasn't human. Because then maybe those biological incentives wouldn't manifest certain conclusions. But then the problem becomes that those things in reality, as far as we know, time of recording, don't actually exist. So we can't measure what they would actually be like. So in fiction, we can only create those entities, but they'll always be tethered to an aspect of humanity. So they'll manifest human traits, even if in the fiction, biologically, they shouldn't. So then it becomes almost impossible to even have the conversation. Because I think at the end of it, at the foundation of all of it, is just humans going to human. So, and this is why I would say, for me, one of my ideal futures, as I mentioned before many times in passing my streams, is that like I think humanity through artificial general intelligence, because even AI will be a good example of this. Something that doesn't have like a physical body, time of recording, but would manifest certain conclusions. I think those conclusions would be based upon human input because it was created by humans and it learned from human data sets. So I think it would be human 2.0, a human in just a different form. So, but my point would be like, I think humans should transcend what it means to be human so we can become a new type of human, and then maybe those negative conclusions or aspects won't manifest. But then you will have a problem with a lot of people, because then you have to ask the question, what is it to be human? And if you change or deviate from that answer, then now you're not human. Or if you attempt to deviate from that, now you're something that's trying to play God, and then it becomes really interesting. So maybe humans were always meant to try to play God, right? Maybe humans are God, and we try to maybe we're the type of entities that want to lessen our impact as some kind of survival mechanism. So we craft and create some entities that will help us cope with the material reality. So we have God, so God makes us feel safe. So now we can be in a perpetual state of infancy. We will have to be 100% responsible for all of our actions because, God, right? He'll forgive us for all of our sins, depending on what you believe, right? So these things may manifest, these concepts, societies, like a need to coalesce and make things easier from a utilitarian standpoint. All of these like concepts that we come to think are normal may manifest from like, or definitely manifest from like some biological disposition. So I think that's the heart of it all. And then you can maybe manifest it in different ways, in different people, in different circumstance and contexts. But at the heart of it is just humans going to human.
Okay. So going back to Kashi and Koji's multiverse really quick.
I got you.
So you were saying AI, and that reminded me of an example that I wanted to use for one of the points. That being the driving thing, the like driving for 500 miles with your eyes closed. Is it possible? Technically, physically, yes. So AI is another great example of this. So I don't have like a video pulled up, but like, you've probably seen them from like Code Bullet or whoever does AI videos of like AI learning to run, and then they do like 500 generations of them doing random moves until eventually they figure out the most optimal movement to quote unquote run or move in a maze or direction or obstacle course or whatever they're doing.
Right.
Even a race car. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but based upon your description, I get the gist. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll run like 500 generations, and then in each generation they'll have like 20 clones or whatever. By the way, is this guy a scammer? Really quick.
I don't even know who that is, bro.
Yeah, neither do I. He commented on the channel, almost 500k subs, randomly Roblox, free gift cards in the link below. And he commented on the channel saying, "You're gonna be famous!" Exclamation mark.
Probably a scammer. Probably. Or
okay, I know if I would need to block him or what.
Well, Roblox is really big, number one. And then also he might just think that your content is so excellent that you're gonna blow up one time. It's just his way of saying that. So it might not be
perfect.
A scammer.
Yeah, thanks, guy.
But free gift cards in the description is nasty work. I don't know about that, bro. I'm suspect of anybody who does I think Roblox is probably more so for kids and teenagers, so I don't know. But
yeah. Let me see if I can find a video saying what I want.
I mean, I get the...
And let's play tag might be good.
I get the gist, but yeah, you sure.
Yeah. Okay, this is going. Okay. So this guy... Yeah. So...
Wait.
Regardless of the
Why is your
ridiculousness of what this
background
looks like,
white? Why?
it's just on my phone. It's black.
Oh
That
god,
makes
it
me
makes
feel
my
better.
eyes hurt. But yeah, please continue.
Here, I'll even do that, so better. Yeah. So he'll do like 100 this is generation 11. I'll even mute it. So they're like doing their way. The lion's gonna kill him if it touches them. So they're trying to get as far as they can, as fast as can. And each generation learns from the last, and he'll have like 100 clones per generation. So like this is the clone that's doing the best. All the other clones are gonna learn from this one in the next generation to try and do their own thing through the neural network, like as you see. I don't know, bro, but like the point is, yeah, it dies, and he's gonna do it again. Okay. Can I get like to the first
so basically how humans should be learning from their predecessors and not repeating the same mistakes, but we don't. Like, hey, like Josh ate that mushroom. Cool. Josh died. Maybe we shouldn't eat that mushroom. Like that type shit.
Yeah. That reminds me of a funny meme of like Caveman 1 eats mushroom, Caveman 2 like violent diarrhea, Caveman 1 dies, Caveman 2 noted.
Right. Right. And then he's the only one that survived. So
yeah. Okay. So but for this, so this is generation 1. So they haven't learned from anything. They're just throwing the AI in here. Mm-hmm. They're not going to go anywhere. They're all going to die besides this one. That's just random. It's random movement. It doesn't know it's doing this. It just did it. So generation 2, they're all going to learn from generation 1, and they're just going to do better. And it's multiple clones just to give more of an opportunity, just to make it speed up. So it doesn't take a billion generations. It only takes like 70, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one's doing a lot better based off generation 1. So my point, going with the infinite thing, if you're going with generation 1, there is an upper limit threshold of how far generation 1 can get. If you multiply these clones by infinity, no matter what, none of generation 1 is going to be anywhere near as good as generation whatever this is.
Yeah, because you're only increasing the clones. You're not increasing the time in which they have to learn. So yeah, that wouldn't really work. Now, if you increase generations 1's time in which they have to learn, like say that beam comes like hella fucking slow, but they still need then they will learn how to run. Hell, they'll probably learn how to fly. But you just gotta give them enough time. So generation 1 will figure it out. Yeah.
No, generation 1 can't figure it out. They're doing random moves the entire time. They learn from the previous generation, not from their own generation.
No, I mean like if you give them like infinity amount of time to figure it out, like to not get hit, like to figure out how, like, hey, because even in generation 1, one of them figure out how to move in the opposite direction of the thing that's going to kill it. It'll just do that. It may not like run in the conventional sense, but it'll figure out a way to get its like form from point A to point B away from like the killing thing. Yeah, but but that aside, I get your point. Let's continue.
Yeah, so if the laser is slow enough, then yes. I think the point is that the laser is fast enough to where generation... My example in this is that laser 1, the generation is... Oh my god. The laser is faster than generation 1 can move. Yeah. So applying this to the car example, if you have infinite clones of me doing the car thing with generation 1, assuming I learn like an AI, so I can't just adapt on the fly, then if I'm blindfolded and I'm trying to drive, generation 1 is never gonna make it 500 miles, regardless if there's infinite of me.
Now, if it was proven in our reality that you have infinite possibilities, then it would. But that's not the reality. But yeah, just in our reality, yeah, sure, yeah, you got no shot, kid.
Because this way, if I was able to have multiple generations, I could figure out when to make decisions. I might not know which decision to make, but I can know when I would die from indecision, informing me, learning of when to make decision. So inevitably, one clone of me in some other generation will eventually make it to the 500 miles. Through luck, I'll admit it. They don't know which direction turn, they just know to turn.
I'm interested, well, I guess it'd just be the prompt. Because like at least they know they're going in a different direction, but I guess it's like how they get how they're going in the different direction is kind of like the point. So what's the end of this video?
Yeah, so
Are they like running, like sprinters?
They're not running conventional. They're doing the most optimal movement, which I think is just like somersaults for this physics engine and this
Yeah.
model.
Mm.
But it's like a really weird, janky movement. Here, let's just see whatever. Oh, okay, this
Okay.
like it even like sliding, if that's a physics thing that it can do.
Bro just went in the
Almost looks like
opposite
flop.
direction. Wait, if those were
Wow, yeah.
if those were penises, are these vaginas? Bruh.
Oh my god. Now, like even galloping, maybe. But yeah, like it's doing this. This is the most optimal way of it to learn. So it's just gonna keep doing that, but more and more efficiently. As ridiculous. Like, this is the best way for this thing to run in this universe, as funny as that is. Because the way this works is it's a risk and reward system. It's not considering all the clones, only the clone that survives the longest, which in this case is going to be the clone that moves the farthest right to avoid the laser. And any clone that touches the laser, it's learning not to do whatever it did. That's the neural network of the brain of the AI. So any clone that moves to the left, it knows not to do that. Or that movement that would result in that, I should say.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because like Generation 1, it's either doing nothing, it's moving left, it's moving right, it's moving freaking up if it wants to. It doesn't know what to do because it doesn't have direction yet. It doesn't know it's supposed to be running to the right. It doesn't even know that there's a laser coming to kill it. It doesn't have a risk or reward yet until Generation 2.
How does this correlate to the Boruto series? You said that gave you an idea about the timeline, the Koji.
Yeah, so the driving example, I think it would need multiple generations because with this hypothetical to where the laser's fast enough that it will kill Generation 1, no matter how many clones there are, even if there's infinite. In the same example, if there's infinite versions of me and this is Generation 1, no version can make it that 500 miles.
If that's how you're setting it up, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, that is how I'm setting it up. So
Yeah.
There you go.
If it's like the Boruto universe, then no, you're not correct. Because it's infinite time and then infinite possibilities. So there has to be. Well, that's not entirely true. If there's a version of you who can succeed, there's a version that will fail, and then vice versa. So yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Coming back to this, a little bit of a conversation from earlier, but this timeline's essentially retroactively made. Something I want to add on to this is, so let's say this is the first choice to make it to this timeline. This is important because this is the first moment of the timeline that is accessible, but it's not the first moment of the timeline. It's still 4B. It's not 1B. Because there's still a 3, 2, and 1B before this that just isn't accessible. Because this is the first moment where they can go there through the line connecting it.
Is there a question? Or a statement?
No, but that's basically what I was getting at with the doing this thing from earlier.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So I think in between timeline A and then timeline B, I think are different timelines. So like when you say like Koji's like your choices even now are changing time. There's like little mini time, like it's not even mini time, they're just timelines. Like they're just going through just to arrive at B. So it'll almost be like timeline A and then timeline, I don't know, Z. And there's like a multitude of different ones in between there before they ever get to B. But you have to shift through those different timelines because with each choice that's made, or rather with each action that's made, is going to branch you over, no matter what. It just depends on like what you think is more important. Like those images, like 4B, like that 4 in the B in the box would be like the image of I don't know, Baryon mode Naruto. But the one in front of it is blank. The one in front of 4B is blank. So this would be like one of those events that aren't like as but this gets interesting. If you're trying to like ascertain value from how it's visually depicted versus just understanding like the concept as described and then creating your own visual, which is what I'm doing, the opposite of what you're doing. So since you're trying to ascertain value from the image depicted, it gets like really difficult because I think you're like you're basically like there's assumptions that you're making that aren't confirmed, and your assumptions may be counter to what actually is. So like the conclusions you arrived at might not make sense based upon what actually is occurring, or the conclusion that you arrive at may actually be just incorrect, which may make none of it make sense, or make it even more complicated. So it's interesting.
I would agree, which is why I'm excited for more information. But until then, I'm gonna do this anyways.
I respect it. I rock with it.
Something you're saying is interesting. So, okay, do you think it's possible to jump over timelines? Like, I know I don't have it written here, but let's say there's a timeline C below. Is it possible to go from timeline A to timeline C, or do they have to go to timeline B first?
In a universe that establishes infinite possibilities, it has to be one that happened. Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. In that case, do you think it's okay? Then you think you can jump to any timeline from any timeline?
Yeah. I'll just repeat the same thing I just said.
Okay.
But the mechanics, like, so you have to introduce like a mechanic that would allow you to do it. But like, just like there's universes where like Boruto like learned Flying Thunder God, there has to be one where you didn't. But that's like an ability. So that's why I always like kind of give caveats with like my examples, like excluding some ability that's established in the verse that allows you. Because I think through omnipotence you could break all this shit just by the description of it, like the will to make anything real. Yeah. So it gets like kind of weird because like if you have omnipotence, you can make anything real. Anything real is like infinite possibilities. So it's like infinite possibilities versus infinite possibilities. Who fucking wins? Well, one is like something that's like kind of occurring through like nature in the verse, and then one's like an ability that like subverts almost nature in the verse. And like which one would win? I would argue omnipotence would win out because it's influenced like a natural occurring thing, which would be like the multiverse. Unless it's not, the multiverse came about from an ability like omnipotence. So then it gets like fucking interesting, like what the source, like the egg or the chicken. But like if theoretically you're like you know what omnipotence, like my will is to make the multiverse not exist. Well, that creates a contradiction because the multiverse does exist. There has to, and infinite possibilities occur through the law of large numbers. There has to be a version of a person who had omnipotence who did the inverse. So it's like almost canceling each other out. It's fucking weird. So it's interesting, but that's an aside. Please continue.
There's two different interesting ideas I'd like to play with, and let's just hear me out for now, regardless if it's right or wrong, because I think based on this it would be wrong.
Gotcha.
But two different ideas I think would be a fun, at least to theorize, is one, let's just say it's possible that there would be a timeline that is only accessible from one other timeline. And let's just say this is the best possible future, the timeline Koji's trying to get to. Let's say it's timeline Q. And timeline Q is only possible to get to if you jump to it from timeline X. But like just because you're in timeline X doesn't mean you're going to get there. It just means the decision has to be made to get to timeline Q. Mm-hmm. But in this case, Koji would say that we need to be in timeline X just for the chance to get to timeline Q.
Yeah. So I think what you... I'm sorry, were you done?
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
For the first one. Given
that example, there would have to be like a flow of time that's like normal to even allow you to be able to make choices to get to X. And then within X's timeline, there needs to be an occurrence where time ceases to exist. And then begins again. Or you can remove the begin again part and timeline X's time ceases to exist, but there's a method in which you can branch and then go over to Q. And so it's like what Q R S T B W X, so X. So you like, I guess X will be at the bottom, and then working up towards Q would be like, so Z past or before A is forwards in time. So if you're working from like X to try to get to Q, then maybe you need to like go through all the letters in between Q and X, these will be other timelines to get there. So like, hey, X's timeline is cut off. Let me hop over to what comes before X? I can't do it in reverse. P, Q, R, S, T, U, P, W. W, yes, okay. So then you have to jump over to W, and then whatever comes before W, jump there, and then whatever to get to Q. Is either that, which I think is like more the normal timeline way, or X just cuts off, and then there is no fucking W. Like, for whatever reason, W is just like off. Like, in the multiverse of possibilities, time ceases to exist in that one. And then everything in between Q and X, they just cease to exist. So you, in order to get to Q, there has to be something that exists in X that allows you to. That's not normal to like anything before Q or after X, type shit. But it just depends on how you set up the scenario.
I'm almost seeing it like a Rubik's. Yeah, I'm almost seeing it like a Rubik's Cube in this case, where timeline Q, the good timeline, is going to be when the Rubik's Cube is complete. And then timeline X would be the state that Rubik's Cube solvers would like the Rubik's Cube to be in the position of in order to do the pattern that they know to do, which will solve it.
Say that one more time.
So, okay, I'll use a different example that might be a little bit more clear.
Okay.
So, someone, a master chess player, can determine that they will checkmate you in 5 moves.
Okay.
They would love to be in that position because they've already guaranteed that they've won the game. But they still have to do those 5 moves. But those 5 moves don't change anything.
They do change something. I'm trying to find the word.
Let's just say it's like a scenario that is unwinnable. So the person is guaranteed to win.
Okay.
It's just going to take 5 moves.
It'll take 5 moves and they're guaranteed to win. So you're saying that the person who's guaranteed to win has to move the pieces in order to arrive at that conclusion, but moving those pieces doesn't change anything?
Well, what I'm saying is that, like, winning would be the timeline Q. It's the best possible whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to get to the win, what they're aiming for, timeline X, is they're aiming for the position to where they're guaranteed that win in 5 moves. That's what they're actually aiming for. Because once they have it, they're guaranteed the timeline Q. In this case, for Boruto, they wouldn't have the guarantee, but like I think you get at least the idea.
So the conclusion is in timeline Q, which will be the winning of the game, and the maneuvers are in timeline X. So you have to move in X to get to Q, which is the conclusion.
Timeline X would be setting up the board in the exact way that you want the board set up in order to win.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, when you say like choice doesn't change anything, it both does and doesn't, because if you want to factor in everything that you did was always meant to happen. So even though you made choices, those choices were meant to happen, so nothing really changed. But by making the choices, something changed because that got you to the conclusion in Q, or the game won.
Yeah.
So
the chess one might be the worst example because it's competing against someone else who can make their own moves. Whereas a Rubik's Cube, it's only you yourself. It's a 1-player game.
I see. Is the Rubik's Cube like the little thing you gotta match the colors? Or... Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, I never played that game.
But like, there's like a state where the Rubik's Cube is in that like players that do the Rubik's Cube know, oh, this is a pattern I need. Okay, I'm gonna do these 13 moves in this order, and it's just gonna solve them.
Oh,
they just memorize what to do to solve it.
Yeah, so like their action, like the actions made a change, right?
Yeah. So, but it's not about getting to the solve. It's about getting to the solution.
Yeah, like you can't get to that solution, which is like the cube finished, without actually taking actions. Unless you want to say, in some kind of like, I don't know, metaphysical sense, to where like the image of it being completed in your mind is something that exists abstractly, and you can get there without actually physically taking an action. But even then, the action of, in this case, would be thought. You chose to think and to construct the thought. So therefore, even if you want to say like the abstract, sorry, I'm going, my bad. But maybe you get the point. I'm fucking branching off.
I think okay. So that's one scenario.
Yeah.
Just coming back a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So the other scenario, the 2 of 2, that I think is interesting. I don't think it's right. I just think it'd be interesting. Is if rather than the worst possible future being what it is, if the worst possible future is described as a timeline that is inescapable. So let's just say, let's pretend that there's a timeline C below this. So you can move to timeline B. Because there's a way, so like this is the direction the arrow's going. Pretend that you can actually see this arrow. Yeah. So you can move to timeline B, but there's no arrow to timeline A or timeline C. Just pretend that is an arrow. So there's no way to escape timeline B. Once you get here, it's a soft lock. You're stuck here. There's no way to move out of timeline B. I think that'd be another interesting scenario as the worst possible future.
That's a timeline that you can't escape. I think is impossible. So if you I guess I can try to use your timeline. I was gonna say if you use mine. Hold on, can you pull up my timeline really quick? Do you still have it in like our DMs? Yeah. So that line, like this, like, so that's not accurate. It's just like kind of dumbed down a little bit. How that would actually look, it would be like, so above the line and below the line, would be like multiple bunch of lines. Like that's the multiverse. So so to get from like before to where Koji is, you wouldn't be on this, you wouldn't stick to this line. This is like a dumbed down version. What actually would occur is that you would jump to like the line just slightly above it, and then slightly above it, and slightly above it, and slightly above it, and slightly above it, until you arrive at the point where Koji is. So by the time you get to where Koji is, you're not even on the same line that I drew here. So when you say like a fixed timeline, I think is impossible, because every choice is going to branch you off into like another line until you arrive at whatever point that's like arbitrarily important to you, or like maybe it's not randomly important to you, but like you're assigning value to, which is like where Koji is on that point, if that makes sense to you. Yeah. So I don't think it's possible to have a fixed timeline. Yeah.
If I were to add more to the timeline, I would just add past, present, future, like even a smaller version to each individual point here. But yeah.
Yeah,
so
like
I think it's as simple as it can be for the explanation.
Yeah.
It's almost like a price ceiling and price floor in that sense. If like ironically this is the future and this is the past based on perspective, even though this is the later event of the timeline,
Well,
it's just again based on your perspective.
So I
before and after points.
So I won't be anal about it, but like terminology is like the thing that fucks people up with this. So not the future, a future. But you did say subjectively, so
yes.
Yeah.
It's based on these points. So like for this person, this is wait, what? you get the idea. It's almost backwards from thinking about it, because this would objectively be the future, this would objectively be the past. But based on someone's interpretation, this can be the future and this can be the past.
So it's objectively the future, present, and past, but subjectively, depending on where you are along the timeline, a future or a past. So
Exactly.
like that's why Jura is like important.
Yes.
Where he is, or is that Jura?
Yes.
Jura, that's his name. Yeah, Jura. So he
It's
got
Jura.
it. Yeah. But yeah. But so that's why I don't think it's possible to have a fixed timeline, quote unquote, because every little micro choice or non-choice or whatever, like just even if you're inactive, it's kind of a choice. It's an action that's being taken, even if you are. It seems a little weird to say, but it just branches you off to a different timeline. But like just to make it comprehensible, I only chose like the one timeline. But yeah.
Well, but I already thought of an answer to this from like the second you first said this.
Mhm.
Omnipotence.
Well, yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, no. But then again, like I said before, I think it might cancel each other out to where the will to make anything real, like, so you can break the multiverse, but then because of infinite possibilities, there's going to be a version of you that did the opposite. So does it cancel out? I don't fucking know.
Okay.
At that point, I can't comprehend it. I don't know what happens at that point. So.
Yeah, so that's not to say that this is the only timeline. this would just be an inescapable timeline. So the other timelines, if you were there, you could still move around them, and they still exist. They're just inaccessible.
I don't know how it's possible. I mean, I guess you can like say through omnipotence, one line is fixed, but like then you would be what effectively happens with that. Okay, so outside of using like some like fantasy ability that says fuck physics, fuck your understanding, I'm saying this is what it does, so this is what it does. I'm the author of appeal to authority, fuck you. Outside of that, what effectively that would do is freeze somebody in an instant. There would be no there would be no, I guess it would depend on like when it's activated. So let's say it's activated after like the pain invasion or whatever, or like when Naruto shows up with the toads, he would be frozen in whatever moment. The before would still be there because that would happen before the activation of like omnipotence, but there would be no like time like that could be accessible moving forwards, because in order to move forward you got to shift to a different timeline. Because if you turn left, there's a version of you that turned right in a world that establishes infinite possibilities. So you have to progress forwards in time, you have to shift. And if you can't shift, the time stops. So I guess Kawaki would be interesting in Daikokuten. I don't know if that's a factor, but I'm still trying to figure out how the fuck he's moving through time. Like, we're moving through a timeless void. Like,
hilarious. Yeah.
Like how does he see like light? Because light needs to travel through space and time. Like I don't comprehend the ability, but I think it's incomprehensible. It's like I think the answer is like, hey, divine miracles, fuck you. It's like, okay, well, if you say so, buddy.
Even though this isn't how it describes, I don't think the dimension is a timeless void. I think just anything inside of it has no time.
Send you to a dimension. Daikokuten is a dimension where time doesn't flow. Does it specify that the objects, or what is
no?
What
No, like I'm saying that this is the opposite of how it's described. How it's described is not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I see.
I think that's just how it works, anyways.
Oh, okay.
The series is just wrong.
Fair enough. Because I think the same thing with prescience and Ada's ability. I think it's described incorrectly. So
yeah.
But
okay. Okay, so there's 3 possibilities for like the inaccessible escaping from timeline. One of them I don't know if it would work, but you basically already covered 2 of them. The first one would be taking away free will or just any ability to make choice at all. The second one would be freezing everyone or thing or time itself, so nothing ever can happen at all.
Sorry. Your first one's wrong. Your first one's wrong.
Okay, yeah.
Because even if
that was the one I was most iffy about.
Even if you remove free will and choice, an action can still occur. That's why I was trying to get you to get away from choice so much.
Yeah.
Action can still occur independent of you. Like, yeah. Okay. So what was your third one?
Well, first on the first one, let's remember this is a single timeline, not every timeline. So it might work.
Okay, so I think a timeline doesn't exist. Again, this is like a dumbed down version. I think that what would be more accurate is like many little dots that just look like a line, but in actuality, they're just little dots that are representative of instances in time. But when they all come together, they look like a line. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think that's what a line is in definition, anyways.
Oh yeah,
I could be wrong on that though.
All right. So you have that. So like the timeline would be like, it would be almost like it would look like a tree, actually, like multiple different like little branches, like little dots that look like lines, and those lines would look like little stems, and then it would be incomprehensible gibberish if we drew it out. If we could even draw it out, it would be
look like this.
Exactly. That'll be the best representation. Yeah, exactly. So it's not. So there's no line. It's just the illusion of a line. but the line thing kind of makes it, comprehensible. Yeah.
Okay.
So the third option would be just erasing everything entirely. Basically doing what Zeno did in Dragon Ball. Remove the universe.
Yeah, but there was
Just
always,
everything.
but there was always, so the removal, so it will be like a sequential thing. So like that time will always exist, even if it gets erased. Right? Because in order for it to have been erased, it had to exist to begin with. Right? Like the Trunks that like survived, he grew up into manhood. Well, he can only do that because he did it. Like, even though his universe was erased, he still exists. Like, that Zeno still exists. Like, yeah. So, like, as long as so this is why I say, like, the in between the before and after points, if it will happen, and since it has happened, it always happens. Even if you erase it, again, you can't erase something that didn't exist to begin with. So it had to exist, and yeah. So, but yeah, time travel, fun.
So, would you change your mind on that if instead of erasing everything in the dimension, you erased the dimension itself?
No, it wouldn't change anything. Because remember, the excuse me, the activation of whatever ability that you're using to, like, however long it takes for it to like start and complete, these would just be moments in time, right? So like, let's say like it takes 20 dots, instances in time for that to occur. That effect would only affect those 20 dots. What came before, and if by some means there's something that comes after, would be like, it wouldn't be affected by that. Again, you cannot like remove something that isn't in existence. Like, you can erase it if it never existed. It had to, by nature of you even erasing it, it had to exist. And if it did exist, it always exists. It just depends on like where you are consciously. So if you like remove like a universe or whatever, by some means, Zen or whatever, and then you, for whatever, however means, like you can continue forwards through some means, then it's effectively inaccessible to you because you don't have a means of traveling back in time. But for the person who existed objectively before it was erased, that's their subjective future, but they still exist in that world where they are from their subjective presence. You can never take that away because it always happened. So that's why objective truth and subjective truth, when trying to like understand this topic, is like, it's not just like an option. It's like fucking, like, you absolutely have to understand the distinction, and then not only understand the differences by definition, but when to apply them. And I think that's the problem. A lot of people don't understand the definition, or like don't even think of it, and they don't even know when to apply subjective reality versus objective truth. So when they say, "Oh, narratives get snuffed out," you're thinking that's an objective truth, when it's actually a subjective truth, because all the other information in the chapter contradicts that being a literal truth. But yeah, it's a mouthful, wordy.
So
yapping.
next thing with this is the last thing with this, and I got a couple other things, but
yeah.
This is basically already understood, I think, but like, these timelines are independent. That's good. We get it. An example that'd be bad is this one, and its entirety. So the timeline doesn't do this. It doesn't have events that cross over like this or anything.
That's inaccurate. So remember,
let me expand on that before you say anything.
Okay.
So there are events that can be similar or even the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, Baryon mode Naruto, let's say it's 4B and 4A. These events can be the exact same despite there being a change at 3, but it's about getting to it from a different way, almost. It'd be easier if it wasn't directly after a choice. Let's just say 7. So this is still the choice, but like event 7, I don't know if this is actually something to say this. It's 5, 6, 7. Let's just say it's 8. Yeah. So that's an 8. That's what an 8 looks like. Yeah. So event 8 on A and B can both be coincidentally the same event, but it's about getting to it from a different way. Because events 5, 6, and 7 would be different, and then 8, it just comes back to being the same. But these are still independent timelines. They don't cross over or overlap or anything.
I think what will really help,
absent of a thing to change. Yeah.
When trying to determine what is or what can't, whenever you arrive at a conclusion, also understand that in this universe, Boruto, the opposite has to be true. And as long as you understand that, you'll be fine, right? So when you say like this can't happen, given the fact that they established infinite possibilities, that's not true. There has to be an instance where that does happen.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So you do think this is possible?
Well, it has to be. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, can I conceptualize it? Can I like make it make sense? No. Like, I don't understand how like two things. I mean, I guess if I had to, maybe it happens in a way like. I think I read like our Milky Way galaxy is like coming close to another one. I think I like heard about this a few years back. What the fuck does that do to us? Like, is it effectively inconsequential to us, or do we just blend and not even notice? Or do we die? Like, so there may be a level that these timelines operate on that's like not 3-dimensional. It's some kind of like multi-dimensional like form of coexistence that just exceeds our capability of processing or understanding it. And I think that's probably a possibility. Like, I think thinking that the limited human mind and its ability to conceptualize these concepts is the only way to go about it. I think that's a flawed logic. Like I said, I drew that timeline, but that's not how it would really look. I did that to like dumb the concept down and to save myself time from drawing an infinite number of fucking lines. But yeah, you get your point. Like, it's not even a line. Like I said, it's like multiple little instances in time. That type shit. But yeah.
In that case, I think this visual depiction can work based on the fact that these may be squares, but they're rounded lines in a way, curvy even.
Yeah.
I think it can still visually work at least.
Yeah, like it's just, just as a visual. Yeah, I don't know if these are even like separate.
It doesn't seem like any are crossing over like that,
but they might not even. This might not even be a separate timeline. He might just be seeing one timeline, just like the tapestry, just like the way that it's being depicted. It's streamed multiple.
And the way it's depicted annoys me. It looks really cool, but I wish if they were gonna show multiple lines, they would be clearly multiple different timelines. Like the timeline where Code wins, Ishiki wins, all that.
Yeah.
I wish we just saw that here.
Like a visual depiction, yeah. Because like all this could all just be one timeline. Like, but the actual timelines themselves could be like those lines branching them. Those might be like the ones he's talking about, but like the ones we're seeing in this like film reel type shit, that might just be one long ass timeline just being wrapped around it in some way, in some like artistic visual depiction.
Yeah. Okay. Had a couple other a little bit smaller topics, really fun. I'll start with a really fun one. So let's just assume right now Koji has a limit on Koji, not the ability, but Koji has a limit to where Koji using this ability can only see 3 years in the future. Okay. So assuming
sorry.
Koji,
I'm gonna be anal about this.
okay.
3 years in his future, not the future.
Into his future. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Assuming that Koji, no matter what, can see infinite time. Because there's infinite possibilities. Okay, so I'll make this easy. Let's say Koji wants to see something that happens in 20 years. Or he wants, regardless of literally, visually, physically seeing it, he wants to just know what happens in 20 years. He cannot do that through his ability. What he can do is say, in 20 years, I'm going to see this, and then I'm going to draw it. So then him in 17 years is going to use his ability to see what happens in 3 years and then draw it. Then him in 14 years from this current moment is going to go to when he uses that ability in 17 years and draws it, and he's going to see the drawing, and then he's going to draw it. And then go back another 3 years and another 3 years. Eventually, Koji can just communicate with himself from the future to see beyond what he can see at the present moment in time infinitely. Because there's infinite possibilities. This isn't just possible, it's inevitable that it has happened.
Well, based upon how you described it, I would need that drawn out. I'm not going to hold you. A, and then B, yes. If you're saying something can happen, the inverse has to be true, so yeah.
I can draw it really quickly.
Okay.
Shouldn't be too hard. Okay. I'm just gonna draw a couple dots.
I'm a visual learner. Okay.
Just draw 4 for the sake of ease.
Yep.
So we'll just say this is year 0, this is year 3, this is year 6, this is year 9. So Koji wants to see what happens in year 9, but he's limited to see 3 years.
Where's Koji on this? 0?
Koji is at year 0.
Okay.
So he's here.
Our Koji that we're following. Okay.
Our Koji, yeah. So our Koji wants to know what happens in 9 years, but he can't do that. He can only see 3 years ahead.
Mm-hmm.
What Koji can do is he can say right now, in 9 years, he's going to, and he doesn't even have to say this because there's infinite possibilities, so there just is a version of that did it regardless. But
I see what you're saying.
He's going to say that in 9 years, he's going to not even use it, but he's just going to see what happens, and he's just going to draw. Like on a piece of paper, he's going to draw what happens. The universe becomes an X. Him from 6 years from now is going to use his ability to see that, and then that version of him is going to draw the exact same thing. In this case, it's going to be literally like information, like he's just going to draw an envelope or letter or whatever.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah. It's like kind of like a time capsule type thing, but like working itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, so he's literally able to just communicate with himself infinitely. He can just deliver messages to himself from the past, from the future.
That's, yes, very interesting. Yes. But practically, the applications would be very limited, I would imagine. But well, technically, it works.
This would be the passing of information, which is how he describes the ability to be useful anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it works regardless, but hypothetically, I'm assuming he has to draw it out rather than him using, so him from 0 years, if he uses this ability, he can see himself in 3 years using the ability to see the future in 6 years. What does he see when he sees himself using the ability? Hypothetically, if he can see the information his future self gains from the ability, then he has gained that future information.
Hold on, give me a second. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, there's like an element missing here that's interesting. I can't put my finger on it though. So when I say like it's limited in its applications in the way that you described it, he can basically the way that you're describing it influence what's going to happen 9 years in the future. But is that going to be like pertinent information? Like I would imagine he would be limited in how much he can like manipulate. So I guess like, hey, I'm going to teach Boruto how to use, I don't know, Amaterasu or Flying Thunder God. This is a thing that actually happened in the canon material. You would imagine Koji already saw himself do this. If you want to give him like a 3-year gap, which I don't think it's 3 years. I said that once upon a time, but I don't think it's 3 years. But if you want to do that in this hypothetical, then before Koji ever even had the conversation with Boruto, he already saw himself teaching Boruto future techniques. So the question is, which one? This is the reason why I think he invoked a paradox, because I think this right here gets you to your paradox. Which one came first? If you keep going down this line, you'll get to a paradox. So there's a future where Boruto learned Flying Thunder God, and it's that future only exists. And if you're only using only exists, so take that with a grain of salt. But it only exists if since Koji made the choice to teach him future abilities, right? Okay, how about this? Sorry, I'm confusing myself. Okay, Koji looks in the future and sees that in the future, Boruto learns Flying Thunder God by his hand. So he already knows before he has the conversation with Boruto that Boruto is going to learn a jutsu from the future that he doesn't know now, right? That version that Koji saw is likely the version that we're seeing in TBV. So when we say like timelines, the Boruto and Two Blue Vortex, chapter 1 is a different timeline than the Boruto who's being explained this to in the flashback. It's not the same timeline because every choice shifts you over. So by the time we arrive at chapter 1, like 2 years in the future, from the flashback's perspective, because remember Boruto trains for 1 year with Sasuke. Sasuke gets captured, and he still looks the same with the long hair. So that has to be 1 year ish into his timeline, the time skip, and then that's when he met Koji, and then they trained for 2 years, and then TBV started within that 3 year gap. So the flashback is 1 year into the time skip. He probably saw this is insane. The Boruto who we're looking at now in Two Blue Vortex as the one who has Flying Thunder God. So therefore he taught Boruto 2 years prior Flying Thunder God. But then it's like which one came first? It's fucking that's the paradox that and I'll give Ikimoto credit mentioning the paradox, because he simply said basically prescience negs paradox is fuck you. Like it's there, it's a paradox, but fuck you. I said it doesn't do it, so it doesn't do it. That's a mechanic of the ability, prescience, to neg paradoxes. It's fucking insane. That exists. That's a thing that exists. I think when people say, I think people think when Koji says there's a different timeline that where you learn Flying Thunder God, they're thinking about one of those like branch timelines, like where Ishiki won. That can be true, but it can also be like just the series we're following right now. It's not the same timeline. In the same sense, like the Naruto who met Zabuza versus the Naruto who defeated Zabuza, or even want to say quote unquote defeated. The Naruto at the start of the arc versus the Naruto at the end of the arc, they're not the same Naruto. Like they're not on the same timeline. They're because of the choices it shifts you. That type of shit. But yeah, your thing here creates a paradox.
So, okay. Let me see if I can describe the paradox, because when I first read the chapter, I thought this ability was a paradox in and of itself based on the training of the ability as well, coincidentally, ironically enough. This could be the same reason why. So, I wasn't considering one thing, which I'll get to that later, but the reason I thought this was a paradox at first, which I've since come around to, is because Koji is explaining, and this could just be like because of the unofficial translations, but Koji is explaining that he is using the ability to see the future to where he's training the ability, but how is he training him the ability in the future if he doesn't know it, which his way of learning about it is by seeing the future where he's teaching him. So what I'm saying is, like, for Flying Thunder God as an example, Koji doesn't know Flying Thunder God because he learns it at some unidentifiable point in time in the future. Koji knows about Thunder God only because he sees him training it to Boruto in the future based on him using this ability to see him training it to him in the future, which he has the knowledge of because of this ability.
Yeah. It's trippy
but
shit.
then the thing I wouldn't be considering is if he just hypothetically in the future outside of this ability would have learned this ability anyways.
Yeah, that's possible as well. It's possible that there's a version of Boruto, like a version of like Naruto that learnt it, and then like taught it to his son, and that version of Boruto progressed throughout the future into like TBV or whatever, that era. But that never happened in this events that we're following. So he did look over to that version and then say, okay, you know it there, and now like because of how you know it, like maybe I can. I think the interesting thing to me is if he's looking to a future where Boruto like knew the technique or knows the technique, not knew, knows. Well, technically, fuck. Okay, it's objectively knew, know, and will know. But anyways, does that version of Boruto verbalize the mechanics of it to such an extent to where Koji can understand how to even do the technique? Or is Koji just looking at the technique being done and then mimicking it? He can just see it and then learn how to do it. Because I would imagine like a version of Boruto relative to the version of Koji that saw Boruto with Thunder God was in the past, so he doesn't have access to it anymore, or a past. He doesn't have access to it anymore because he's moved forward. Like he is where he is on the timeline, that version of Koji. So how does he know the mechanics of it to even know how to do it, to even teach it? So it must be like, just from him seeing it, he understands intuitively how to use it. Maybe it has something to do with his toads. He can use space-time ninjutsu. I don't fucking know. That's the only interesting part to me, is like, how did he even know how to use it just from seeing it being done? Like, I could see Rasengan, but I would have never guessed everything that went into like making that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a whole other problem. That isn't even the problem with this ability anyways.
Mhm.
It's just a problem with unexplained factors in general, because I've thought about that same exact thing. Yeah. But if we're going based on the information itself, hypothetically, let's see if this clears up the paradox. So let's say this isn't just
and by the way,
Koji's
sorry,
head.
I'm not 100% sold on the paradox thing, so take that with a grain of salt. I would like to do a little bit more research, but
Okay.
I do think it's a paradox. But yeah,
That's fine. So going with this, let's assume this isn't in Koji's head. This literally happens in real life. We know it doesn't because Ishiki didn't see it. Let's just say for now it does. So when Koji uses his ability in 3 years, this physically is going to happen. The Koji of now can go to 3 years and see the information from the ability that Koji uses in 3 years.
Mhm.
That shouldn't be a paradox if in 6 years from now, it's just the events happening rather than him seeing future events. Like, there has to be an end point to where it's not just him seeing himself using the ability.
I think the problem comes in. Remember, all this stuff does indeed happen, so it all physically happens. But just for the sake of your hypothetical, I think the problem is like when you start taking information, because like you didn't factor that in what you just said. Outside of like the visual information of seeing it, dude is like taking shit from like the future, a future. Sorry, he's taking shit from a future and then like bringing it back to a past, and then like using it. It doesn't like it gets weird. Like I think there's a reason why Ikimoto invoked like paradoxes in this chapter, or a paradox in this chapter, because I think he anticipated like. Good on him. Like, I think he figured, like, yeah, this is this may lead to it. Like, let me just cover my bases. Hey, my ability negs that. Period. Like, it may not make sense. I don't have to explain it. Simply put, the ability negs it, and that's simply enough in this universe. But yeah, I think he can do it. Like I said, like he can just neg the paradox and just keep doing it. So I think it's fine. But it does create one typically, like a normal sense. But, yeah.
Well, let's remember that the future is constantly updating, as well as seemingly he's constantly updating his own use of the ability. So it's not like it's a thing if he's limited to only using this at certain moment of times. It seems like he's almost forced to use it constantly, as weird as that is. So, and it's for every possible future. So I think this just should be the case, if anything. Like, he almost has no choice but to have infinite knowledge of the future based on this.
Well, that's what I'm
regardless of a limit.
That's what I'm saying, because like this chapter does a lot of things, but two things in particular. It establishes if it can happen, it will happen through infinite possibilities, and then it also establishes the whole multiverse, like they're blending like PB and J, but those the combination of those two is like a fucking wombo combo. It's like insane to set that up, because if you remove like infinite possibilities, like it gets like a little bit more simplistic, but like they went all the fucking way, which I applaud them for. But like it's like, yeah, it's fucking insane. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I hope Boruto next chapter says something that could like maybe ground this a little bit. Maybe I'm not entirely sure, but anything. This is why I say there are things that Koji says that I think sets up contradictions. So I think Koji's lying to Boruto to manipulate him to arrive at a certain destination. I think it's like he has to be. I don't even think it's like my opinion. I think he 100% is doing that. This version of Koji that we're following, and then also because I don't think because the inverse would be there's a contradiction in like Ikimoto's incompetent or he just missed something. So I think he's charitably. I think it's Koji's a liar. But yeah.
Well, I would say he's 100% lying, whether it's about the ability, whether it's about Kawaki, whether it's for Boruto's emotions to manipulate him for whatever reason. I'm confident that's the direction the story is going. But also, again, like it is like to some degree the incompetent thing you're saying. Not even necessarily Ikimoto's fault because this is such a complicated, complex system as it is that he's covering his own bases. So good on him for doing that.
I don't think he should have ever did time travel.
So I think that alone doesn't matter whether
they fucked up
he's incompetent or not because he's already covered it.
Yeah. This is why I was bringing up like the morality of all this stuff, and nobody cared about the morals of the situation. But this is why I was bringing up the morality of like the power dynamic between Koji and Boruto. Because this is what I suspect. I think mentally Koji is probably like eons old. I don't think he's like the same guy that like I don't understand how you can like experience infinity. Number one, I'll just put a period on that sentence. I don't understand how you can experience infinity. Okay, we'll go there. And then beyond that point, I don't know how you can experience infinity and then not have that like change your lived experience to where like mentally you're much older than you are now. And then also like I don't know if, can you shut it off? Like is he because I gave an example to where I was like
It's always on.
yeah, like I'll give an example to where I was like when he's having a conversation with Boruto, right? There's like a scene where Boruto says things. He should be able to like I can imagine him like moving his lips and like murmuring like underneath his voice everything Boruto is saying before he says it. Like those Groundhog Day episodes in like certain TV shows to where like a character is about to come up again for the 20th time, but our main character already knows what they're going to say. So they're like, hey, Josh, you want some apple juice today? And they say, wow, how did you know what I was going to say before you said it? It's like, yeah, I've lived this a billion times. I think it's like that. Like, I don't think there's anything happening here. Even the instances where Koji seems to be surprised, like when Kawaki captures Boruto, he's like, this is tedious or whatever the fuck he says. I think he already knew, right? But he's still just expressing what the situation is. Like, yeah, this is a tedious situation, even though I knew it was going to fucking happen. Like, fuck, now I got to deal with this shit. Because, like, we've caught up to the point where I saw in the future that I have to deal with this shit. So, yeah, even that, like, I think everything that happens, he already knows. I think everything Boruto says, he already knows. He already knows how this conversation goes. I think he purposefully let Sasuke get captured. Because he's probably not even probably, he's definitely saw a future, because infinite possibilities, where Sasuke will be a hindrance to Koji influencing Boruto to do what he needs him to do to arrive at the conclusion or the future that he wants to, or a future that he wants to arrive at. So I think he let Sasuke die or get captured. I think because like, why did Boruto show up? This is so interesting. Why did Boruto show up when Code invaded Konoha specifically? Koji can see all possibilities in time. So why not have Boruto show up 5 minutes earlier? That would have done it. Right? Boruto showed up at the precise time so that he could fail precisely as Koji wanted him to. So that certain things could happen that led to certain things to happen that gets him to the conclusion that he wants to. So even if it seems like a negative outcome, it's a necessity. It's a prerequisite to arrive at certain conclusions, right? It's like a bus stop. Like, hey, I want to get from point A to point B, but I'm waiting on the bus at point A. But the bus schedule, its route takes me all the way to fuck over here, AZ to DD, and just to get to B. It's like, fuck. I mean, can we just go straight? No? Oh, okay. Well, fuck me. It's that type of shit. But yeah.
Yeah, this is using your own words here. This is me being not charitable, but I don't think they know what they're doing with Koji based on the latest interviews, bro. I don't think they know what they're doing with anything at all in the stories.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So that makes me not as interested in this conversation in particular. I will say that I don't think this is the route that they're trying to go. I don't think they're even thinking about all of the things you just said, let alone having it be intended. Assuming he's lying to Boruto, I don't think it's because of a power dynamic or anything like that. I also don't think he is Eon's old. So this is my theory. I think the way this ability works is, first of all, we know it happens in a moment, just like an instant. Or a very quick moment of time at the very least, seemingly.
You think so?
I think the way this... So I don't think it makes sense because he's getting information just from seeing it. But from what I understand about this ability, he's saying all of time but he's experiencing it all at once. So rather than our perception of time, of just the flow of time, 1 second per second, Koji is experiencing the future at, let's just say, the rate of 10 trillion eons per second.
So effectively, he's timeless. He exists in all moments in time that he exists.
So he's able to see it that quick and comprehend it somehow. I don't know how, whether it's just stored in his memory and that just doesn't break his brain.
If that's true, this fucking ability is ridiculous.
Shinjutsu shenanigans.
It just bypasses the laws of physics that allow him to just be able to do this, and it's just fine.
It's possible.
So I don't think he has eons worth of experience. He just has all of the future always in his memory.
So wouldn't that equate to lived experience?
No, because he's not living it. Because he's experiencing it all at the same time, rather than living it 1 second per second. It's almost like a YouTube video. If I put your video at 2 times speed, and your video is 20 minutes long, I'm experiencing 10 minutes of the video, even though I'm experiencing the whole thing. And I'm probably going to lose some stuff because I'm experiencing it at 2 times speed. Koji isn't experiencing it at 2 times speed, 3 times speed. He's experiencing it like 10 trillion times speed, and
I get what you're saying.
Getting all of it.
So
just comprehending the whole thing.
So yeah, no, I get that point. I was more so thinking like he sees a version of himself that if he, from his subjective point of view, were in that situation, he would have made the exact same choices and it ended in death or failure. So like, does that like reflect back onto him? Like, fuck, like I failed, even though it's not like objectively him, it's subjectively him, another version of him, a future version of him. But he takes on the failures of that future version because if he was there, he wouldn't have done anything different. That type of thing. And then you repeat that for infinity. Like, it's just failure, success, failure, blah, 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 blah. He's like, yeah, I've lived some life. That type of shit. But again, it's like theoretical. It's not even like, I can't confirm or prove it. So.
Yeah. I'm just going to say Shinjutsu shenanigans gets around that, but then the real reason is the author's limitation is found. Like, this is a written story limited to the writer. So.
Yeah, I think omnipotence was a problem. Time travel is an issue. I don't think they should have incorporated any of these concepts in their show, in their series. But they've gone down this timeline. So Pandora's box is fucking open, okay? Shout out to Blood Prison, the movie. So it is what it is. It is what it is. They've
and again, based on those interviews, they really seem like they're struggling out here.
What did they say specifically that makes you yeah?
Well, there's one point in particular that stood out to me. So Ikimoto said that in Boruto, everything is difficult. That's just the quote, like verbatim, word for word. I thought that was pretty funny.
I'm sorry, say that one more time, sir.
Yeah, so Ikimoto states, in Boruto, everything is difficult.
Okay. Is that an accurate translation? That sounds
I'm gonna assume it is for now. Just I want it to be. That's hilarious, bro.
Okay.
Good God.
Trust the man. Yeah. Take him at his word. Kind of
real quick.
Sorry, real quick. Yeah. I had a question or a comment. It says, I think the best thing to do, is fucking up. The best thing to do is to scrap the anime as canon and declare that manga is only canon. They should number one. Okay, retroactively, they shouldn't have did any of this shit. Okay, that's number one. But they have. Okay, so, I don't think there's like a problem right now. I think there may be one in the future. I can see like little fledgling problems, but like, I'm gonna be honest. If anything, I would prefer the anime to be canon over the manga because it's just better.
Yeah,
it encompasses more content and more development for the characters. So if I had to pick, it would definitely not be the manga, especially if you like, with the caveat the anime actually adapts things from where we are in TBV. But even then, if the anime never came back, I still think it's a better story just objectively, well, subjectively, but so there's that. Yeah.
There's only one argument I can make against it,
Yep.
but like for the most part, it's the same thing. But even if you hate the filler, that's added on top of. It's not changing the source material, so it's adding onto the source material. Even if you hate it, the source material is also there. So if anything, it would just be equal. And they just wouldn't care which one it is. So for commensalism's sake, they would just go for the anime, just for human empathy if we wanted. But the only argument I could see against it is the small, minute changes between the anime and manga, such as Kawaki's reason for smashing Himawari's vase.
What was the differences? I don't remember.
I
think
in
Kawaki
the
was trying
anime,
to escape in the manga. Just flip the
yeah,
table.
that's exactly manga. He doesn't care about the vase. He's flipping the table to like cover Naruto to run away because he saw an opening or opportunity when Boruto was coming home. In the anime, that just doesn't happen. Boruto comes home, and Boruto's like picking a fight with Kawaki. Then we get a scene of Naruto talking to Boruto of how he doesn't want Boruto to be like ignorant like all the villagers were when Naruto was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And so then Boruto goes to Kawaki. And he's like, I don't trust you, blah, blah, blah. But if you want to live here, blah, blah, blah. Kawaki gets frustrated that Boruto said that because, no, Kawaki doesn't want to live here. Boruto said, if you want to live here, blah, blah, blah. No, Kawaki doesn't want to live here. So he gets frustrated. He bangs his fist on the table. And he's like, get mad at Boruto because of that. And that's what breaks the... So yeah, two completely different scenarios. Or like scenes in this case, multiverse, you could argue, but
yeah, that's why I don't even call it filler anymore. I mean, I call it, I'll refer to it as like filler stuff, just to for people to identify what I'm talking about. But I don't consider it filler. I just consider it just canon, anime canon. And now with the multiverse stuff, just for like my fandom, I could just consider like the anime to be a part of that multiverse. Where like Boruto has the Jogan, he uses it frequently and often, especially in comparison to fucking manga. And just like Sarada has 2 Tomoe versus Boro versus 3, and the events with like the vase happens fundamentally different. Yeah. And I think the anime has just a better story. Just even the ones that they didn't follow, like the Toneri stuff, is just amazing in comparison. So even like what he's like with Destiny as your opponent, how will you combat? It's like, bro. I'm not even gonna grant them like they thought of all this before. Like no, but it works. It fits like a fucking glove. Okay, so the Toneri shit is like to me invaluable. And the fact that that's not even in the manga is just that by nature just makes it an inferior timeline in my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah. There's multiple changes. I'll get into another one in a second, but the vase one I love because it's so different compared to other changes because it has different action, intention, and essentially consequence. He's flipping the table as opposed to banging his fist down. It's because of what Boruto said instead of seeing an opportunity, and instead of trying to run away, which Naruto activates KCN, he's instead trying to stay there to pick a fight with Boruto, which the Naruto just doesn't let happen, not through KCN. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I
example,
like the manga better. I like the manga events better. It's cooler. Naruto turns up and shit. I remember like being hyped about that. But yeah, it's undoubtedly a different continuity. Yeah.
I definitely like both. Different aspects of both. What I will say, I 100% like the manga better is the Ino flower shop scene where
that's my
Waki
favorite.
gets
That's one of my
PTSD.
favorite scenes. Yeah.
I know. Goated scene. So these scenes play out the exact same way, but they're framed differently. In the anime, it's framed more so from Kawaki's perspective. In the manga, it's framed more from Naruto's perspective. I think that's important because of the purpose of the scene. I was discussing this yesterday on the podcast, but I believe the purpose of the scene is to show the characters and the audience that this is just something that happens to Kawaki. And we didn't realize it, but this is normal for him. This is just an every day-to-day situation. This isn't like something that's surprising to Kawaki. This is to reveal that this happens to Kawaki, to the audience, and to Naruto. So framing it from Naruto's perspective, as well as for the audience, fits a lot better.
Yeah. It's a powerful scene. It's a great scene. That and the one where he's like, the countdown from Ishiki. He's like hyperventilating. I don't remember. Did that happen in the manga? It's been a while. But the anime just killed that shit.
The anime for sure, bro.
Yeah, the flashbacks with like the fish and shit, and it was good. Back when Kawaku was a good character. I remember those days.
Yeah. Then we just want to say, like, art-wise, the anime has a lot of cool choreography, but then I think the manga art in certain places is infinitely better, such as how Jigen and Ishiki look in the manga compared to the anime. The anime, it's like, what's the word? Like something valley?
Uncanny?
That like makes it look weird. Uncanny valley, yeah. The manga, it's dirty, it's gruffy.
Gruffy.
They just look good, experience and old. Yeah.
No, I mean, there's some stuff in the manga that definitely is better. Like I love the Delta fight in the manga. I hate that shit in the anime. It just it's just done pretty bad. But the manga was fantastic.
Like the big moments are just glossed over, like the Lava Rasa and Shuriken.
It felt like one of those like Dragon Ball fights or some shit. It was like fucking dope as hell. It really gave like, because I was like, that's one thing that pissed me off about the anime. I was like, this is Naruto's first major battle with an inner Kara member or a Kara member. Period. Like this should be like Kawaki like 189. That was the episode, right? Animation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be that animation for this fight. Like that, because Delta, her animation in that fight was like dope as fuck. Her and Koji on the tree. I was like, that should be what this is. Like every single, there's certain marquee matches that should just be like god tier animation, and the fact that that wasn't one of them pisses me off to this day. But I would even argue like the Jigen versus Naruto and Sasuke fight should have been 189. They all should just be 189, bro. Like, yeah.
Well, I think the Jigen fight was very well done. In fact, I'm confident that's the reason why the Delta fight was bad, because they were saving whatever for the Jigen fight. And then same for the Koji versus Jigen fight. People hated that in the anime. Why? Because the Ishiki stuff with Naruto and Sasuke was so good. They just put the resources there.
Yeah.
Like a trade-off almost.
That Koji fight was great in the manga, I remember. I don't mind it in the anime, but it was pretty good.
I don't know why people are so mad about it.
Yeah, it's just.
No, I agree. Better than manga, but the anime was completely great.
But
not that it was fine or passable. I thought it was so good.
I just think as like a Boruto fan, you make concessions. It's like, okay, the anime is not going to always be like god tier all the time. Okay, whatever. But at the very least you can do is give us god tier at certain moments. And when they don't do even that, that's when it becomes like intolerable. It's like, man, like we made a concession, right? We accepted less, and then just for a better outcome every now and again at marquee matches or moments, and you still couldn't fucking deliver. Like, so that, I think that's really like the frustration.
Definitely delivered.
But
the Jigen fight, the Ishiki fight, I thought those looked great.
No,
the Koji fight was not a disappointment to me. The Delta fight was.
They look good, but like the moments where like Naruto's like shadow cloning, he's like fighting Jigen, as Sasuke observes, like it looks so janky. Like at certain moments, it's just like that animation to me. Like, what's the best animated fight in the series to you?
Probably 189. Well, no, the Deepa fight objectively.
You think so?
Like, actually, I think I might go Naruto and Sasuke versus Momoshiki. I think the choreography is the best there.
Whatever that is, that's what those moments should be. There should be no, hey, this looks good, but it's not as good as like our best. Like, fuck that. No, I want your best. Whatever the best is, to me, is 189. I like the Deepa stuff too. I just recently watched that actually for some clips. But I want that 189 for every moment. Don't ever give me anything less than your best for the marquee matches. And I think although the Jigen stuff was good, it wasn't their best. And I want their best. So yeah.
Okay. I personally thought the Naruto Sasuke versus Jigen, like the clone thing, whatever that you're saying, I did not think that looked janky. I will say, what I did think looked pretty janky was Jigen flying through the air for so long. Like, so zoomed in on him as he's dodging the, like Naruto Kurama cloak's hand or whatever. I thought that was weird, the fact they did that. The camera angles, I'm not going to say the camera angles were, like, bad or whatever. They loved doing that. They figured out they could do it. They're like, oh, we got to do this every shot for all of the big fights.
Yeah. I have some issues with it all, but, like, some stuff I did like, though, just to give the inverse, would be, like, I like the wind effects when like Naruto's trying to get like help, like explanation, and Sasuke like, yo, he's coming, and like all like the wind, it really felt like you could feel the speed in which they were moving. And then Naruto used his Rasengan to block the rods and shit. I think the moment where like him and Sasuke teamed up and they started speed blitzing a little bit, similar to how they did with Momoshiki, I think that was poorly animated. In comparison to what happened with Momoshiki, I'm like, man, this don't look as good. It looks like cheaply done. But I'm trying to be positive right now, so. I would even say like maybe like the art style when like Naruto's like down, he's like KCM deactivates and he's like Amaterasu, and I even think that art style was looking better than just some moments in the actual fight. Maybe it's because they were like still, like on the ground, just not moving much. But I don't know. It just seemed a little not as. It was good, but you know, it wasn't where I think it should have been for one of those for that moment. I think. Yeah, I think Barry and Mo fight was pretty good, but I think if you had that Momoshiki, Kawaki versus Goro, that's his name, right? Goro. Animation, it would have been better.
Or
Yeah.
yeah, the Boro fight, 3 chapters in the manga of a monthly manga. It was way too long. Boro was the most boring part of the entire arc. I thought the anime did it really well in comparison. Like, I'm not gonna say it was like Momoshiki fight or anything, but like I was shocked at how surprisingly good the Boro fight was in the anime.
No, I enjoyed it mostly because of the Sarada stuff, but no, I liked it. I did think it kind of dragged on a little bit with the whole like them just like the 3 boys getting their ass beat. While Sarada just kind of like observed a little bit. It was like, yeah, okay, all right. Mitsuki didn't even attempt at least stage 1 stage.
Oh, I like that.
Something.
I like that because it's them going all out in a desperate situation that isn't getting better. So like the longer that this drags out, the more tense it is. It's like building anticipation is how I see it.
Yeah, I just felt like the powers was like really weird because like why is it that like Boruto and Base can like take this hit, or like why is he so like squishy? Like one slash his like arm is gone or something. Like since when has the vanishing Rasengan have like the kind of power to like blow your arm apart? Like since when? Like I don't know. It's just
it was the Karma amped one, which I thought was a really cool teamwork thing. I love that aspect of the fight.
No, the teamwork was good. I just I feel like this is a member of the inner Kara organization, like the main antagonizing force. Like if we not getting Sage Mo Mitsuki now, then fucking win. I mean, at the very least, he used it against Deepa. Thank God. But like these should be those moments where we get to see like everybody go all out, like everything that they got. And for the most part, you do see that. But like what's the restraint? Like, hey, I want to stay in the village with Boruto, or like I don't want my body to break down. Like, bro, you about to die, bro. Like, where's your sage mode, bro? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think Boruto and Kawaki were going all out there.
Well, yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, just the Mitsuki Sarada. I can see that.
Yeah. Just.
Have you seen Inside Out too?
I have not. I heard it made $1 billion though. Or over $1 billion. Yeah.
I love referencing the Act 3 of that movie.
You can if you want to. I don't
so many things.
Plan on seeing it anytime soon, but I haven't even seen the first one.
Even if it's not even a spoiler thing, it's like you have to see it to understand what I'm saying kind of thing. But there's a moment where like they're doing a hockey match and like the girl's really getting into it, the main character, Riley. And anxiety is the emotion that's like taken over. So like as the fight goes on, anxiety's moving faster and faster, and she's getting like way more amped into the game, like more serious into it. It's like she's moving faster, trying to go harder and harder, really pushing herself to the limit until she has like an anxiety attack at the end. But
I see. Which one do you think?
I love the idea because she's going like all out from the beginning, but as time goes on, she's like going further and further with it. And it's the way it's depicted, it's just so beautiful, so hardcore and intense.
Just out of curiosity, does she trigger their motives or do they trigger her? Like, who's the puppet and who's the puppeteer?
It's kind of both.
Paradox. Which one came first? Interesting. Because I'm like, because I know there's like little characters in her like body or whatever doing stuff. I think if I've seen like the trailer or whatever. So I'm like, is everything they're doing just a byproduct of like what she's doing? Like they're like in response to her, Or is it like the opposite direction? I would imagine it would be like they control her, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious about that. It's interesting. I might have to watch it.
It's almost like it's almost. I think Riley has her own actions or decisions, but then they can also add actions or decisions to the characters, or at least the emotions.
That's a power imbalance. That's uncomfortable, bro. That's crazy. How old is
Like,
Riley?
for example, if
How old is the
someone,
character?
I don't know, like 13 in the movie, she's like 10 in the first one or something. I don't
Okay.
know.
I hope there's
But
not a
just as an
3
example, like say,
because then you gotta get puberty
I think the third
involved
one's
and
gonna be
sex
college.
hormones, and it gets
Yes.
awkward. It's like, what the fuck going on here?
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
But like just as an example, if something happens to Riley that will make her sad, she can just be sad. But then like the sad emotion can like press a button on a keyboard, and that's when she starts crying.
Okay, I see. So like they're not the totality of that emotion. They're just an aspect, or like I don't know. It's interesting. I may have to watch it. Is it Pixar or DreamWorks? Or Disney?
Is there a difference anymore? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, technically. I mean, because Pixar is always trying to make you cry. Okay, like always.
I think
DreamWorks,
it's Pixar.
you get a little laugh here and there. You know, a little Shrek, a little, you know. But yeah.
I definitely love the depiction of that hockey match though. She just gets so into it. It's just like it's you're watching her power level rise as she's consistently going all out, going from 100% to 110%.
See if there's a clip on YouTube.
She's doing pretty good too.
Okay.
Let's get back on track at a couple more Koji things. I wrote down Boruto topics. Okay. Oh yeah, the Ninja Turtles crossover is another multiverse in Naruto confirmed.
Yeah, I heard somebody put that. I saw somebody put that in the comment section. Yeah, there you go. We have branched over into that timeline. I'm actually looking forward to reading that. See what they do with that.
Oh wow, that was actually just through coincidence alone. I've mentioned every Koji thing that I wanted to mention. Interesting.
Nice. Okay. We did the thing.
Well, did you want to go back to the previous conversation of true self / nature?
If you want to, it's up to you.
Okay. We'll do that, and then we'll see if we do anything after. Okay. So, where were we? We'll go with here. Actually, I think it was way down here is where it was. I was going to work my way up. Yeah. Okay. So, starting here. Start here. Okay. So, Kamui says, in reference to Kawaki, his true self is part of the Uzumaki family and does belong in the Leaf Village, but he's currently not accepting that fact. First of all, what do you think about that?
Give me a second to think about it.
I think because I think he's also approaching it from like the narrative perspective, whereas
Yeah.
I'm trying to go beyond that. Because I think this is a very simple way, which makes it simply correct, but I think you add complexity and nuance and less optimism. There's more of an answer here.
I think, depending on how you want to view it, then yeah, that could be true. Yeah.
Okay. Listen. So, the way I was thinking about this is I think his character almost flip-flops back and forth based on his true nature, because his true self is changing based on Naruto, but his true nature stays the same based on my definition that true self changes and true nature stays the same. Mm-hmm. So even after the Ishiki fight, he fully accepts Boruto as his brother, he fully accepts Naruto as his father, he's a part of the family. But then as time goes on, his true nature never truly goes away, so it just comes more and more to the surface And with no change as time goes on, he considers himself more and more of an outsider to the village, leading into the Code arc.
Okay.
So I think Kawaki's true nature is to be like that, and that's what was coming out in that moment.
So, since we're back on this topic, I'll just like reiterate my position a little bit. I think the thing that can be changed, your nature can be changed, but I think it's like so difficult to do that it's effectively you might as well say it can't be. And then when it comes to your true self, I think that's the thing that's constantly shifting. I think as long as you represent what you truly feel, but you represent externally what's truly and accurately happening internally, that's like your true self. Even if that's like, well, I don't want to get too deeply into it, but yeah, so that's what I think. So when you say like Kawaki, his true self is he wants to be like he's someone who belongs in the village. I think that can be true, but I think Kawaki is not portraying that, so he's not being true to his true self. I think Kawaki's a kind of character that it's almost like he just self-loathing. He's trying to like punish himself, like even the things that you think is like good or beneficial for him, like, hey, my father figure exists, it's still like I don't know the name for these types of people, but like I won't say like masochists, because I think that like maybe that has like more sexual connotations. That's not what I'm talking about. Maybe it doesn't, but like yeah, he just self-abusive.
I think that's just a bad way of looking at it.
Yeah, like he just self-abuse, like he just abuses himself. Like I don't know what the fuck, like even like he doesn't see. He seems to like take away his relationships or possible relationship with people. He seems to not. He seems to want to be alone, but like despises the fact that he just needs people. He wants to like off himself when all this is concluded. So he claims. I don't know. It's just the Kawaki who is fighting Boruto seems to be a different Kawaki that we have now. He seems more resolute. In some ways, I'm not sure, but yeah, I think I would agree with Kamui.
Okay. So sort of going back to Obito, Kamui thinks that Obito switches because his doubt was always in the back of his mind. And I think Obito switched because Naruto introduced that doubt. Obito was firm in his belief. He completely believed in the infinite Tsukiyomi. It's only because Naruto himself added doubt, rather than exposing the doubt that was already there, that Obito did inevitably doubt the infinite Tsukiyomi.
What position do you have again? You think the doubt was already no you think Naruto presented or provided the doubt versus it already being there to begin with?
Yeah, I think Obito firmly believed in the infinite Tsukiyomi.
Okay. Why?
I don't have panels or the memory to remember exactly what they say, but there's panels of Obito basically saying that he just does believe in them, despite the things that Naruto's trying to convince him of. He's basically just saying, no, Naruto's wrong. I don't think that's him denying it or defying Naruto or emotionally responding. I think that's his genuine true self responding logically and just rationally, just trying to tell Naruto, no, you're stubborn. Listen, this is the truth.
Okay. Do you think he's correct, Obito? Are you interested in that aspect of it?
Do I think Obito is objectively correct, or do I think Obito thinks he's correct?
Well, do you think he's objectively correct? Because he thinks he's correct. Yeah, sure. Because my thing is, I think he's deluded. I think he's deluding himself. I don't think he actually believes what he's selling, and I think Naruto just helps him find what Obito already knows to be true. So I think I agree with like Kamui.
Okay. I would say Obito's like 99% correct, but there's like very slight deviations between him and Madara, and then Madara is objectively correct.
What
Since
is
he's
what is
not Madara.
what is Obito's stance exactly? Can you like reiterate that, like his position? I don't remember in totality.
Obito thinks this world is hell, and so he wants to go to the Infinite Tsukiyomi, but he wants to bring everyone here there as well. And he doesn't just want Genjutsu because that's still this world. He's essentially creating a new world. Think of the Infinite Tsukiyomi not as a dream, but as a literal the multiverse. He's intentionally bringing everyone to a different verse. That's essentially how that works. Almost like the finite Tsukiyomi is a literal different verse, seemingly.
Okay. So
If Rin came back to life, that's not going to change anything. Because just like Kakashi's still alive, and he considers Kakashi and Rin both counterfeit because of this world itself being counterfeit. So even if Rin's alive, he's already been exposed to the truth. He knows what the truth is. His eyes have already been opened. He can't just shut them again, even if he would prefer it. So my stance is, hypothetically, if Rin just never died against Kakashi, and Obito just saved Rin, and they went back to the village, I think that just like Kawaki, with no change, in time, Obito still would have gone down this same path.
You think he would have been like a corrupt Hokage if he made it?
Assuming he even cared to become Hokage in the end, by the time that he could have been Hokage.
That's interesting. I'm not sure I agree. Yeah, it's just like I said, like human beings trends towards negativity, but depending on your external internal processes, then you'll find a different conclusion versus you just like going down one like negative path. I just don't think I think every human being has aspects to them, and I think your nature can be negative, it can be positive, it can be a combination of the two and some shade of gray, but ultimately it's what you do with what you got that's defining you as a person. But yeah, I think his true self is something that constantly shifts.
Yeah, Obito and Naruto are similar, not different. Naruto says they're exactly alike, and that's what frustrates him the most. Naruto's just wrong and lying there. Naruto knows they're different, but that's a different topic. One aspect that they are similar in is, I believe, their nature in the way that you were describing it earlier, to where Naruto internally is anxious and has self-doubt and low confidence, whereas on the surface he is willing to present himself as the optimistic loud mouth that doesn't think about anything or whatever. And again, like we were saying earlier, Naruto early on is depicted as having great emotional awareness and understanding, like his talk versus Haku. Bringing that to Obito, I think the same thing is true. He comes across as like a little bit of a dunce, that same goofball, makes a lot of mistakes type of thing. But he's also very aware. My biggest point of an example for this would be when Madara is describing things to Obito when he first wakes up, his philosophy on the world. Obito is like, you're the Grim Reaper, this is crazy, man. He's like pretending like he's not listening, when he's actually listening the whole time, considering Madara doesn't repeat this. And after Rin dies, Obito basically quotes Madara back to him, indicating he not only listened, but like comprehended and probably thought about everything that Madara was describing that whole time. Ben from Ben 10 has a line that's very similar to this idea. I forget the exact line, but basically Ben presents himself as stupid when he's actually smart the whole time, but he doesn't want to present that almost like as a strength thing so that he can like not catch people off guard. Do you know the quote?
With like Spider-Man, it's like he jokes as a goofball to catch his enemies off guard. There's one like that. But I get the premise, like I get the idea of what you're talking about. I've considered that for Naruto as well. That he's actually like very intelligent. It just manifests itself in a different way. Oh yeah.
Trying to find the quote.
Bro. Burning the OG God Gundam looks so good. Oh my god. My bad. Watching Gundam stop motions.
I didn't know this quote off the top of my head. If I can't find this, I'll just send this to you later. But yeah. And I think, anyways, I think it applies to Ben. Is this it? Nah. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll have to find it later. But I'm pretty sure it's like Kid Ben that says it as well. So that's a thing. That's interesting.
You know, like, what do you think about Ben as a character, like, as an aside? Like, good character, bad character, mid character?
Love him. I think what they did in the original series is awesome. And I think this quote just makes his character infinitely better, amplifies him all the time. Love his heroic nature. The fact that he is like a nerd, loser, whatever in episode 1 also fits his character. I think he changes over time too if you consider Alien Force and all that is good development.
Interesting. You're not Alien Force Ultimate Alien? My shit. Rock with that heavy.
I think the movie, get the name of it, because of course I do. But the one where the universe is going to be destroyed when he's a kid, that is like peak Ben 10 to me. Or some of peak Ben 10. I love Ben's character in that as well. When Gwen gets taken by the vine things.
The movie. I
don't
remember. I remember that awful live action movie.
Whatever species it is. No.
That shit was god awful.
Here, I can find it really quick. Ben 10 movie. We go to images. It's gonna be one of these posters. This one. But they don't name the movie.
Give me a second.
Secret of the Omnitrix.
Have I seen this?
The one where it's like the finale to Ben 10 Part 1. It's the one where the Omnitrix, like, it fills up its meter to go yellow. And when the yellow fills up all the way, then it's going to explode the universe.
It sounds so familiar.
The creator of the Omnitrix. This is where he gets way big. This is where he meets Hazmat.
Oh,
like,
okay.
throws Vilgax in his face.
Oh, I thought that was an episode.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a movie. I must have came in the middle and thought it was an episode. Didn't know it was a movie.
It might. So it is a movie, but I think it might have been released as a 3-part special.
Okay.
Similar, I guess, to the Power arc from Naruto. But if you go to the Fairly Odd Parents, I forget the name of it as well. But like the Wish muffin, where Crocker gets it. Do you remember this one? Parents. Movie 1. Wish muffin.
Keep this in mind, though. I know this may be blasphemous.
Catastrophe.
I know this may be blasphemous. I didn't really watch Fairly Odd Parents. I watched episodes, but not like seasons or anything. So, yeah.
Channel Chasers is the best Fairly Odd Parents movie, anyways.
So I told you, bro. I was a Cartoon Network kid, bro. Like Cartoon Network. But yeah, no, I know the legend of Timmy. Okay, being an average kid that no one understands, and mom and dad and Vicky always giving him commands. I get it. I understand.
And I'm just saying, Courage never got any movies.
Nah, bro, he did. I think he got a crossover with Scooby. I don't know if that was a special, but
that recent thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I need to watch it because I love Scooby Doo and I love Courage, so I guess it's a no-brainer for me. Just got busy, I guess. I need to watch that
I think
shit.
the creator is John Dilworth. He has a YouTube channel. He uploads a lot of his stuff as well, a lot of like behind the scenes.
Oh,
he
that's
also
the guy
has
who does
more than Courage. He uploads a lot of his pilots. He has like a whole website with a bunch of different like cartoons.
Is that the Danny
Plus,
Phantom guy, or is that another dude?
No, that was Fairly Odd Parents.
Okay, Danny Phantom guy has a website or like a YouTube channel I used to watch, and he would like continue the story. I think of Danny Phantom. I was like, I don't even know that. I didn't really watch Danny Phantom like that. So, but it was good stuff though.
No, but John Dilworth, you gotta check out those cartoons. They're funny, but feels like
original work.
Yeah.
Ooh.
They're like one-offs, like pilots or whatever. because they're like pitches for the studio to see if they can turn it into a cartoon like Courage.
Is this like
I guess
recent
Courage
stuff
was
or
just the one
like
they took.
fairly recent? Because I'm making this like cartoon like what a cartoon history video. It might be information that I could use. Was this around like?
We finished one project within the past year that took like 2 or 3 years. I don't know if
Oh,
it's publicly available.
So this is post Courage.
But it's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Bad.
It's from the past like 2 decades. It's
Okay.
constant work. But yeah.
Yeah, because I know Courage is like one of the original what a cartoon or cartoons because they did like this whole like talent search, like around the world for like cartoonists to come in and put their stuff, and that kind of became like cartoons with like Dexter's Lab and Eddie and shit. So yeah, no, that could be pretty interesting. But yeah, might factor that in with Courage, the Courage segment. So yeah.
Okay. Going back to True Self.
Mhm.
So Kami and I agree that Nagato always believed in like Nagato's path or whatever. He never changed or whatever. He never actually believed in a cycle of hatred, blah blah blah. He was the emotional, personal, human Nagato the whole time.
So you're okay. So I think I've answered your question. And I think that answer transfers to any character that you present the question through. So
Okay.
yeah. So like with in Nagato's case, it would be the same thing like as in with Obito, to where like I think his nature can be changed. It's just very difficult to do so. So effectively, you might as well say it can't be. I think the true self is going to be whoever he presents at that moment, because I think there are multiple facets of a person. As long as you are true to your inner processes, to the extent that you understand them, and then that manifests itself in an external sense, and they mirror each other, then that's your true self. If you are happy and then you present that you're like actually like edgy or not happy, I don't know, maybe you're like a teenager who's goth or whatever. Your mom got you like a new I don't know something, and you wanted thanks mom, I appreciate it, but you're actually like fucking geeking out inside. So when you get in your room, you squeal like a schoolgirl or some shit. Yeah, you're not being your true self. But when you get in your room and squeal like a schoolgirl, then you are being your true self. So that's what I think. I think I think that's a more simplistic way of like kind of getting it. There's multiple different true selves at multiple different points in time, because there's multiple facets of a person at multiple different points in time. The nature is the thing that's going to be a little bit more consistent, in my opinion, but it can still change, but it's just very difficult to, and oftentimes doesn't. So if you want to like deep down inside, Nagato was always like that, the person that we saw towards the end, like the person who got reanimated and wanted to help Naruto and stuff like that and all that good shit. Then I would say that is yes. I think that's his nature, because he was a very timid child, very caring child, but the circumstances in the world caused him to add on baggage. Let's just say that that led to certain beliefs. So yeah, like once you change his material conditions, then he'll probably regress towards the origin. So yeah.
Yeah, for Nagato, because again, this is the one character where I absolutely agree. I think it's almost going too far in that direction. It's almost the opposite problem, to where it's almost like he never did believe in his plan. He never did give up hope or have doubts. He was pursuing his plan, yes, but he doesn't think his plan is the best option. All he needs to be convinced otherwise is for someone else to pursue a better plan. He doesn't need that better plan to actually exist.
Yeah, I agree.
He just needs someone else to do what not even what he can't do, but just something more than what he's doing.
Yeah, because like it was always one of the most fascinating things about his character. One thing I like really love about that arc and stuff is that the fact that he even took the time, having succeeded in his mission of capturing the Nine Tails, the fact that he even took the time to ask Naruto's perspective was profound. It was like it spoke to what you're talking about. Like he arrived at a conclusion, but to him it wasn't some definitive thing. It just seemed like nobody else had an answer for him that was satisfactory. and like if somebody could have presented an answer that was like different from the one he arrived at, then he would have gone with that. And I think like you inevitably saw that. But I think also power plays a role too, because in order to influence the world, you have to bring to bear some kind of power. There's a reason why like Sasuke had to lose, because he had to know that his power wasn't an option, and when stripped of that, the only thing that's left is what's left. And it's the same thing with Nagato. Once he realized that his power was no longer an option, it was only then that you could reach him. The same thing with Obito. The same thing with Madara. Like once all that shit was stripped of him and he was like lying there as a man dying, he regressed, right, to Hashirama, you're my friend, and crying and shit. But yeah, it'll be the same thing with Jigen too.
Haku and Sasuke.
I'm sorry, what's his
So
name?
I think
Ishiki.
this is what I don't like about Nagato. Ishiki, yeah, I guess. But I don't like this about Nagato. I think this is him doing it wrong narratively, as opposed to someone like Sasuke or Haku who do it right in the opposite directions. Haku doesn't have a plan that he ideologically believes in regardless, and then Sasuke just straight up does believe in his plan. He's not looking to test Naruto. He's just looking to defeat Naruto. I think Nagato should have believed in his plan. It just doesn't work for his character.
I think he believed. I just didn't think he was sold like 100%. It's the same thing I always say. Like I think
But
people.
that's my problem. He should have been.
Why?
Same with Obito, who I think did. But
Why?
because unlike Haku, that wasn't his point. Haku wasn't following a direction or path. Haku was just following Zabuza, but Haku didn't believe in Zabuza's plan. Haku was just supporting Zabuza as a person regardless of Zabuza's path. Haku didn't care what path Zabuza went down, and Haku wasn't going down a path himself. Naruto's going down a path, and Nagato's going down an opposite path, and they're fighting to see which path is better. So they both need the conviction to fully believe in their path, so that we can see which path is actually better, rather than who has the stronger belief. They both should have an equally strong belief. And it shouldn't be their belief which is wrong, it should be their path itself. Just like Naruto versus Gaara. Gaara went to the full extent of where his path led, right to the very limit. Naruto did the same thing, and Naruto was struggling the whole time. It's an uphill battle. But Naruto was willing to go further than Gaara. Someone who was stronger than him, but Gaara wasn't willing to keep going, unlike Naruto, which gave Naruto the win against someone who was a stronger opponent.
Yes, for the Naruto Gaara stuff. As far as like the pain stuff, I my only contention would be they needed to fight to see what like whose path was better. I think better in this context needs to be like clearly defined. Because like you would assume like yeah.
I think the Gaara thing is the perfect example of that, but I think the Neji fight works equally as well. Well, not equally if it's not as perfect of an example, but it works from a different perspective, but like the same kind of working. So Neji and Naruto both firmly believe they are the correct ones. And the end result of this battle is not based on Naruto or Neji, but based on the correct path held by Naruto and not Neji. Naruto doesn't know his path is correct over Neji, but he believes it is. Same as Neji doesn't know his path is incorrect, but he believes his path is better than Naruto. They're both fighting for their own ideologies, but one ideology from the start was inevitably going to win over the other. They're going down the path of the ideology, and they're firmly believing in their ideology as the best, but they don't know which one it is the best.
So two things.
By clashing, one of them is clear which one was always the best. But go ahead.
So two things. I do think there could be an outcome where they both abandoned their ideologies going in and then formed a new one that could have been separate or the same. So I do think that possibility exists. So I wouldn't say like it was inevitable that one would come out over the other. That's one. And then two, this is really the reason why I was saying like it's important to define better or correct, because you added on correct with the Neji example under this context, because just because you like win a fight, whether it's one like of words or ideologies or it's a physical fight, it doesn't necessarily mean that your conclusion is better or correct.
Yes.
That's a subjective thing. So I think that better and correct.
I agree. I'm discussing
needs to
from
be
the
defined.
narrative perspective of what is intended to be quote unquote correct based on what the lesson of the story is trying to teach.
Okay. Well, yeah. But the intent of the author, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But like in like a real life sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be considering that.
Okay. Because I was kind of thinking this with like I had this conversation with chat who's actually like morally like morally sound, like Koji and Boruto or like the Shinju. I'm like, well, I think Koji and Boruto are like tainted morally based upon my subjective like moral priors in comparison to the Shinju for like the pre-crime stuff and the power that they hold, knowing the future and making choices in an infinite in a series that has an infinite possibilities that a guy can see and make choices or actions in real time to get them to those possibilities. Shouldn't you at least make an attempt to arrive at one where the Shinju doesn't bring about the worst possible future, and then also you don't have to corrupt yourself morally by trying to snuff out an existence before it ever does something wrong? I think you have a responsibility to at least attempt to get to that future or that possibility. And the fact that they don't even seem to think about that is kind of interesting to me. The same goes in particular Boruto. I think Koji's more like aligned with like whatever it takes to get the job done. Boruto, I wonder what he thinks, or at some point I think he's going to have to confront that ideology. Hey, like I may arrive at positive outcomes, but what have I become to get here? And I think he doesn't even question the morality of his choices or actions, which I find to be interesting. But,
Yeah. I think when it comes to the Shinju, at least for Jura, it's like 90% likely just too late for me, and I do think he's evil. Because he's done what I believe to be unnecessary evil. It happened off screen, so I don't know exactly what happened, which is why I say 90%. But those 12 Jonin he killed when he entered the village, that was unnecessary and way too far.
Well, how can you make that claim if there's context missing about how it, like, the in between? Shouldn't you be like more
Because
so indecisive?
I think it's 90% most likely the case. But yeah, that's why I am indecisive about it.
Okay. Well, you're saying you're indecisive, but you've made your mind up. You say it's too late, but then also you're indecisive. I think those are contradictory points to hold. Like you're writing Juror off
by saying I think.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Okay. Well. Maybe.
I could be wrong, but if I wasn't, I was just retroactively out there. So either way.
So are you writing him off, or are you indifferent? Like, are you on the holding pattern with the character? Maybe add some clarity.
The way the story is presented, it seems like he killed them for no reason, or just because he's evil, or whatever. But we didn't see it, so I cannot confirm it. It's just the way that the story seems like it wants us to think is the case.
What do you think is the case?
But until I see something, then.
Like excluding like the what
I think
could
it was
happen.
the case, yeah.
That he killed them for no reason. I would argue definitively in the opposite direction. I think by them being obstacles in his way, that's reason enough for him to dispose of them.
Well, I don't mean literally no reason. If you want to say that's shifting the goalpost, then fine. But like,
I know it's just a conversation.
It's fair to not take me literally at my word when I say no reason. What I mean by that is the fact that he didn't need to do that. He could have just gone away. Like, they're not really obstacles in his way, and he could have just not killed them.
I mean, it's probably more efficient to just kill them. Because
is it though?
They may bring to bear something, some element that you didn't take into consideration. Like if you underestimate them, like the most optimal thing to do is like, hey, I want to do a thing. You're trying to prevent me from doing it, so I'm gonna like kill you. And in so doing, like any threat that you could have posed If I just knocked you out or conjured, maybe you had some technique to where you just can come back from that. Like you can't be knocked out, and then you like sneak attack me, and then like I don't know, it might be some ability that bypasses my defensive durability, that hack based shit. In this verse, yeah, hell yeah. So I think it's like definitely the most efficient move. He's more like a machine almost, like a organic machine. He makes cold calculating choices, but also like ones that are stemming from like emotion. He's very interesting in that sense, but yeah, it's the same thing with like
But when we're talking about Juro,
yeah.
Juro's the least decisive character in the entire series. Bro is the least efficient character of all time. He will go out of his way to make sure the one thing he wants is the last option available before he ever pursues it. Bro's reading before he goes to the village. Bro goes into the library. He doesn't kill Team 10 20 billion times. He's leaving Boruto alive. He's pursuing Naruto as his last priority, and same with Himawari. He will do anything. He's looking for any excuse, which I think is narratively brilliant, assuming it's intended, which I hope it is, to get away from having to do that. He will do it. Like we saw, he's willing to kill Hinojin.
But think about this.
That's his last option.
That cold calculating brutal efficiency, it manifests itself under certain conditions. Right, so when he wants to go in that bookstore, no one was preventing that from happening. I'm like, if somebody was in his way, they would have got dealt with, but there was nobody in his way. That only manifests itself when people get in his way, and I don't think he's evil. I don't even like to use evil, but there's a lot of connotations with that. But in this case, I don't think he's evil. He's out here giving people choices. He's like, hey, listen. There's something I want. You're in my way. I'm advising you to move the fuck around so I can get what I want. And they keep saying no. He's like, okay, like I'm gonna do something. Oh, you dodged that? Okay, listen, this shit about to escalate. Move the fuck around. Like, oh no. It's like, all right, I'm done with this shit. Like I done told you ass once. I done told you ass twice. Like evil. Like he gave them choice. Like that was. Yeah, like he praised them. Like,
did he?
Yeah.
I don't think those 12 Jonin he did. Because those 12 Jonin weren't in the way. They told him to stop. He did. He could have kept going. He stopped. He looked at them. We cut away. We cut back to it. There's no shuriken or kunai on the ground around Juro. There's nothing. All those Jonin are still on the roof dead. It's not like they jumped down to get him his way. He killed him right there on the spot in that moment.
Well, we can't say that definitively, right? There's a gap.
Seemingly.
Yeah.
As far as we know, Matsuri came off screen and was the one that packed him up and left. Yeah, we don't know.
It's possible in this multiverse.
Makes it seem that way.
Yeah, so that's A, but like also like B, like also like what you represent as an obstacle, right? And then also, the writer, right? More like fodder characters versus XYZ. But I just don't think that makes them evil to have killed them, right? Like I'm pretty sure if they just like were there but shut the fuck up, they would live to this day. Like I'm pretty sure, but by telling him to stop, like what specifically was said, like, hey, don't come here, you're not welcome here, stop, intruder, blah blah blah, who are you, like blah blah blah, like to him that represented an obstacle, and he dealt with the obstacle in an efficient way. I don't know, and can a creature be like evil who's operating on instinct? Is it like instincts evil?
No, I don't think he's operating on instinct.
You don't think so? How not?
No.
But not
Just me personally.
well, not in
go
like
for it.
totality, but yeah, like he has an instinctual desire to devour. He has an instinctual desire. I think that manifests itself through his consumption of knowledge, his inquisitiveness, and I think once he gets made up and once he gets it set in his mind that there's something he wants to go about getting it in the way he wants to go about getting it, whether it's stopping at a bookstore or going to sniff a flower, but he wants to do things his own way, and he's kind of intruding upon like a species that has like set laws and like all these like rigid and stern kind of restrictions, and then the humans want to like invoke their laws and stern restrictions upon him. He's like, well, I'm not human. I don't have to abide by your rules or your preconceptions or your notions of X, Y, and Z, right? Like I have my own thing going, right? So as long as you stay out of my way, like he's not actively hounding these people down. Like as long as you stay out of my way, you're fine, right? It's only when you get in my way do you get fucked up. It's only when you try to like encroach, like force your way upon me, do you get fucked up. So it's their problem. It's not.
At
It's
the
not
very
his
least,
problem.
he'd be inconsistent with it because he's not being efficient with Team 10.
Yeah, I do think he's inconsistent. That's why I said like he's like an organic machine.
Okay.
There are moments where he's like very specific about doing things, but there's also instances where like he gives people like chances, even though there are obstacles in his way, or he'll praise a person or whatever the case may be. Yeah, so like he's inconsistent in the same
Bro,
way.
he did not give them a chance at all.
All
At least
Shikamaru,
not what I saw.
all they had to do was go and give up Himawari. They would have lived. I mean, they live now, but like nobody would have died or gotten hurt, like
Those
directly.
12 Joni didn't know that.
I mean, I just like that example is like there's a concession that there's time that we haven't seen, but then also like definitive statements being made about like what's happening. It's just an interesting thing to kind of toil with that. I don't know. I need more.
Like I went into it admitting that it's off screen, but
yeah.
But even there's other things that you said that this is their instinctual desire. They're operating on this. Okay, again, this could just be conspiracy theory. We don't know if this is true. Hypothetically, if Jura never told the other three about a target, would they have even come to the conclusion of a target, or are they only doing that because Jura said target? Okay, this person.
That's like
is that a natural thought that they would have had?
Well, so there's this answer. This answer will be in a universe that establishes infinite possibilities. The answer will be yes. There's a version of them that would have arrived.
We're
at that
ignoring
conclusion.
that context
Yes.
for now.
Okay, so that's the correct answer. But outside of that, then the answer becomes unanswerable because I don't know. I can only speculate. So my speculation would be
can still be asked, which is important.
Well, yeah, definitely. But you asked and I gave you an answer. I don't know, but like if I speculated, I would say like they would have arrived at that or a similar conclusion because their instincts. So you have like biological imperatives that are going to manifest themselves in one way or the other. It's like when I mentioned like you have this disposition as the thing you are to like get horny, right? It's something like you can't really control. And then when it goes, you can't control that either unless you do like medicine or whatever. But when you're younger, you're going to breed naturally. So how you go about satiating that desire is different, right? You can force yourself on someone, or you can take the civil correct from my moral prior standpoint and actually like, court somebody, dates, put the work in so that the relationship has to have worth, that type shit, right? But it all stems from the same source. So what I'm saying is, for the Shinju's case, I'm bringing it back to Boruto, they have this instinctual drive to devour that may manifest itself in the way that Jura came to get to, or it may manifest itself in a different way that we have yet to see. But I do think it's possible that they can get to Jura's conclusion, even if Jura didn't get there himself, because of where the source of it comes from.
Possible.
Yeah, where the source comes from.
But I like just thinking to present the other possibilities as well. Because Jura is distinct very clearly. We don't know why yet necessarily, but he's the leader. He's been described as different from the others. So, and he's the one that brought it up. None of the others did. So, it's just possible.
Yeah. Give him enough time. They
Jura
might
himself. Yeah, but Jura himself. This might not even be Jura's instinct either, despite him being the one that brought it up. Jura has knowledge of the Tin Tails. It's possible that he could be either imprinting on the Tin Tails or thinking that because he is Tin Tails and this is what Tin Tails do, then I must also want to do this without realizing that he just instinctually doesn't have this.
Well, then it would be like
If that makes sense.
he's the type of entity that would entertain that type of thought that would lead him down that conclusion to begin with. So I think it always has like some kind of origin point at some point. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, no, I just think like when you're trying to like determine like like nature, true self, actions, you have to take into consideration like what you are. Yeah, like a lot of the conclusions humanity arrives at can be like directly linked. Oh my god, Shadow looks so fucking cool. I'm sorry, I'm watching this trailer. Can be like directly linked to it looks so fucking good. Oh my god, I have to watch this movie, bro. It looks
Yes, sir.
it's like, sorry, my brain. It's directly linked to your biology, like always. So the interesting thing to me is like, why are the Shinju so similar to humans? Well, Outerverse is like, okay, well, humans. How can a human write what a true, like what it would truly be like to be like a non-human? Probably impossible. Even if you like the conception, like whatever you conceive of would be very human. So like he's on a biological, like I'm sure he doesn't get like horny like humans do. So he doesn't, or he has to like pee or poop or whatever. He doesn't have those like biological imperatives. So how does that like influence his behaviors? He seems to want to devour, but like what does devour even mean for them? Could be something completely distinct from like us. Like we want to devour, like I think you would think hunger maybe to devour food, but then also like the devour could be like colloquially used in a different way to where it could be like I want to devour, like the human's nature is to devour like certain portions of the world, or devour certain climates, or not climates, but certain environments. Environments is the word I'm looking for. We're basically, you ever heard like humans are viruses, that type of shit. Maybe that's built into our nature to consume and destroy for our own like selfish desires.
Which is what I was getting at earlier.
Yep.
The thing that you're saying pathetic from earlier. Forget what it was, but that.
Yeah, no, I do think
using the noodles example.
Yeah, no, I think those types of people are pathetic when you factor in a group of humans who strive to be enlightened and to be civil and to like ascend beyond our base desires to be pathetic, or which I would remove pathetic because I want to get people salty. I don't care, but I'm trying to be nice. Insert whatever word you want to. Like, if you're outside of that civilization, or you're outside of those types of people who want to like be enlightened, then yeah, like when in Rome, do what Romans do. You want to be like a raping, pillaging, murdering barbarian. If that's your society, that's probably yeah. But you can't bring that shit into a civilized society, and then that's why I'm calling it pathetic. I'm not denying its validity or where it comes from, but like in this environment, yeah, there should be no, yeah.
Well, I think all of humanity, every human outside of mutation, would have the ideological light and darkness, positive, negative things, whatever thoughts, however you want to consider light and darkness. I'm just using that as an over-encompassing term of good and bad. So, and you cannot, in my opinion, measure these against one another on a pendulum to say this person is more good than bad. I think you have to keep them separate, distinct factors, just in general.
Hold on, repeat that for me again, just so I can get it clear.
Yeah, so like let's say you can measure good and bad. So someone is like 10 good. That's just the measurement. They're just 10 good, but they're 8 bad at the same time. I'm saying you cannot measure the two to say that overall good and bad ratio, they're actually too good. Therefore, they lie on the good side of the spectrum. Because 10 minus 8 would be 10.
Yeah, I just think there's different aspects of people. That's why I keep I'm telling you, human beings, I think you can think nasty, perverted thoughts, but don't manifest that in reality, and I'm fine with you. I don't care what you think. I don't care what your like nature is. I only care about how you manifest that into the world, right? So you see something, I don't know, whatever the fuck weirdos be thinking, right? And you thinking that weird shit, right? Fine. I should never know that. I don't care about that. It doesn't influence the world. It's only when you take that weird thinking, all right, and then you manifest that physically and you harm somebody you're being a hindrance to what we're trying to do, which would be civil. And it's bad from my moral priors. That's when it becomes a problem. I'm not the thought police. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't give a fuck about your true nature, all that bullshit. I care about what you manifest in the world, right? So yeah, like, hey, oh yeah, my whatever relative, I'm attracted to them, and I'm like fucking jerk off in my bedroom alone, thinking about the nasty things I want to do, whatever nasty little shit you into, not you, but hypothetical you, right? Do that. Don't fucking care, okay? But when you start trying to like grab your aunt's ass and shit, that's when it becomes like, what the fuck is happening? Like, what are you doing? Like, control yourself, right? So this is the reason why I'm saying, when you have people like, I'll just call them deviant personalities or people who embody deviant characteristics. There's this say murder or grape with an R or whatever. When you have those types of people, my first thing is I want them to be rehabilitated, because I understand that that's a natural thing that occurs in our species consistently over the years, over the eras, over the different cultures that have nothing to do with each other. There's accounts of this shit. So that's the only conclusion that makes sense to me, is like, it's a natural occurring thing. It's only when you try to strive to be civil, does you not want that shit in your society. It's bad, wrong. You develop like moral priors, which I don't think are like inherent to humans, right? This is a construct. So I want them to be rehabilitated, because for whatever reason, their disposition was that they embodied those natural characteristics of a human. The problem is when people think human beings are like these beacons of justice and we're so nice and we're the heroes of every story. No, human beings are fucked up. We're fucking shit up. We're very toxic and negative, and because it's easier most times.
It's
right?
both. But you can't weigh the two against one another. So what you're doing is you're going too far by bringing it into an application of thought, whereas I'm looking at strictly the concept itself, the cause rather than the effect. So not applying it. So going back to like the weighted average capital cost, you remember this thing? Yeah. Bringing this to psychology. You have value of equity and cost of equity. Likewise, you have value of debt and cost of debt. You don't just measure equity versus debt. They're not opposite things. They're separate, independent factors of one another. There is equity of equity and debt of equity, as well as equity of debt and debt of debt. And you have to take these as their own factors rather than taking the average between them.
Wait, but isn't this my
to
thing?
say it is both.
So like the total value would be the dot at the bottom, a line in the middle, and the dot at the top would be the market value. I literally did this. This is my thing. So I'm not disagreeing that you're correct. Like the bottom is correct for your answer the question you've asked. But what I'm saying, like, my thing is, okay, you might be right about trying to ascertain like the true nature of somebody, but like I think the value, its effect on like how our lived experience comes at the top, which would be, in my example, how like the effect from the cause, how you manifest your true nature. That's the important part. I don't even think your part is important. It's good for like analysis and conversation, but how it practically influences our life. Like I don't care about your nasty little dirty thoughts. I care if you manifest that into the world. Right. Yeah.
Hey, all I heard was I'm correct. That's all I needed to hear.
Processed this like an hour and a half ago. But yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. If you want to like ascertain like the bottom of it of this, yeah, you would be right. That would be
Even
a person's
that, I
true
think
nature.
Even this, I think we're having two different ideas, almost two different conversations, which is interesting. You're talking about manifesting thought into reality. I'm talking about positive versus negative thought and weighing the two against each other.
My thing is, I'm not sure if your true nature should be a reflection of your true self necessarily. Your nature, I don't even know if I agree with how I said that. Like your nature, if your nature is that you're like I don't know, just do the inverse of the creepy people. Your nature is that you're attracted to like older women or whatever. But you're like a younger guy, right? You don't want to get other people in trouble or whatever. Like, I don't know, fucking 15, right? I don't care that what your nature is at that point, because it's irrelevant. Not only do I not care, I shouldn't even know what it is to begin with. The only way I can ever really know it is when it manifests in some sense, right? Through your actions, through your body movements, through your mannerisms, whatever the fuck, however it fucking manifests, if I'm able to pick up on it in some physical sense. That's the only way I can get that data, that information to begin with. When it's some like internal, abstract like shit, like your thoughts or what you do in the comfort of your own privacy where no one is looking or watching, that's effectively irrelevant to me. Because I can't see it, I don't know it, and I can't measure it. So when it becomes even applicable to me is when I can see it, measure it, observe it, right? So depending on what that is, and I think that's going to be the true value of you as a person, is what you put out into the world, not what you have on some internal level, or what you do in the confines of your own privacy, or your own home, or your domain, or whatever the fuck. It's in the same way, like, if you have like a teacher who does like BDSM with her husband, right? Some would consider sexual deviant behavior. I personally don't care. Then I don't think that should be some kind of like the kids in her, like, should she not be around kids because she has like a sexual deviant like nature? Like, you should never know. Now, if you start walking around with like she's like in her classroom with fucking like stuff up her ass, and like her husband's pushing a button, and all you hear during the test is like, and everybody looking at her like, what the fuck going on? Yeah, that's like, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Now get her away from the fucking kids. But if she's not like bridging, like, think of like timelines. Yeah. There's like different streams. Don't cross the fucking streams. As long as you don't cross the streams, you good, bro. There's no explosion. Keep the streams separate. Yeah. Now, when you cross the streams, that's when shit gets serious. Yeah, there you go. But yeah.
I'm not even going to the actions in this. So here, I'm sending you something. So this is person 1 and person 2. The green is good. The red is bad. In terms of, let's just say, thoughts. Whether this is quantity, quality, the measure between quantity and quality, whatever. Yeah. So person 1 is 10 good, 6 bad. Person 2 is 5 good, 4 bad. Just as simple as possible, however you measure this, whatever good and bad means to you.
Got it.
My question to you, Mello, who is the better person?
My answer would be, it depends on how this manifests itself. I don't know where this takes place, or how it comes about. I need more context.
Again, this is up to your own interpretation. So it's wherever you want, however you want. This is whatever your version of good and bad is. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
There's no objective one. This is going based on your subjective idea. And that applies to anyone who's looking at this.
If a person has 10, I'll start with 1. If a person has 10 good and 6 bad, I would say it depends on how much of each one you put out into the world. So just because you have 10 good doesn't mean you're going to apply 10 to the world. You may have some in reserve that you just never do your entire life. You may never be good.
Let's say this is actions then. Ignore thoughts. This is what they put out in the world.
Okay.
So, yeah. So right now, strictly, who is the better person? Ignoring words. Who's the better person?
And they're putting all of their 10, all of their 6, all of their 5, all of their 4.
Yeah.
Respectively. Okay.
Exactly. They're doing both.
Mm-hmm. Give me a second. I would say the person who is better is number 1.
I agree.
Yeah.
Who is, now, with that being said, does this change your answer? Who is the worst person?
I would say, I think number 2 is worse, yes.
Interesting. I see. This is where I change. This is where I disagree. So I'm not looking at the ratio. I'm curious how you got to your answer, but I'm looking at the numbers themselves. So when you look at the better person, you look at who has the higher number in terms of isolating the green variable only. Number 1 has 10. Number 2 is 5. 10 is higher than 5. Number 1 is strictly the better person. Who is the worst person? You look at isolating the red variable. 6 is higher than 4.
No, that's not how I did.
Number 1 is also the worst person.
That's not how I did it. Well, it's similar to how I did it. So Basically, so the reason why I say number one is better is because I look at both what they were working with. One's doing like 10 good, 6 bad. The other's 5 good, 4 bad. So he's doing 2 points less in the negative, person number two. But he's only 5 less good. So one has to be better. So who's worse? For the same reason one's better, in the inverse it has to be 2 is worse, because although they're doing less like who's worse? So although they're doing less bad in the world, they're also doing 5 less good. So there's a gap between there's a gap between like 5 and 4. Like, so it's like 1 point. So you go from 4 to 5, right? Easy math. For person number 1, there's a 4-point gap between 6 and 4. So to me, like, person number 2 is just objectively worse in every conceivable way, in both ways.
Yeah.
They do less good.
See,
they do less bad, but relative to their good is like bad in comparison to 1.
This is the interesting conversation that I wanted to have. So, because I think these are 2 different conversations. This is my conversation. So, I disagree because I think you cannot measure the 2 against one another. The word you just used, what was it? Similar to measure.
Observe.
Not ratio. Not observe. Just use it.
Quantify.
Towards the end there.
I don't remember.
Whatever it was comparing the 2, essentially.
What do you mean by the 2? The 2 people, or the 2 metrics within, like the
Both.
the 10?
Well, not the 2. No, it's just the one. Yeah, just the 2 metrics.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm isolating the metrics. You're weighing the 2 against one another.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not going to say one of us is right or wrong, but I think that's an interesting difference.
How can so you think person 1 is the worst?
Yeah, person 1 is putting more bad out into the world than person 2, and we would ignore the good in this context.
Well, the context is a little lacking because it depends on like the degree of severity in each one. Like, how much bad is your bad? You may be doing bad, but you may be like I don't know, walking around people and like slapping them versus killing them. So I think that would be something to factor in.
Again, though, because this is based on our own subjective view. So 6 is just worse than 4 for us, quality and quantity considered.
Okay. Well, that wouldn't be subjective. You're trying to do the hypothetical, but yeah, I get what you're alluding to. Okay, so that would change maybe my answer. I have to think about it. If I wanted to say their good is the most good and their bad is the worst bad, I wasn't thinking about it like that.
Yeah, I think that's
the way I think that we should be thinking about it. If you have a different way of thinking about it, I'm not going to say your way is wrong. That's the way that I think I need to think about it. Because this goes back to the weighted average capital cost. Good and bad, you cannot measure that against each other either. So whoever is the better person doesn't dictate whoever is the worst person. Those are 2 separate, independent factors of one another. Number 1 is an amplified version of number 2. Person 1 is just more extreme in both ends than person 2.
I guess maybe like, do you think positive acts can make up for negative ones?
If they do, then that would not be included in this at all. So for the bounds of this conversation, no, not at all.
Okay. So I guess under that context, number 1 would be the worst one. If you like curate the hypothetical.
What I do think matters, if you want to say the subjective of like quantity versus quality of the thing you're saying of slapping earlier, is this would go back to the weighted average capital cost, which is it's in this picture, the total value of financing. This is the weight of the cost of the debt, not the cost of debt itself, but the weight of it, how much it matters, what it means. So this person example, the bottom picture, it's already factoring that in. So it's already calculating for the weight.
So you wouldn't have to do that.
In what way? Do like the number
So,
value?
okay, for example, if we're looking at person one, let's say, okay, so we're going to say the good is equity and the bad is debt, just to keep it easy. If we're going to say subjectively, like the slaps versus the good of like donating charity or whatever, like it's severe good or like severe bad or not that good or not that bad. So let's just say the 10 good is like quantity, but quality, it's not actually that good. So it's only like 10% of this good matters. So then 10% of 10, it'd be one good is how the weighting of this would be. But let's say 50% of the 6 is bad, if it like meaning weighting in terms of bad. Its severity is 50%, then its badness would be at a 3. But it's already weighted, so then it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then what would this be like in regards to? Because like these both 1 and 2 people could be like dog shit people. We're just comparing 2 dog shit people. Like how high is 10 on this like chart?
Subjective.
Okay.
And well, I again, they're both good people and bad people. That's the end conclusion right there. It doesn't really matter which one is better or worse. The point is both of them have both. And I don't think you can subtract one against the other to say one is better than the other. You have to look at the variables themselves.
Well, I would say it's not what you got, it's what you do with it. And then also it depends on the context in which you employ what you have. So and think of like a comment section, right? If someone says, hey, I respect your opinion, but I don't like or I disagree, and here's why. And here's how I think you can like improve. Versus like this dude's a fucking idiot. I hate the way he sounds, like blah blah blah, right? These are obviously like in the realm of like being like 2 people who disagree with your position, or you in general, but they manifest themselves in different ways. So even if the first person who I would consider to have a good and informative and useful comment, that person may have more bad than good, but they employed their low percentage of good in that instance in such a way that I would have over the person who has less bad, more good, but they chose to employ their bad in such a way in that specific instance, right? So the objective truths of, if we want to say that these numbers are in this chart exists, become irrelevant because how they chose to employ what they had. So that's why I say like context really matters.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be considering this from the objective perspective, only from the subjective perspective.
Well, mine includes both. Because like I said, like person number one is like, okay, he has 10 good. No. I mean, what's this? Well, your numbers are a little off from what I would choose. But let's say person number 1 has 6 bad, right? And they have like 1 good. You can take that 0 off. They have like 1 good, right? In that moment, they employed that 1 good and left the 6 bad alone. Versus person number 2, who has like 1 billion good and 1 bad. And then in that moment, they employed that 1 bad. To my subjective point of view, the objective reality of their metrics is irrelevant. Or what they've done in their lived experience is irrelevant. From my point of view, person number 2, who has 1 billion good and 1 bad, but chose to show his bad, versus person 1, who has like 1 good and 1 million bad, chose to show his 1 good, person 1 would be good over person 2 from my subjective point of view. This gets back to, it's not what you have inherently, is what you have, what you manifest.
I did clarify at the beginning of this is what they put out into the world. So unless we're changing it to where that isn't shifting it a little the case.
Bit. Yeah. I'm definitely
Okay, we are shifting. Okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
That's fine.
Because the first one,
I think we aren't aware.
Answered.
because the objective measure just exists regardless of what we think, and so we just aren't aware of what they are. I believe what they are, and that you believe what they are, but we probably have different beliefs. Everyone probably does. But as far as we know, we're both wrong, and that the objective measures would be something else. So objective measures makes this immeasurable because we just don't know.
You like the ramen noodle guy that you brought up, like that guy. He like the people who are commenting to that guy who like just dismiss his position without ever even hearing it or whatever. The person who did that may have been like motherfucking Teresa, the best fucking person, right? And chose to show they ass this one time. As far as I know, that's a dog shit person. Like you're a piece of shit fucking person. Like I don't fuck with you. I don't rock with you. Like your anti-intellectualism. You're fucking like going with the herd, the sheep, the herd mentality, all that bullshit. Your first impression is your best impression. And like subjectivity is a motherfucker. You could be like the best motherfucker, a great son, a great father, and you online and you're showing your ass. So from whoever you showing your ass to, they like, yo, you're dog shit. And they might try, and depending on who you fuck with, they'll hunt you down. And then next thing you know, your whole life is fucked up because you chose to portray that bad aspect of yourself. This is the importance of choice. You got to be careful about what the fuck you put out in the world. But the important part to me is what you put out into the world.
So outside of extreme outliers, I believe everyone has some good and some bad. And so when you see someone do only bad, I don't think you can say they're a bad person because they're both a good person and a bad person. I think you can say that they're acting as a bad person, or that you're seeing them only doing bad person things. But good people can do bad things and bad people can do good things. Look at all the psychopaths who donate to charity. So
yeah, you got to take a look at like the practical application of it all though, because like the average person is not going to give you that courtesy of going into that kind of specificity. They're going to take it at face value. Like you're like I said earlier, I don't ban you from my channel because of the comment itself. That's irrelevant. Largely irrelevant. It plays a role. I'm being hyperbolic, but I banned you because you're the type of person who would even engage with me like that. That's the reason why I got rid of your ass. There are people who I'm cool with who would say the same thing that you said, and they'll be just fine with me because like they're the type of people who are like built up equity with me. Like they understand, hey, I can say this because like we have this kind of relationship. If you Joe fucking Blow and you talking zesty, like you gone. Like you're not intelligent enough to know how to engage with me, to know that we don't have that kind of connection, that kind of, yeah, don't talk to me like that, bro. Like what the fuck, I don't know you. And to me, that's insulting. Like, and not even insulting, it's offensive how stupid you would be. Like you would obviously want to catch like bees or catch them with honey instead of vinegar, but you're too stupid to not use the vinegar. And because you're too stupid to not use the vinegar, then I don't want you near me because you're stupid. I want somebody who's smart enough to use the honey, right? Smart enough to know how to present their arguments or their discontent with your positions in such a way that's going to get them heard and understood. Those are the people I want around me because that speaks to your maturity and your intelligence. So it's less of a what you did, it's that you did it, right? It's a character flaw. And if I surround myself with stupid, ignorant motherfuckers like that, that's a reflection on me, right? So that's why your ass gets banned for all those who got banned and wondering why. Your character's fucked because you're the type of person who would do that. I don't need that around me. Yeah, that type shit.
Yeah, I think that's the good way of looking at it. I will say it's impossible to truly know what type of person someone is. In fact,
that's not my burden,
even
though.
They themselves know. But I think that's an intangible concept because regardless if they do an action or not, they're still that type of person.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's on you to understand that people aren't going to give you that diligence. So like that's why when people like I've had conversation with like Booth guy like people like certain people don't fuck with you no more. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Like I understand, like yeah, like I was being an asshole, blah blah blah. Like I take accountability. I don't make excuses for it. I accept it and move the fuck around. But that's because like I know myself, I know my situation, I know what I said and did or whatever the case may be. In the grand scheme of things, I'm talking about fucking cartoons, boo fucking who. But ultimately, within this niche, if you don't like fuck with me because Mello said some shit like he was so cocky and arrogant, it's like, you know, I was a little cocky and a little arrogant. whatever. Like, I'm not saying it's not true. Like, but I don't like fucking cry over it. So it's those people who don't have a sense of self-awareness. They don't know they don't know, like, they're just going through the world blind, deaf, and fucking stupid. And those people you don't want near you. Like, yeah, you don't want those fucking people. So that's why they get like popped. But yeah.
I do think, to an extent, like you're saying, people aren't going to give the benefit of the doubt. I think that's, again, human nature, which is human flaws, which are natural.
I don't even think it's a flaw. I just think it's a utility thing.
Obviously they're going.
You don't have time to delve that deep into any individual that you meet randomly. So it's on them to be mature, and like, if they are indeed mature and intelligent enough to put forth their best foot forwards, and if they don't, that's a them problem.
Well, in that aspect, I mean that it's a flaw in the sense that it's a limitation. The fact that you need time at all in order to assess that is a problem. If perfect humans would just be able to instantly know.
But would they be human anymore? It's a different topic. Man, I get your perspective.
Well,
for
you'd be
sure.
perfect.
I get your perspective for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Got anything else?
Is that it for this topic?
Man, I'm following your lead, man. You've been taking us there.
Okay. Do you think I don't know if I should say everyone. Do you think everyone?
So your mic got muffled. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll say it again. Do you think everyone minus outliers needs to be aware of their true self? And not needs to, but do you think they just are? Is everyone aware of their true self? Or is it possible, outside of outliers, that you cannot be aware of your true self?
I think it's impossible for me to answer because I don't know if I can. I don't know your lived experience. I don't know what you see, what you feel, what you think. I only know what I think you see, feel, and think, and I can like overlay my experience on top of yours to make it make sense. But I don't never really truly know. I might be looking at a blue wall and you see a gray one. So I don't know how other people's processes work. Like I've heard stories of people like that don't have an internal dialogue. Like they don't hear a voice. Like they don't hear themselves think. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I can't even comprehend that. Like, what is that a thing? Are you bullshitting me? Like, it's so absurd to me. I think they're lying. So I can't even like. There's just certain things I can't attribute to everybody because I'm not sure if I know. I'll ever know. So.
Exactly. Well, yeah, bringing it back to topic for just a second before derailing immediately. The reason this is important is because of Obito. I think the answer is no, you don't need to be aware of your own true self because I don't think Obito knew, which is how he was able to be convinced of something that he isn't. And derailing, the perfect example in real life of this would be someone who genuinely tells you that they would never harm a fly. If they say that, you know this is someone who's never been pushed into a corner. You don't know, but like it's probably likely.
Not necessarily.
Because they would surprise themselves. So they've never been pushed that far.
There's some people who are legitimately
likely.
Like for me, right? Like when I'm thinking of like those like movie scenarios where the guy like they have you cornered, is like bend the knee or die. There are people who will stand straight and die. And my brain can't process that. Yeah. My thing is like, yo, just lie, bro. Just bend the knee, pretend so that you can wait for an opportunity and then like get the fuck out. But live long enough to get there. These I will never bend it, and they like get stabbed with a sword or some shit. Like those people were like fucking retarded to me. I don't understand. Like fake it till you make it, bro. Like survival's the goal. But there are people who they put their like honor and pride ahead of survival. It's fucking insane to me. Yeah,
but I'm not talking about all. So the fact you're saying some exist on this end implies that most are on the other end. Those are the people I'm talking about. I'm not talking about who I would consider the outliers in your movie example. The people who genuinely never would harm a fly.
Oh, well, yeah.
They're not even outliers. You could say it's just the minority in this case. But the point is that there are people existing who genuinely think and would say that they would never harm a fly. But if it came down to it, they're harming that fly. They just aren't aware of it themselves yet.
Yeah, those people are.
And it's going to surprise them. It might even scare them of themselves.
but they have that darkness within them that they aren't aware.
Is it darkness? You think so?
I'd say subjectively.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't argue with that. Yeah, they bringing Jim Carrey back, boy.
Let's go. I don't even know what it is, but it's pretty cool.
Sonic. As Dr. Eggman, or Robotnik. Is it Dr. Eggman?
Okay, cool.
Or is it just Eggman? Wait, have you not seen this trailer yet?
Is he a doctor? I try. Okay. I used to love watching trailers. Now I like going in spoiler free.
Nah, I
wouldn't
can
mind
respect
watching
that.
the trailer.
Nah, yeah, I can 100%
It's like,
respect that.
why watch 3 minutes of the movie now when I can just watch it for the first time when I watch the movie?
It's just hype, bro. It's just, I mean, I understand, like,
Yeah.
the trailers be giving too much away these days, man. But,
Yeah.
you gotta see Shadow, bro.
No, that's
you a
why I like
Shadows
the
fan, you
trailers
gotta see
that,
it, bro.
if anything, they're new. Like trailers give an experience that you're not gonna get from the movie anyways. That's what I try to do with my series False Perfections. Literally just make things that don't exist. I write lines to send to voice actors for the trailers that are trailer exclusive. They just aren't in the movie.
Bro,
I don't know if that's even lying or clickbaiting at that point, but I think it's cool. I like it.
yeah, you gotta be careful with that, cause like, yo, you got me here because of what you showed me in this trailer, and this shit ain't even a movie. Like I'm watching like this fight scene between Shadow versus Sonic, Knuckles, and like a 1v3 and Tails. If that's not in the movie, I'm heated, bro. There's no fucking
No,
way.
I get that. Like the lines are an amplified version of what actually is there. It's just like a Mr. Beast thumbnail. He's not taking a frame from the video itself, but he's showing you what's in the video, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yo, he got like fucking Flying Thunder God, bro. Nah, Shadow's OP, bro. Nah, I gotta make a trailer video, bro. Ain't no fucking way. I can't wait.
love Shadow, bro.
Yo, what if they had like a
Better
TV
take
show?
off them bracelets.
A TV show with Shadow, bro. Yo, if they do, bro, they gotta do Super Sonic. Oh, bro, they gotta do Super Sonic and Sonic. What is this? Sonic 4? The next movie, they gotta do Super Shadow and Super Sonic. This shit gonna be fire.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of this like
Absolutely.
franchise, like from where it started to like the fever horror nightmare dream, to like turning out to be some like an actual like profitable. I think it's profitable, like solid little franchise. Good for them.
Have you seen the Knuckles series?
I've seen some clips of it. It looks a little silly for me, but I
It
haven't
is a
seen
little bit silly. I've seen the first 2.5 episodes.
I haven't seen
not
any
good.
of the movies at all.
But
I've only seen clips.
interesting.
So like for this one, so like, it's funny because the trailer has me hyped. So for this one, I have to see it because Shadow's fucking Shadow. Like, come on. So like, I'm gonna go back and retroactively rewatch all the other ones, so I can like, you know, watch, just understand the context of this one. Yeah. But yeah, the trailer did its job for sure. Got my ass in a chair.
Sticking to topic, real quick. Okay, so
Mhm.
here's what I say to Calmly. Tell me if you agree or disagree. I'm just gonna say the whole thing. Changing isn't rejecting your true self, and reverting back isn't either. It's definitely not growth in either interpretation.
So I would just go back to the origin. Like, you're just an entity that would.
That's a complicated sentence.
You're just an entity that is like predisposed to adaptation. So like if you went from one state to another, right? That's just like what you naturally do. Like, that's natural within your species line. Or if you even go back, you went back probably for a reason. There's like some kind of stimulus or whatever that resulted in you going back. So that was another form of adaptation. And it's not even like really going back, because you'll never like not have the experiences that you gathered along the way. So like even like you'll be a different you, even though you're like embodying the same kind of like position if you go backwards. So yeah, no, I think yeah, does it like change anything, or like well, yeah, it does change things, but yeah, that'll be my answer. It does change, I think.
Okay. And I think in this conversation, I just interchangeably used true self and true nature just because Conway did. So just to keep it easy, I just didn't bother. So.
But yeah, that's what I kept telling you. Like, I think your true self is something that's adaptable. Like, it shifts. Like, you'll never be the same you, that you were like 5 seconds ago. And it's just a different you. It just depends on how you present it. Like, nature is more like more solidified. I think it can be changed, but true self is just constantly shifting, like throughout the day. Like, you probably portray your true self like thousands or who knows millions of times in just a single day. That's how I view it, anyways. I don't think there's like some set true self.
I don't think so.
I think that's possible, but
You've seen The Legend of Korra, right?
A while ago, a long time ago.
Okay. Have you seen season 3?
What happens? So I can remember.
It's the Red Lotus goes after Korra. It's filled with a lot of interesting people, like the waterbender that doesn't have arms, so she uses like water arms. The lava bender.
Yeah, I haven't seen this.
The air monk. You haven't seen it. Okay.
No. I think I stopped watching after a certain point.
Spoilerly as
No, you can spoil.
spoilerly
You can spoil.
as
It's fine.
possible.
It's fine.
Okay. There's a character there who has basically a single earthly attachment, and then he loses it, and then that's his true self. He's able to fly.
Is that bald guy? Like
Yes.
the airbender? Yeah, that's the guy who poisoned Korra, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's the main antagonist of the season. He's like the leader of the group.
Yeah, like she was fighting him in chains and
I
shit. Yeah, I saw that clip.
Yeah. I think he is able to do that a million times a day, but like I think unless you're in that type of position to where you're literally just like a monk with no earthly attachments, you can't do that.
I'm gonna change your true
Unless
self.
you're pushed into a corner.
Your true self multiple times a day.
Yeah, because I think it's like a comfort thing. Most people wouldn't want to expose themselves. Like again, Naruto's true self, in my idea, is Sasuke's friend. Naruto never once said that he was Sasuke's true friend out loud until the very end where he had to like say it while crying.
Yeah, like he's never portrayed that version of himself until he did. And when he did, that's him portraying his true self. But like I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Like, there's a moment where like I don't know, he likes Sasuke as a friend, but he doesn't say it out loud, even though he could. But he's angry and he expresses his anger. Is he expressing his true self in this instance?
That's interesting. That's hard to answer. I don't know how to answer that.
My answer is yes. It's an easy answer for me. So like, because there's different aspects of a person. So just because you want to be like, hey, Sasuke's a friend, I really like Sasuke, but but I'm not gonna say that externally. But then also like, I'm really pissed off at what Kakashi did. I'm gonna express that externally. You are expressing your true self. A more accurate way, you're expressing an aspect of your true self. This is why I said earlier
Okay.
that I don't think true self is like the right terminology to be using here, like, because there's aspects of you.
I think that, yeah, that works because that goes back to actions versus thoughts, which you've already separated yourself. So hypothetically, if Obito does an action which expresses his hatred of the real world, but he isn't even thinking it, just like a subconscious action that he just happens to do, that's expressing his true self, but that's not being his true self.
I don't agree. I don't. I think maybe figure out nature versus, like, what's the set definitions for these under this context? Like in philosophy, like is there some kind of, like, yeah, just like define true self real quick, like in an official sense. Because I've been using like the definition that like fits me, and there could be like I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I think those are more important than the actual definition, considering we're not aware of the actual definition anyways, like either of us. So.
I think so too. Like I think it's more fun anyways. That's why I purposely not brought this up. But at this point, I think it may be prudent to maybe have like a more middle ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is from Wikipedia, but I don't know who this is, but Winnicott used true self to denote a sense of self based on spontaneous, authentic experience and a feeling of being alive, having a real self with little to no contradiction.
I think that would fit my definition. As wordy as that is, and that's hella wordy. So basically, I think the kind of keyword here would be a sense of self based on spontaneous, authentic experience and can feel being alive, having like the manifestation of the internal. That's shifting from going internal to external, and if that's true,
my first interpretation was yes. I don't think there's a word here that gets to that. The closest word would be experience, which is being based off of spontaneous, but that could also be a thought rather than an action.
Yeah, it's true.
It also says and a feeling, which based on how you're conjuncting the sentence, that's separating feeling from the first part, which means the first part can't be feeling. The only other thing it could be would be action.
Well, maybe we find something that's not Winnicott's interpretation, whoever Winnicott is. It's like a more, like it goes somewhere else. Like Winnicott.
There's the AI overview in philosophy. The true self is a person's understanding of their most authentic nature or the aspects of themselves that they consider to be the most representative of their true nature.
Okay. Continue.
That's interesting how they're also using true nature as like a separate thing.
Yeah. Came up twice. The true self is also known as the real self, authentic self, original self, or valuable self. Okay.
Vulnerable. Vulnerable is what I'm getting at, is in terms of being backed into a corner. You're having to expose your vulnerability because you're forced to, not because you want to. The fight or flight sensation is usually when this happens.
Did I say valuable? Vulnerable?
Original self is interesting because this was something I was debating. Whether it is or isn't a thing. What do you think about this original self?
Hold on, real quick. Can you go to like the here are some ideas part, like the see more? True self is a form of.
True self is a form of psychological situationism. Just the idea. Here, I'll even zoom in.
Oh, that's way better, bro.
Yeah.
Moral self. I think this is probably the best route to go. Because I think we've been using our subjective, like colloquial definition of. But if you look at like some kind of like official thing, it might lean in your favor actually. If it's like taking in like nature. Because I think my definition of it wouldn't even like it encompasses nature, but like also not. So I don't know. But I think this is probably like the best way to get like an answer to this question. It won't be the fun way. But it'll be like,
yeah. For fun, let's do true nature as well.
Okay.
Philosophy of true nature can be defined in several ways, including inseparable being and non-being. True nature is both being and non-being, presence and absence, and can be experienced as boundless love, awareness, or dynamism. Dynamism?
What does that mean?
Source of motion.
Dynamicness?
Nature is a source of motion. I think like some of these are in reference to literal like forest nature, not like person.
Dynamism means the quality of being characterized by vigorous activity and progress.
So energy, spirit, liveliness, zestfulness, vitality. How you say this?
Dynamism.
Dynamism. Okay, I'll keep that in the bank. Storage. Dynamism.
I won't.
Very nice. Okay. Awareness or vitality. That is not how I define true nature. That's more so how I define self, true self. That's interesting. It's like the inverse. Okay. Well, maybe show this to Kamui. Maybe
You might as well either.
Were you guys the entire time arguing your subjective definitions, or do you like look up something official?
We did fairly early on, but I
Okay,
could probably find it if I just look for the images, but
I got you.
I don't even remember exactly what he looked up, but it was something that I even now haven't looked up, so I am going to do that. Might as well.
You gotta do the work, Udi. You have to do the work.
Search.
By the way, where is Kamui? I'm surprised he didn't pop up out the ether. You guys having a
Yeah,
fight?
I didn't tell him I was doing this. I wasn't expecting this to even happen in this game.
Yeah, they kind of spawn off into. That's interesting.
This was in a different conversation in reference to like the Shinju and instinct and all this. So yeah, this was defining instinct. I already did do that. This was defining emotions. I thought this one was interesting. Emotions are not innately programmed into our brain, but in fact are cognitive states resulting from the gathering of information.
About the gathering states resulting again. Okay. Emotions are not.
I think that's interesting.
Probably
Almost
yeah.
like emotions are.
Emotions are like
evolution,
it's a
in a
conclusion.
sense.
It wouldn't be the origin point of the event. Yeah, the emotions would be the conclusion of something. So like the thing that would be like in your genetics would be the starting point, or like some chemical something that led to emotion. But yeah, that's true. What they just said there, more or less.
This is especially interesting when people aren't consciously aware of why they feel a way. Like whenever a little kid is like, I'm angry, but I don't know why. You know, just something like that.
Yeah, I would hope an adult wouldn't do that. But you know, to be fair, I've had moments where like I felt like, you know, irritated or whatever. I'm like, why am I so pissed off right now? But for me, I have like brain chemistry stuff, so I gotta be aware of that. But like, I don't know, like a normal person, I don't know I don't know if they had those subjective experiences or objective. I don't know. I can't overlay my shit on normal people, so I can't really know. But yeah.
Yeah, when I was doing my training at the Boys and Girls Club to work with elementary school kids, I had to learn all about this kind of stuff. Like the fact that kids aren't aware of their emotions and you gotta like help them through it or whatever. And ways to do that.
Shit.
Ways not to do that.
Couldn't be me, bro.
It turns out if a kid's parent dies, don't tell them that they're coming back. I learned that, by the way.
Bro, why would you ever say that, bro? That's nasty.
Don't worry,
work.
maybe they'll come back.
Oh, ain't no fucking shot. Somebody's. You said that to a kid?
No, that's in the training. The fact that that's written there tells me that someone at some point probably did.
They probably panicked. It's like, you know what?
Yeah, bro.
Just close your eyes. They probably broke out in the song and dance and when you wish. Yeah, no. That's crazy, bro.
Cool.
I never fucking said it to anybody. I don't even know what I would say to a kid like that. Like, I guess the truth in the most empathetic way possible. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do is like the hard way. Like, sorry, but they're not coming back.
Yeah. That's fucking sucks.
But one of these definitions I disagreed with, this might have been it, behavior. The way in which one acts or conducts themselves, especially towards others. Yeah, I think this was the one I agreed with. Okay.
I was like, well, you disagree with it?
It was instinct that it was the definition of instinct I disagreed with.
Okay.
An innate, typically fixed pattern of behavior in animals in response to certain stimuli.
You disagree with that?
Right, okay, I remember. Kamui was arguing instinct, and I think he either wasn't arguing this all along or he changed his mind or something. I don't know, we disagreed on this, but Kamui was arguing instinct is the behavior itself, like the response to it, whereas I was arguing it's more so about the stimuli.
Say that for me one more time.
I'll use an example that we used earlier. So Kamui thinks if you have a gambling addiction, your instinct is to do the gambling. Whereas I would say your instinct is to gamble. So even when you aren't gambling, your instinct would be to gamble. Whereas Kamui says if you aren't gambling, then you wouldn't have the instinct. He says because it's a pattern of behavior, and the definition of behavior is like actions, then yeah. But I think instinct is the cause, not the effect, whereas Kamui's saying it's the effect.
So you're saying
it is the behavior.
You're drawing a distinction between gambling and gamble? Kamui
just as the example.
Isn't it the same
well,
thing?
Well, it's like the act of gambling versus like the idea to gamble is the distinction.
Okay. All right, so take it from the top. Now that you've said that. Okay, say it again. Give the example from the top.
Okay. I'll try to use a different example. So, in fact, we probably have an example. So, like, okay. A mother bird's instinct is to feed their baby child. Kamui thinks that the instinct is the behavior itself, the actual feeding of the child, whereas I say it's more of the stimulus. It's the idea that the child exists. So even when the mother isn't feeding the child, they have the instinct to feed the child, even if they aren't acting on the instinct at the time.
Well, what would be the stimuli that would have them instinctually wanting to feed the child absent of the child?
Because I would say the child's the stimuli would be the birth of the child. The stimuli is the existence of the child. So this is in reference to mother birds rather than just all birds. Or female birds.
I think you're both probably wrong. It sounds like Kamui, just based off the example you gave, he thinks the action is the instinct versus the pre-action. Is that correct? I'm trying to go off the memory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And it sounds like you think the action is irrelevant. It's the pre-action that matters. Just by nature, like the stimulus would be, hey, I have a child, and even though the child's not directly in my line of whatever, I still know I have a child. And by nature of having a child, something triggers instinct. Like that's the stimulus. Is that what you think?
So it's either, because stimuli matters, it's either the birth of the child or it's just embedded from nature itself into the bird. Either way.
Yeah. I would
how we were incorporating this is bringing... go ahead, please.
I was going to say, maybe look up how instinct manifests versus what it is.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll ask, where does instinct come from? I think that's a good question. Instincts are a combination of genetics and environmental stimuli. Okay, so it's both.
Okay.
It would both be the birth of the child and the birth of the bird itself that eventually becomes a mother.
Yes, I think you would be right then, over Kamui. Yeah, so like just the act of having a child would trigger some mechanic that resulted in the instinct to feed that child.
Yeah, but it's an instinct they also had from birth, even if lying dormant. It just awakened when they become a mother.
Yeah, like the stimulus would be like the child itself. And then like the environmental stimulus is an interesting word. Because it says and, not or. So it has to be both. So you can get the genetic part pretty easy, right? Pregnant, child arrives, genetic shit kick in, bam, instinct. But then also, where's the environmental factor kicking in? I guess it would be the child just existing, like you said, even if the child isn't directly in front of you. Yeah, at bare minimum, I'll say you're more correct, if anything. Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, what's interesting is it doesn't even have to be necessarily your own child. Hypothetically, if like I'm watching this channel on YouTube who like it's a dude who just lives in the woods, a cabin house or whatever, and like he has like
Like a
a
dog?
coyote
Oh, okay.
pet space, not a pet, but like a coyote friend. But
Yeah, my mom's
this
watching something
coyote went
similar.
into heat. Is it? But it might be the same guy. Actually, it's
No,
pretty hard.
no,
He's
no.
got, like,
This
a
guy
million
doesn't have a
subs now,
coyote.
but-
He's like in the frozen tundra of some fucking place with like a little dog. But yeah.
Okay. That's funny. Yeah, but so this coyote went into heat, but it never bred with anyone, or at least it never was fertile. Whatever. It didn't have a baby. Never even got pregnant.
Yeah.
Now that that season has passed, this is around the time, it's past the time where she would have given birth. And so her hormones, despite never having been pregnant, her hormones of pregnancy after effects, I think, are kicking in or something, because she found a pup, like not a pup, but like a stray coyote that was abandoned by its pack.
Mm-hmm.
And this coyote just thinks it is her child, and she has maternal instincts because of this. Whether the maternal instincts is why she thinks this is her child, or she thought it was her child and that kicked in her maternal instincts, I don't know, chicken or the egg. But I think both are true to some extent, maybe.
Yeah, it's objective truth versus subjective truth. Like they're not actually biologically, but effectively they are through some means. Almost like that experiment where like they have your hand and they like do some type of sensation with it, you feel it, and then they like have a prosthetic hand and they touch your hand and the prosthetic at the same time, and your brain thinks it's your hand, and they stab that fucking prosthetic and he's like, oh, my fucking hand. Like, yeah, it's like with like objectively it's not your hand, but subjectively you felt that pain. It's very important stuff. So, yeah.
Animals are weird. They got bad brains compared to us humans. So I don't think it's that they're raising them like their own. I think they just genuinely think that is their child, despite having never given birth.
I think animals are more intelligent than that, but I can't prove it, so I'm not even going to argue against it. But yeah, no, I think there are things can be like certain processes that can be triggered based upon lies, which is why I brought the whole prosthetic hand thing. Like the process of the pain, that pain is like false pain, like, but it doesn't matter because you're like, I've had dreams where I got stabbed and woke up and felt the pain. It didn't actually physically happen, but effectively it happened from a subjective point of view. So it triggered a process in my body that resulted in X, Y, and Z.
With dreams, what I find is more interesting than that is when something in the real world happens while you're asleep and that gets incorporated into the dream.
Yeah, like you're still picking up stuff, your sensory abilities are still like picking shit up. Yeah, it's interesting.
Definitely.
Like,
but again, I want to clarify, this was the start of the conversation. I don't remember what the end of the conversation ended up, but I think we agreed in some way. Whether it was a misunderstanding or he agreed with me in the end, I forget. I got cleared up to where this wasn't the case eventually, I think, if I remember.
You and Kam would be having a whole ass little... Y'all are really like best friends.
Oh, absolutely.
I rock with it.
To bring this conversation to Naruto, since we haven't even done that yet, this conversation was about the Shinju. I forget how it ended up, but because it's about the Shinju, I remember the beginning, how we got to this, is I was saying that Juro was overriding his instinct. He has the instinct to consume Otsutsuki, such as Boruto. Kamui was saying, whether it was my misunderstanding, or whether he was actually saying it, I thought Kamui was saying that Juro doesn't have the instinct yet because he hasn't consumed an Otsutsuki.
What was the truth?
And I thought that was ridiculous.
Oh, okay. You guys didn't get to the truth. Well, is that what you thought he said, or is that what he actually said?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
Either way, I was vehemently disagreeing. I thought that Juro was born with the instinct.
Yeah, no, I think he has the instinct. I just think he, the reason why, like, he's not consuming the Otsutsuki is because there are things he wants to learn before the world ends. So, like, to maximize his instinct, like, why devour one thing when I can devour multiple things? Because, like, clearly Claw Grimes want to devour not just Otsutsuki. They're, like, willing to devour anything. So maybe his like instinct to devour comes in the form of his like instinct to grab, or come in the form of his like inquisitiveness to grab like knowledge and data. So I want as much data as possible. Like, I don't, like what becomes of a Shinju that like consumes a Notsusuke? Because like the information will be stored in the chakra fruit. Do they eat their own fruit that they produce, or do they just become a tree and just be like, I don't know, revert back to whatever form they were prior, and then, or do they have a new form?
Yeah,
It's interesting.
Tommy and I talked about it. We think there is the person's chakra inside of the bulb, considering we looked up what bulb is in terms of like plants or whatever.
All Yu-Gi-Oh players, shout out to us. Okay, we know. Not the light bulb.
What is the word for like agriculture? I think I did like botany last time or whatever.
Any plant that stores its complete life cycle in an underground storage. Okay, this was not what we had last time.
Maybe plant bulbs? Or
In botany, a bulb is a short underground. Okay, it's underground apparently. That doesn't matter. So it's with fleshy leaves or leaf base that function as food. Okay, this was the part that mattered. Function as food storage organs. So it stores food. I think, based on this definition, and Kami as well, we think it's storing the chakra of the individual. So like Hidari Soulthorn has Sasuke's chakra stored within it because it's a bulb.
wouldn't that mean Sasuke's dead?
Some of his chakra, not all of it.
Okay.
Just whatever the Ten tells them.
Okay. And how does he?
Yeah.
So say he takes like Sasuke has 10 chakra, he takes 5, and does he like have some kind of like tether, or does he have to like physically go back every time and like absorb more to re-up? And does he not have chakra of his own?
People in the trees are still asleep. I'm pretty sure
That they're constantly siphoning people or chakra from the people in the trees. But the people in trees are also constantly regaining new chakra.
What do you think is responsible for like the
So it's like
increases in power?
equal. For who? The Shinju?
Just like Bug. Why is he so powerful? He can like face base Boruto, TBV.
The Ten Tails itself, because honestly, Hidari, I said this as a meme at first, but like as time has gone on, it just straight up might be true. Hidari just straight up might be weaker than Sasuke.
I think so, huh? I don't know about that.
I think it's definitely possible. It seems more probable now than it did earlier.
I just don't think he knows how to use what he has. I think that's his problem. Yeah, because like bro just he's using shit ineffectively. Doesn't like know. I think if you figure out like how to manipulate chakra, then it's like you seen Hunter x Hunter, right?
yeah,
All of it. I don't want to spoil anything.
all the anime.
Okay, so there's like well, spoiler alert for chat. There's like Chimera Ant arc. Sorry, I'm fucking starting to slur my words. Okay, we probably need to wrap up pretty soon for me. The Chimera Ant arc where the ants get nin for the first time. So they have to like progressively learn how to use it, and it like increases their power and shit. But like until then, like they're just like kind of just bumbling around, just trying to do shit. It's only when they get nin does like shit really start to rev up. I think it's kind of like that. It's like they have chakra, but I'm not sure. Like especially in Hidari's case, I'm not sure if he knows how to like manipulate the chakra. In such a way, like his chakra control game is weak as fuck. Is basically what I'm saying. But that's my assumption. I think he definitely knows how to do like shape and form transformation through like the Chidori, instinctively. So that's innately. So that's interesting. He knows that it's a thrusting attack. So that's interesting. Like figuring out how they know what they know, but why they don't know certain other things is like why. That's interesting as well. There seems to be a flaw in the process.
Well, I don't know if he knows it's a thrusting attack. Just because he thrusted doesn't mean he went into it knowing. Like, hypothetically, he activates the hand. Well, Sarada's not moving closer to him. He's not moving closer to Sarada. The only way to get to her is by thrustings.
Well, yeah, just like
You're gonna look at it like that.
hey, like this ability is just like practically. How am I going to apply it? Oh, well, maybe this way. Yeah, that's all I mean. That type of thing. Like he's intelligent enough to like not take like the Chidori and try to throw it. You know what I mean? That type of shit. Like he chose the correct like path. So there's just certain things they seem to know, like just their language, how to speak like English or Japanese or whatever the fuck. Like that's interesting. Like they just know how to speak things, but they don't know what like the Chidori is. That's interesting.
I'll get to that in a second. To address the previous thing with the Nen example, I think another example, whether it's better or worse, I don't know, but another example would be Captain Ginyu. He can take over Goku's body, and he has Goku's body. So, like, he has the raw stats. He just can't access all of that power.
Yeah.
Even though it's all there.
Right.
Yeah. I think it could be like that as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably a better example. Yeah. I think Hirari's the Ginyu in this situation. Power's at his fingertips. He's not maximizing this shit. So I think it's way stronger. Like I think if he could, he'd probably just dominate Sarada. She wouldn't be able to blitz him and dodge his shit. Same with Konohamaru. Because it doesn't make sense. But then also like, why is Bug so strong? Because like that dude was literally boxing with base Boruto, like 1v1. It's like, why is he so fucking strong? I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. That could be. So the Ten Tails is operating instinctively. It's possible the Ten Tails itself is much stronger than it has a lot more potential than it can, but because it's mindless, it can't actually access that. Sort of in a similar way. Mm-hmm. So like, because the Ten Tails, it's not motivated. But let's say Bug really wanted to eat Boruto. Like, he got the will of fire amp and everything. He's got motivation now. Like Rock Lee's Springtime of Youth levels of inspiration.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Possible that way he can draw out the full power.
Yeah, I don't know if the Tintas is mindless, but I get the gist. Yeah. I think that's probably
it's just the word they use in the series.
Yeah, bro probably is like Tinta is probably like hella powerful. It's just how to access that shit. Cause like Tinta's from Shippuden, that motherfucker was doing calamities and shit, and that dude's like on some other shit. But he was also like I mean,
hey, the Nine Tails in episode 1 was doing calamities, wasn't it? Like evaporating the oceans or whatever. It's ridiculous. True?
Jesus.
I don't think it was evaporating, but it was like causing tidal waves, tsunamis, hurricanes.
What do you think about that?
It was all the natural disasters.
That descriptor of Kurama, like he could burn the world to ash. Do you think that's literal?
So, okay. Here's the thing with that. So, when you consider Naruto and Sasuke's power level at the end of the series, pretty strong. I would say it's probably stronger than Ten Tails Obito. What was Ten Tails Obito able to do? Well, he was able to create a Truth Seeker Orb and fly through rock seemingly infinitely. Naruto and Sasuke could probably do the same thing in the final fight to go to the core of the earth.
No, I mean like the Kurama who fought Minato, or the Kurama who fought like Hashirama. Can that Kurama like burn the world to ash?
Do you think he can do it all at once? Or do you think it's just something he can eventually do? Because, like, if he fires 10 beast bombs and just constantly does it, the world's going to be turned to ash eventually.
You think so? Like,
I mean, how much time are you giving him?
So I think maybe Kurama, like, well, in the infinite possibilities, but I think maybe Kurama is like, he can destroy civilization. Like the world, like humans, you wipe out like towns and villages and but the actual planet, because I think there's gonna be like certain metals that's at the core of the planet that he's just not gonna be able to like explode with his like chakra bombs. He might like chip
that's
off
where
some.
It comes down to. That's the question.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if he'll be able to like destroy a planet with just that. Maybe if he like focuses it like a beam, he can like fucking laser through certain types of like minerals or something, but yeah, like his like his bombs don't even eviscerate entire mountains or some shit. Like they'll eviscerate like the top portion of it, but there'll still be like stuff there. I don't know. Maybe
But
if you
then the
put
big ball Rasengan can carve through a mountain.
do we see that? I don't know. It's all
We
interesting though.
have it stated.
Maybe. Now, if it's that fucking thing like that's that God fucking Susano thing that Sasuke made, I don't know. He
I
might
think
be
given enough time, he could probably at least get to the core of the Earth.
about
You know, it just shoots straight down, creates a crater,
about 4 or
does that
5 Indra arrows.
2,000 times in a row.
About 4, 5, 6,000 Indra
Wait,
arrows,
what?
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I don't think it would take that many Indra arrows. Only a handful to get to the center of the Earth.
You just look at that
Because
explosion.
I don't think Indra arrows it explodes. I think Naruto's attack is the one that exploded. Indra's arrow, it's not gonna. It's just gonna keep going.
I don't know about that, bro. Wait, do you think Minato could teleport a planet?
He doesn't have the chakra. Is that my cop-out answer?
Do you think Boruto can if he
don't
uses
say.
planetary chakra? Because I would assume maybe he can use the planet's chakra for something that's not just Uzuhiko.
It's so okay. Minato can do it to anyone who he links his chakra with, Ninshu type of thing. It depends if you think the whole Earth itself has one essence of chakra that can be linked to.
Maybe it's not a chakra thing. Maybe Boruto can like teleport the world, but he's just like the middleman. He's like linking one source of chakra to another. So like, hey, let me shift this timeline's Earth with that timeline's Earth. Let me use Flying Raijin. I imagine the chakra would be
Let me give you
similar.
an example. So, I don't think Goku could teleport the entire Earth. When he uses a spirit bomb, he's gathering all of the energy from everything on the planet individually. So Goku could teleport one tree at a time, but I don't think because they're all individual things rather than one connected linked thing, he cannot teleport them all at the same time.
That's interesting. Why'd you bring up the spirit bomb?
To get to the point that all the individual things
Oh, I
are
see what you're saying.
giving their energy.
Okay, I thought it was an energy thing. Yeah, he's just, it's not ki, it's Genkai. Or Genki? Genki? It's a different type of energy. But no, I get your point. Yeah. But it might be like different for Boruto, right? Like I think they're like linked or some shit. Isn't that what the Minato says? Like as long as you guys are linked, that's when like Naruto grabbed Sasuke before Obito marked him. He like teleported them away. I think they're all like linked by chakra, and it's like planetary chakra. Or maybe he can even tap into like nature energy. I don't know.
I don't think they're linked through the Earth's chakra. I think that's just a separate thing, and it's like if Earth's chakra, if it's even a real thing, is the C point. Let's say it's a B point. So I think that they can just connect from person A to person C without going through person B. I think that's how they do it.
That's interesting. What about like?
And then with nature energy, I don't think that's. So okay, nature energy as well as chakra itself, I think it's like the water cycle. So they're taking the energy from the air that's perspiring from the trees and plants and rocks or whatever. Those trees, plants, and rocks have their own chakra, but that isn't the nature energy that they're getting from. I don't think Naruto can drain a tree of nature energy, but he can take all the nature energy from the air out of an area, which is what Kurama says he does.
That's interesting. So wait, so do you think it's possible to like flying Raijin away somebody's memories? It's connected through chakra, bro. The collective memories of mankind. So if you have some way to like
You would need an end destination. Either way, where would you put the memories?
In your own mind. It's like interrogation technique. I'm just like, flying Raijin, and it goes to your head or some shit. I don't know. Like, it's not that I like believe these concepts, right? Like, oh, this can Nine Tails destroy a planet, regardless of if I believe he can or can't, is irrelevant. I'm just interested in like the line of the conversation. But
okay, this is the perfect example. Can you flying Raijin someone's? Let's just assume you did 100% genuinely, authentically believed it, and you could prove it by presenting to me the question. Can you do that? My natural instinct, I said it just now, as I know, that's crazy. I see this as ridiculous. So if you were to show me logical, undeniable proof, I would still say that's ridiculous, rather than if you presented it first and I could draw my own conclusion, come to the same conclusion. Oh my God, he can do that. And it's almost like my own finding. Like, I would be proud of myself, even though you're the one that showed me. That's how I think that works.
Well, maybe if you're factoring human psychology, but if you're just like, hey, I want to disseminate some information, maybe not. But like how does it like functionally work? Like by definition, flying Raijin. Like before the flying thunder god technique can be performed, users must first mark a target with their technique formula. The formula is applied after the mirrorist touch. I don't know. It cannot be removed. It will remain in place even after the user has died. There's I'm trying to look for like this technique can only teleport physical matter, something like that. That's what I'm looking for. There's seemingly no limit to how many targets can be marked with technique formulas. By entering a dimensional void, users can instantly teleport to a technique formula's location whenever they phase, regardless of distance. Users can instantly teleport. I don't fucking know, man. I'm looking for something like a hard descriptor that says you can only like teleport physical matter. Maybe it's just how it's been used so far.
The chakra. I think the chakra gets teleported because it's inside of the physical thing being teleported. But I don't think they're teleporting the person and the chakra. I think they're teleporting the person, which has the chakra.
So teleport the brain.
Almost like hair.
So not the memories, but the brain.
Let's just say that he's teleporting.
Yeah. Same with the So like,
let's say Minato teleports Sasuke outside the barrier, but he's only teleporting Sasuke's skin. Well, Sasuke's hair is attached to his skin, so it's just gonna go with him despite not being teleported.
That's grisly visual, Jesus. But yeah, I'm like the flying Raijin shit. Like the application should be like way beyond just how it's used. That's why I'm trying to like find some kind of like mechanic with the ability that like links it to something like very specific. I don't know. It's like what's that? What did Danzo use against Sasuke? The was it Izanami or Izanagi? Which one? I always get it mixed up. Izanagi. Okay. Like that should have been like reality warping. Like he should have been able to like within his sphere of influence in the allotted time do whatever the fuck he wanted to. But he just chose to just like respawn.
Yeah, it says it rewrites reality. It doesn't do that. It rewrites one's own reality, which is the difference between that and omnipotence.
That's not true though.
It's weird.
Because wouldn't it be like reality that Sasuke like killed Danzo? Like he literally did that. So like when Danzo respawns,
Danzo is an intangible concept.
Wait, what?
So the reality is Sasuke shot an arrow 18 degrees north. Well, in reality, Danzo was 18 degrees north, but in the rewritten reality, Danzo was 21 degrees north. So Sasuke just shot his arrow at nothing, retroactively.
So wait, so do you think he's like rewriting time? Because like
That's
Danzo just appears in different positions that he just wasn't in. Like Sasuke crushed him with
very
Susanoo
least,
arm, and then dude just appeared like behind him. Like, what the fuck happened, bro?
Yeah, he's rewriting his own state. So when he crushes him with this Susanoo arm, the blood splatters everywhere. I'm pretty sure the blood disappears. Am I wrong on that?
I think it did. It's like it never happened. Like he just reset everything. But like,
Yeah, but that's weird how Sasuke wouldn't have noticed that. Unless it happens like after he responds to some random point.
I wonder how that factors into like the whole multiverse thing. I have to give it some thought. I don't think it's too difficult, but yeah. I don't know. I just like well, all this aside, because it's been a while since I've looked into these abilities. It's been a minute. I just think a lot of these techniques can be employed in far better ways than like their casters. Yeah, like with the hold on, what's this was with Izanagi, the user applies an illusion to reality itself, giving the user control over what is and is not real for as long as Izanagi's active. Period. So that's the definition I was using. So it's not like he just rewrites his reality. It's like he creates an illusion to reality itself.
Okay.
It's weird though. Like
At least that's how the ability's written. Is that how the ability actually functions?
why do they refer to it as an illusion? Applies an illusion to reality. How would you parse that? How would you translate that? What do you think that means? Apply an illusion to reality.
I would say it happened, but retroactively it didn't. So you still saw it, even though afterwards, looking back, it never actually happened. Okay, Ada watching with her Senrigan would be the most interesting way to see this.
Hold on real quick. I want to look up.
How would she see that?
Define illusion. Real quick.
Illusion means a thing that
Like
is
a
or is likely
mirage.
to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses.
A thing that is or is likely to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses. A mirage, a hallucination, a phantom. So he is with Naruto. So Sasuke crushes Danzo. Like, what's the sequential order of events? Like, did that never happen to him? Like he thought he was
so
crushing.
In reality, Danzo only died once. Factoring things that aren't only reality, Danzo died like 10 times.
What? I hate this a bit. It's like Danzo could probably fuck up the multiverse, like, because that whole thing, like, you got to do X, Y, and Z in the allotted time. If you don't do the certain conditions in a certain amount of time, you can't go to a certain timeline. Danzo's the opposite. He can just use Izanagi, reverse shit, and because even if he misses the like prerequisites in the allotted time, he can just go back and do it again. Yeah. Well, I'll cover my bases by talking about abilities that allow you to do that, so that's fine. But he could technically do that though. He's like Whis, like Ishiki wins, but Danzo's there. We good, bro. Like he's like the Flash. Like yeah, like the world's ending. Yo, Flash, run, save it. Paradox, go do some shit. Flashpoint Paradox, help us.
I mean, Madara's video game thing rewinds time. So yeah, that literally is Whis' ability.
Bro,
I wonder how that factors in.
what the fuck is Madara's Mangekyo ability? Hold on. Wait, what is it?
If we're going with the one from the game. So if Madara goes past a point in the timeline where a choice can be made, he can revert not his time, but the timeline itself to where that choice hasn't happened yet.
Is it like maybe he like shoots his consciousness back? But then it would have to be a parallel timeline because wouldn't he remember not remembering because another consciousness invaded his body in the past? I don't fucking know. It's interesting. I need to think about it. Maybe that's the next step in this
Ada solve
conversation.
that with their Senrigon. I'd run those two top podcast topics. That's good.
That's an interesting one.
Okay. We'll go back to the true self and then we'll end because there's not much left. So,
Okay. I think Madara intentionally chose Obito because of Obito's true self, rather than just picking some random kid. You know, he could have just chose Choji one day, but no, he chose Obito very specifically. Why? Because that is Obito's true self. You could say the manipulation reasons of, oh, he loves Rin, but Choji loves chips. You take away chips from Choji, is he gonna cause the infinite Tsukiyomi?
Yes, actually.
It's obviously hyperbolic, but
Yeah, you take away the sweet chili Doritos, it's over, bro. Good.
yeah. There's a lot of people who love a lot of people in Naruto, so I feel like
Bro,
Obito in particular
you know
was
there's
chosen for a reason
in an
beyond that.
infinite multiverse of possibilities. There's a Chocho or a Cho. I always say this, a Choji. That's the villain, bro. He's like one of the Pains or some shit. I don't know. Like, I want to see the world where where Pain won, where like his vision came to pass. That'd be interesting.
I don't think it would be interesting. That's the problem. I think it would actually be actively boring.
You think so? But I think the resistance would be who are the resistance fighters and how did he get past like Obito's ambition? Like what about Kagi and Black Zetsu? Like there's so many. Like where's fucking Jigen?
Oh, I see what you mean.
What happened with Jigen? Like
okay,
yeah.
I thought you meant the hypothetical where we're not fact just Payton's plan, his hypothetical plan actually implemented.
But he's like basically Sasuke, what he wanted to do in the end, which is like rule through like fear and intimidation and power in a way of like suppressing the whole cycle of blah blah blah. I think.
Yeah, because in Payne's plan, the point is that there isn't a resistance.
Yeah, but you already know like there's gonna be one. He just snuffs it out. But like Obito would be an interesting one there. Like Black Zetsu, he ain't letting that slide. Like I honestly think like they would probably like kill Pain before, but like there has to be a multiverse. Like there has to be a verse where he won. So I don't know.
Okay. Last question for. Well, okay. First of all, do you agree with me on my moderate thing of like he chose Obito because of Obito's true nature?
Sure. Is there evidence for that, or are you just thinking that?
Speculation. Do you think it's more or less likely to be true? Over or under 50%?
Probably. Man, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Like, how does he know his true nature? How can he even see and like bear witness to that?
He's got a lot of experience.
I guess I would say no. I don't think that's true.
Okay.
I think he chose him out of circumstance.
He does say that he would have wished that he could have had Sasuke instead of Obito, which again, that tells me that there's a certain type of person that he's looking for.
Any potential?
And that's interesting because he's talking about like Sasuke as he currently is, not like kid Sasuke who was loving his parents. So he's looking for the darkness in Sasuke's heart, and he chose Obito.
But like, when did he choose Obito? I know there's this whole like
after the Boulder scene.
Then like he didn't. I thought he established like set things up with like. No, that was before with Rin. Wait.
Well, okay. If you mean like when he decided to get him rather than when he actually got him, then yeah, it would have been before the Boulder scene because again, the reason he got him is because of Rin and all the other stuff.
Yeah, but like when, like how far into the like? Because I think it's
would
important
it have been before Kanabi Bridge.
Because like
probably.
Because if you're saying like he chose him because of his nature, like what was Obito putting out externally that would have made him choose him over somebody else? Like was it like I want to become Hokage. He's like, he wants to become something. Let me just, like, he wants to mold the world in his image. He's perfect. Like, and then like he just ignores all the other billion people saying they want to become something to change the world in their image. Like, so I don't think that would be it. So then I'm like, okay, well, is it like experience with him? It's like, well, no, of course not. Like, because it would have happened like before, like could not be bridge or whatever. So or somewhere around there. So like he wasn't around this dude unless he was like using transformation jutsu and pretending to be his cousin. Like I don't. So like, there's not the experience part for him to like have some insight into who Obito is. It had to be like, like he's like, yo, this dude got a badass fucking ability. He has the potential with that ability to like have power and like bring it to bear like in my image. And all I gotta do is tweak some scenarios. Because I think if he had like not Kamui, like some dog shit ability, he would have been, fuck this kid. He has the ability to like I don't know, levitate dirt particles. Like, man, this dude is dog shit. Like, he can't even bring to bear the power that's needed to, like, see my vision to come to fruition. So I think a lot of it had to do with his ability and, like, circumstance.
I don't think so. Because Mater was almost confused. He was like, man, it's weird. It's like you passed right through the boulders. He's like, he was going to save him, regardless of his ability.
Do you
and
think
he
wasn't
that strong, either.
You think I thought it was, like, sarcasm. Like he knew what it was, but he was like, "Oh no, it's almost like you passed through it." Wink, wink. Like that's kind of the vibe I got from the anime, at least. I don't know.
Yeah, either interpretation is fine. It's never clear,
yeah.
So I'm not going to say one or the other is more likely or anything. It's just up to interpretation.
Would you like me to say I agree with you so we can continue?
You don't even need to agree with me on that. That's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
We can move on either way.
Yeah, I'm saying if you say he chose him for his nature, you need to figure out how he would even know what his nature is to begin with, right?
Well, one limitation of the author. Madara has the author's knowledge because the author has Madara's knowledge or whatever, vice versa.
Kind of a cop-out answer, but
okay.
Okay, I'll rock with it.
But again, like analyzing it from the same reason I am, I knew Kid Obito's nature. You didn't have to show me adult Obito for me to figure that out. Mm-hmm. Because again, it's more than just I want to become Hokage. It's why he wants to become Hokage and how intensely he wants it, even if it doesn't really come to the surface. It's still there, and it is still noticeable.
How would Madara know? Like, is he like those anime fillers where like Orochimaru just lurking in the background for no reason? But is this Madara? Like, bro, just in a bush, like listening to Obito, rubbing his hands together. Like,
yeah, Madara's not just doing nothing in the cave. He's dedicating like 100% of his time to finding someone.
Might be Black.
I mean, he knows about the First, Second, Third Great War. And he knows everything about Obito without Obito ever telling him any of it.
It must be.
So, if anything, Zetsu is the one giving him the information. But
that's more believable. Like Zetsu is out there scouting candidates for Madara and just relating stuff to that. Like,
yeah, but it's not like Madara just knows of a thing that happened, things that happen. It's more if he knows specific details about things, almost as if he was there the whole time.
If anything,
like he wasn't like, oh yeah, the First, Second, Third War, yeah, they happened. No, he's like talking about them.
If anything, I would say like maybe this Obito is a type of person that's easily manipulated, or easily influenced. Maybe that was spotted or picked up on through some means. Maybe, I don't know. Passionate, but as long as you can curate that passion, like you can tilt it in your direction, then I don't know. But
bro, if that was true, he'd be going for an Anbu kid or one of Orochimaru's kids. He would have gone for an orphanage, Kabuto.
Bro, I'm trying to make sense of because you haven't given me a rationale, so I'm trying to help you. But like, yeah, if you think he chose him for the nature, you need to like prove that. Like, how would he know? You can't just be like he knows the author.
Well, I think I already did my rationale of that. He sees the potential there, even though it's not fully come out.
What? But he could have saw that in Kakashi or like anybody, bro. Like a Fugaku. Like I don't know. I just don't think that's why he chose him. I think there's a lot of circumstance. I don't know.
Well, I think it was also looking more so specifically at the Uchiha because of what Toby Rom describes of scientifically they just are the more emotional type anyways.
I mean,
and
why
then
not go
not a
after
single
Fugaku?
one of the Uchiha went with him.
Just go after Fugaku, bro. He's like
So-
the most badass Uchiha
So
for many years.
I wouldn't know. I would know how to describe it. I have described these. I've written this down in the past, but I don't know how to describe this off the cuff right now. Children have more of an intensity based on their simple-mindedness.
I don't know about that, bro. I done met some dudes. But I'll take your word for it, though.
They have like, because they have less complexity, they're able to get to more singular desires to hyperfixate or focus on.
So, Kid Fugaku.
Well, I don't know what Kid Fugaku was like, so there you go. Maybe he wasn't like
Because like
that.
Madara is old as dirt. Like he's obviously older than Fugaku's that fucking dude, bro. Certain I highly doubt Fugaku started off like Naruto and ended up like him. Like this dude's like Wicked Eyes Fugaku, like Hokage candidate. Like he had to be that dude as a kid. That had to translate. So I don't know. Like why not just pick Fugaku? This dude's strong as fuck. He's probably like, yeah. I'm pretty sure he showed plenty of signs of being a prodigy. Motherfucker was about to do the
We don't
coup d'etat.
know if that's the case.
I mean, we don't know.
But again, I don't think he chose Obito at all because of his strength. I think, if anything, Obito was actually one of the weaker Uchihas of the strong ones.
But that's why I'm bringing up Fugaku. Like, my answer would be like, my head
Yeah,
ass
but
headcanon would be like,
well, that's me saying that he doesn't care about strength. So if Fugaku's strong, that's not a consideration for Madara.
but that's what
Especially considering Madara can just make someone who's weak strong, anyways.
well, it's not even like, my thing is like, I think he's like strong, not like physically, but like his willpower. Like Fugaku seemed like a very like, that's why I get back to like, I think Obito just easily manipulated.
Okay.
And it's his circumstance and his ability to be like malleable, I think. And then also if you curate
Well,
it
you
or
say that,
tweak a
but
few
again,
things.
We look at how it turned out, and then we can assume, well, not assume, but I'm going to go with this is how Madara got to the conclusion of assuming how it would turn out. In the end, Fugaku was, quote unquote, mentally weaker than Obito in the regard that Madara would care about. Fugaku did concede because of his love of Itachi, whereas Obito never would have done that.
Yeah, but if you got Fugaku sufficiently early enough, you could have curated his like his priors. You could have got him to where you wanted to be by the time he became a man. But hey, look, I don't know. Infinite multiverse. But
Well, again, I also don't think it's the easy manipulate thing. I don't think that's even a consideration, considering Obito wasn't easily manipulated. He wasn't manipulated at all the first couple months that he was there. That Madara was constantly trying to convince him otherwise.
wait, so
Not at all. It was. Oh, it took Rin dying. The one thing, like Obito's intense love of Rin, taking that away for that to
don't you
actually
think
work.
that's easy?
That's how strong of a thing that needs to happen. Obito is the least convincible person in the series.
That was easy, bro. Like just one singular life is all it took. One person. That was easy to take care of. Bro did it chilling out in his chair. He said, "Handle my light work," and then she died. And next thing you know, bro spazzing out for like decades. It seemed pretty easy to me. I don't know.
I mean, technically, Madara didn't do it. The world did it.
Don't worry. Oh God, poor bastards.
Well, it's the fact that it
so
could happen in the first place.
so I agree with you. It's nature. What happens next? Where are you going with this?
We move on. Okay, we can end with this. So this is several questions at once, but you don't have to go in depth on any of these. But we've already kind of answered some of these anyways. So how do you come about deciding on someone's true nature? And I will even send this list of things to you. So how do you decide on going about someone's true nature? Is it what we first see, what they're born with, the earliest point we see them on the timeline, what they're like when pushed into a corner and forced to confront themselves, what they most present on the surface level, what they're like in death, like Itachi tells Kisame, or something else? We've already gone over some of these possibilities, but what do you think based on all these?
The only way I can detect is an interesting word to use, but or is that detect or decide? How you come about?
You probably decide. I don't even know where you're
deciding.
looking
Okay.
I sent this to you.
Text was a little smaller. Oh, okay. I mean, you're like your window thing. Let me exit out of here real quick. All right. Yeah. So just with this, like, all I would say is you'll never know. How would you come about deciding a person's true? Like, I guess you'll like just delude yourself into thinking you're out, like your conclusion is correct, because you'll never know a person's true nature unless they let you know. And if they know themselves, that'll probably be the way. They know their true nature is objectively true, and then they tell you, and then now you know.
Okay, that's fine. So, how do they know, and how would they communicate that to tell you?
Most likely through some form of introspection, just exploring themselves in certain, I don't know, hypothetical simulated scenarios in their mind. Like, hey, what would I do in X scenario, blah, blah, blah. So you can kind of get your priors, question, like figure out your morality, your ethics, blah, 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 that good shit. But it would just be like, you know, through like lived experience, situation they find themselves in, what their natural inclinations were during those situations versus what they put out in the world. Meditation, just spending time with yourself. That's how I would do it. That's how I have done it. I can't really speak to how anybody else would though.
Would you say all introspection leads to this, or does it have to be specifically curated circumstances?
All introspection leads to what?
Discovering oneself, or
okay, I see.
Progress in that direction.
Not necessarily, because it just depends on how far into it you go, how long you do it, and then like what you're trying to get out of it, right? Just degrees to it. So no, I don't think all of it does it, but yeah. And you can like engage in a thing,
and this would be
but not
reference...
engage in it effectively or correctly. So yeah.
And I will say, even though you're answering this question for real life, this question is in context in reference to narratives.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if I had to give you a specific example, how would you come about on describing Obito's true nature? Not what Obito's true nature is, but how would you even come about to deciding on how to
like
describe that? Not what you know, but what you think. You apply this to any character for any story.
Yeah, his true nature, Obito. It gets back down to defining true self and true nature. It just depends on what you think true nature is. I think true nature is more primitive and more linked to biology. Some people may not think that. They may think it's the conclusion of your biological processes, or something that stems from your biological processes. So going up from how I personally define like true nature, then I would say Obito's true nature is most likely, if not 100%, like the same as any other human beings. Like he has certain kind of biological desires or imperatives, or needs that need to be met rather, and he manifests that manifests itself in various different ways that can be similar, the same, or different from other people, but the origin point is the same because they're made up of the same shit. So yeah, that would be his true nature. Like, I guess if you want to like bring in like psychology or like I don't know if psychology was the right. I'm sorry, I'm tired. If you want to bring like good versus evil or morality or blah 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 into like the decisions that they make, then is his true nature to be good, or is his true nature to be all that shit? Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. Like, I don't know. I just like I keep like I've given you the same answer over and over and over again. It's not really gonna change that much.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, it's just
same answer for different questions. The point is still answering different questions. That's what matters. I think the way I would
you
say
answer it. Yeah, you answer it. Let me see.
Yeah. So the way I would say it is, it's not the erasal of all influences, but it's stemming it at its roots to where those influences, hypothetically, were never there in the first place. So instead of killing Rin to see what Obito's like, and this is not all influences, but like
all of the ones that you can realistically remove to get down to a blank slate. So if Obito just never knew Rin in the first place, Obito wasn't born in Uchiha. You take everything from his identity away, what are you left with? Everything that you can take away, realistically. So whoever that person turns out to be is their true nature. In this case, I think Obito, his true nature would be most similar to what he's like when he's an adult.
Wait. So if you strip all of it, like society, friends, family, like the conditioning from his society, all that stuff, you think he'll be like how he was as an adult?
So every major thing that's a true factor on his character, not his knowledge. So like you're still giving him education. He still lives on Earth, maybe even in a village, but the village can't influence any type of behaviors or anything.
So you agree with me then?
It's just a gray buildings.
So he would just, yeah, so you agree with me then about like what his true nature should be? Because that's what my def, like if you strip all like that shit away, like what is a person? Like, I just think it's like a person, like you have like certain biological impairment. I'm just going to do the same thing over and over again. Like you got biological X, Y, and Z, desire to do things, and then how that manifests itself. It may manifest itself differently.
Yeah. But you would still give them decency in education. So Obito would still be aware of all the philosophical things that he's been told. He just wouldn't be convinced or influenced of any of them.
So, but
Ada just omnipotently gives him the knowledge, not the memories, but the knowledge.
So what utility is there in knowledge that doesn't like change you?
This would determine who Obito is as a functional person rather than like a caveman.
So it changes him. It influences him. I just don't know how you get around the influence part.
It's removing, okay. It's you leave his humanity intact while keeping him recognizable. Does that make sense?
No. I don't know why you don't want him to be influenced by the information.
You strip him down to his bare bones while having him maintain his identity.
Because if you do that, but his identity is going to be formulated based upon his. But if you do that, you get closer or directly where I'm at, to where I'm just going based off like biological shit. But it sounds like you don't want to go where I'm at because you want to be argumentative. So you want to like add on extra things that get him above just being like a person who acts on like biological instinct, but also you don't want to like have it influence him for some reason. So you want your cake and you to eat it too. Like you're trying to do a lot.
Yeah, like the monster parents who lock their children in their closet from birth for the first 10 years until they're found and arrested. That's not a person's true nature. Is the biological imperative. That's raw nature. It's the difference.
But like, so I would take like the conclusion, which is like the child locked up, and see like I would work backwards. Okay, like where did that come from? Like, why did you do that? Like, was it like out of insecurity because like you're getting older and they're younger and you feel jealous about it, or maybe like there's like a some weird kink involved with that? Like there's like a lot of things that stems from, well, those things would stem from certain like biological X, Y, and Z's, right? You can just keep continuously working your way backwards to the origin point.
I don't think that would matter for the child though, unless you're saying that's genetically passed down.
Oh no, I'm talking about the parents, like why they did what they did.
Yeah, that wouldn't factor into this.
Who are you talking?
Because we're not talking about the true nature of the parents.
We're
talking about the child in this.
Oh, that's what I thought you were talking about. Okay, my bad. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The true nature of the child. do I have any other information outside of them being locked up to work with?
They don't know words. They're given food and water to survive, and that's it. They don't know what light looks like. They've never seen the sun.
Okay. So like, do they? So what do they do?
They're not toilet trained. That's raw nature.
But what do they do? Like, what's their mannerisms?
Survive.
What do they do to pass time? Like, do they like mass? Well, I want to talk about yeah. Do they like, I don't know, jump, play with things in the room, even if they can't see them, like something. I need to like, because he was like leave like a little boy by himself. So they say, like they'll trend towards action figures because like they're naturally more masculine, blah blah blah, or like more mischievous or whatever. I've heard this before. I don't know. I haven't like sat around and observed like little babies, but these are just anecdotal things I've heard before. Versus like women who like become more caring.
Animalistic instinct. I assume they would do whatever a dog would do when you leave it locked in a cage and you go out to eat or whatever.
So is that their true self?
That's their raw self.
Raw? Okay, define raw self.
Yeah, so okay, this is what I'm saying is, in my example, it's stripping down their identity to the bare bones. You are removing their identity. I'm taking off the flesh, leaving the skeleton. You're taking out the backbone.
No, I think their identity manifests in how they act on their biological impulses. It's gonna produce like their identity. Because like they're doing things that lead to lived experience. So I would
imagine there would be a very small range of different actions done by different people if they were just locked in a cage from birth.
Depends on the context.
When they're in the cage, I don't think there would be very many different ways of which they would pass time because they wouldn't have anything to pass time with.
Well,
other than themselves.
The context would matter, but then also like people can do the same thing in different ways, which will like manifest it like distinctiveness. It's like people can make 1,000 love songs. It's just, the topic's the same, it just manifests differently. Like we're not all tired of love songs. Like another love song, bro, because like they're just different. So you can do the same shit just differently, even if like the outcomes are the same.
You know what? I got a perfect example.
Okay. What I'm describing is okay. Let me start with this. What you're describing would be like the Tin Tails. It has consciousness, but like it's described as mindless. We'll just go with that. Compared to the Shinju, who have ego. And yeah, some of them are coming from people. Let's just assume Jura's true identity. His original person is the Tin Tails. So Jura from birth, what is he? What is his true character? That's what I'm looking at.
Oh, I would need to observe. Like, I mean, what is birth? Like when he first shows up in a series, like what happens before that?
Yeah.
So I guess I would just look at his demeanor, the way he carries himself, like what he says, what he does, how he says it, how he does it, and then even then that'll be external projections that might not be true to like what's happening internally. In the same way Naruto is putting forth the brave front, but inside he's scared, that type of, or insecure, that type of shit. So I don't even know like what I'm observing is even the truth. I'm just, it could be a deception or manipulation, and not even like a conscious or intentional one. Just too many variables.
So in this case, you would be giving them, I guess the word I would use, you might have a better word, would be awareness, as opposed to just the animalistic instinct. Awareness, so they have education, they have a soul, even if you want to go that far.
Okay.
They have education on a societal level. They're just not influenced by society.
I'm trying to figure out what the soul does, but okay, yeah, I got you. So
that's more of a religious thing if you think that's a thing, but that's
so they have. I don't know how you get to them having this knowledge without it influencing them. I don't even know what that look. I can conceptualize.
Well, I mean, Jiro was born with the knowledge, seemingly.
Yeah, like and it influenced him.
I disagree. I think his instincts influenced him, not his knowledge.
What? Like, he had the knowledge to like read. Like he was reading books. You don't think the information in that books like is gonna have an influence on him? Or like he has like
the books did, but his knowledge to read didn't.
But how, okay, so how can the information in the books change him, but his ability to interpret the information in the books not aid in him gaining the knowledge in the books that changed him? I don't know. I'm
looking at it not as influence, but the release of limitation. You're having a person as not limited as possible in this case. While still maintaining that person.
Okay, so what's the next stage to this? Because I gotta go. So
that is the stage. So, yep. Final thoughts, please.
I disagree, but I respect your opinion nevertheless. I think it's well thought out and informed. You seem to have you and Kamui cooking up something really nice. I would like to hear his positions from him. If you guys have like a stream or a conversation, I like to be like a fly on the wall and maybe just listen.
His biased wrong thoughts.
But no. That is my thoughts on it. I just think, you know, if I had to think about what you're saying, like just craft it, get away from like reality. A person who's not influenced by the knowledge they have, but they're not being limited by their conditioning of a society and their relationships. They're unburdened by that, quote unquote, unburdened. Well, I don't even remember what the question was. They do X, they do Y, they do like what are they? Like, oh, their true nature. Is that their true nature? Like
their true nature, yeah.
Or no, you said
strip that all away from
how do I decide what their true nature is? Okay, given that context.
And so again, like the easiest example is like, and this is the most simplistic way as possible. That you would have to do more than this, but like, who would Obito be if Rin never existed? I think Obito would be like adult Obito, where he wants the infinite Tsukiyomi.
Boy, that's an extreme jump in logic, bro. Okay. I don't know how you got there, but I respect that you went there. I disagree, but I think in Rinless Obito, he probably focus on his rivalry with Kakashi way more, which would probably drive him to be something similar to what Naruto was to a Sasuke. He would most likely grow stronger.
You would take away Kakashi as well.
Oh, now you're just being cruel to the kid. Well, in that case, I just think he just goes on to like just be some mediocre shinobi. He doesn't have the he probably gets killed relatively soon. I doubt he gets teamed up with Minato, because if I invoke Minato, you'll probably take him away. So, and
you already knew. So I was waiting for it. I had that trigger pulled.
No, that's why I tried not to. He just becomes like some bum ass shinobi that just gets slain at some point.
You wouldn't give him Madara, but you would give him Madara's ideology. Not to influence him, but for him to be aware of it. Because again, like when Obito first got to the cave, he was aware of Madara's ideology, but that didn't change his mind on anything.
Wait, what's Madara's ideology again?
He was still the exact same Obito.
Remind me.
Wait, what?
Remind me of what his ideology was.
Sorry?
Madara. Ideology. What was it?
The light and darkness, winners and losers, ghosts of the Uchiha, blah, blah, blah. Is that helpful?
No, not at all.
Is that good enough?
I don't remember.
The world is hell.
Okay. The world is hell. Okay. I think, bro, I just feel like everybody just after their 9-to-5 job says that, or like they drop a fucking like They just cooked a really good steak. They spent their whole paycheck on. They drop it on the ground. Yeah, like I think it's probably what they would say. Yeah, like I don't think that's the true nature of a person. I just like
Yeah, they would say it from their emotions, but they wouldn't actually genuinely think it. I think Obito would.
okay, we can agree to disagree. I respect the take. I respect the opinion. All right, Udi, I gotta call it a day at this point.
Good conversation.
Yeah, 7
Very
hour
nice,
stream
yeah.
is
Lasted
wild. But I appreciate you, man. I appreciate
A
you.
lot longer than expected.
Good timeline stuff.
Next time, we'll have to discuss the thing that I've been saying we should discuss for 2 months now, which is the was Naruto right about Kawaki thing.
Oh, bro. Yes, next time.
Somehow never got to
I thought
in this 6.5 hour conversation.
I thought you were gonna say Homelander, like his position as a villain. But yeah. Okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. We could do that at some point in life. Udi, always a pleasure. Shout out to Kamui and Cam, and I don't know. It's just you three, right? Now, confirmed at this point. Yeah.
I mean, if Trippy comes back, that'd be nice. But
I mean, it's been about 4 or 5 years now, bro. I think Dad went out to get the milk and he ain't coming back. But yeah, shout out to Walkie Talkie Podcast. All right, bro. Have a great. Oh, no, we live in the same state, bro. Like, go to bed. I was supposed to have a great day. Nah, bro. It's 3 a.m. Go to bed.
Peace.
All right, man. Later. Peace. All right. I think we did it. All right, people. For all you godforsaken people who are still here, bless you and keep you. Okay. I appreciate the support as always. Yeah, hopefully you guys had fun. Enjoy the conversations, plural. But with that being the case, I'll catch you guys in the next one. And yeah, never stop dreaming. All right, people. Later.
Thanks for the view. We hope that you enjoyed the show. Now here we go. Like and subscribe. It is a vibe. Join the crew with Ava and the Mellow Nation as we explore imagination from cartoons to animation. You can have your say in the comments down below. Let us know about the show. Thanks for the view. We hope that you enjoyed the show. Now here we go. Like and subscribe. It is a vibe. Join the crew with Ava and the Mellow Nation as we explore imagination from cartoons to animation. You can have your say in the comments down below. Let us know about the show. Join the family and have some fun. Eva and Manilo, I heard he's one fine fellow. Join the crew. Said join the crew. Come join the crew. We want you. Thanks for the view. We hope that you enjoyed the show. Now here we go. Like and subscribe.